Welcome everybody to Championship Sunday here in OCE RLCS Open number 5, Paris split, and a happy Easter to everyone at home and to you two lovely gentlemen joining me on the desk.
Yeah, it was a great Easter for me. I got the hot cross buns out, I had butter in the fridge, and it turns out my housemates had thrown out my butter at some stage. So,
butterless.
Easter's ruined. Butterless hot cross buns.
Yeah.
Well, I had a nice solo lamb roast all by myself. I woke up, the house was empty, everyone else who lives here gone, and was a little lonely, not going to lie. But I'm happy I get to share the evening with you.
Hey, we're hanging out with the 3 best friends that anyone could ever have because Monty's decided to maybe, I don't know, I think he's got lost on his Easter egg hunt or something. I think he was meant to be here. He's clearly on the greatest Easter egg hunt of all time. He's been gone for hours.
I think he's been celebrating too hard the Bulldogs' victory from last night. Surely he's been on a bender.
I do believe he was invited to the after party there, so we'll say that he flew down to Melbourne with Hunter just to celebrate with the Bulldogs. So I think they might have gone a little early because the tournament is still going on and they are through to the top 4, but have a few big games in store as well. But yes, Championship Sunday is here. Hello to everybody. Let's take a look at the bracket. You guys can see it right here. We had a great day for best of 7s in the playoffs yesterday, and my goodness, did we get a huge upset formal right at the tippity top of that bracket.
Yeah, a big shocker, and the implications coming in today as well, because when you look at this bracket, the important thing to note, Power versus Champs. Power wins. We get a semifinal that really could determine almost this entire split. Power, Wildcard, semifinals, not finals. It almost seems unfair, Yummy.
Yeah, well, that's how the chips fall, and Wildcard, they're going to have to be the ones performing. Power, they can afford to fall short today, which is to their advantage, but they won't want to. They'll want to seal the deal right here, right now.
And then in that lower bracket as well, Take Flight. I was going to say a broken and collarbone nearly stopped Amphis, but it nearly enabled him to make his way through. He did look good there, but unfortunately they dropped down to the champ. So we've got Nerve making it through to a top 6. Great to see. And the new challenger in 8. We'll find out a little bit more about them in a moment. But that was the bracket and how things have played out so far. What are they playing for, though, is the big question, and that's a little bit of moolah, and more importantly, with just today and one more event left, Yummy, those points will be crucial.
Yeah, up against CJ, the money doesn't look too much, but for me, this is the big money right here. 12,000 for first place. That's what everybody's gunning for alongside the points, and we talk about this all the time. First place versus second place nowadays is such a huge jump that it is really, really important to win the grand final.
Yeah. I mean, essentially, if Power does make that run and gets through, they would only need a 5th, 6th, I believe, in the 3rd regional to secure their trip both to Paris and to the World's Championships as well. So that's how big that point gap can make, and why really all eyes are kind of going to be on them in the run. And if they can, essentially lock it up today.
Yeah, you mentioned that prize money as well. That's in US dollars. I think it's nearly $79,000 total prize pool throughout the entire Open each event. We got 6 of those bad boys throughout the season, so awesome to see that money getting spread around the OCE community. But the points, they're important, and I know that Yummy's about the money, but I'm about the points, because when you're looking at this Paris split, the Paris Major, which will be, Yummy, the biggest event we've ever had, the biggest crowd, we're looking at 20,000 plus 25,000, so there's talks of 35,000, which seems ridiculous. I think one of these teams really, all of these teams will really want to be there.
And it's 10 points jump if Wildcard could take down Power, for example. So assuming they would go on to win the entire thing, that's obviously another if, with Bulldogs on the other side of the bracket having a bit of a heater yesterday. But if they could win the entire thing, they could get 6 points ahead of Power, give themselves that comfortable position in the next event, knowing that, they would be just that little extra buffer. But also Bulldogs, they have the chance to sort of tie it up with Power depending on the results.
Bulldogs really have the best chance in this one. Again, because of that win before, they're looking like they will be getting at least a top 2 in theory, unless something crazy happens. I mean, we've already seen one upset on the global scale, however. Can't really say the points have updated much since yesterday.
There's been some chaos, though, and I tell you what on earth is happening to the Falcons, Yummy? They lost in the semi-final once again. They've had 2 top 4 exits in their first two events, and that might be their run done. I don't think they can make it at all. R8 actually in the final, dropping down to Twisted Mind. So Twisted are in a great spot. R8 are in a great spot, but what on earth are doing? I mean, the Falcons, I don't think they'll be there in Paris after getting top 4 in Boston. So that's been the big story kind of around the globe that happened yesterday.
Yep, not a good sign for them. Falcons, of course, having been to every single major event for MENA, as far as I remember. And, well, we're not going to have the Twins. We're not going to have...
Drali?
Yeah.
Yeah, the best player in the world at one stage. I don't know what's going on there. I want to say as well, Adam Baguette in the chat, you can go and get stuffed. Foot just completely mopped Shopify Rebellion earlier on this morning for OCE, yesterday for the NA enjoyers, but well done to them. They're looking pretty good for Champ Sunday. So we've got NA Champ Sunday after this as well. APAC next week.
So you're not streaming tonight, CJ?
Oh, well, no, they're still alive. That was the upper bracket, though. That will into that top 6. But no, well done to Adam. This guy is a worldwide coach, and he's got some magic. I don't know what it is, but let's just say you want to be tuning into as much as you can, as much rock as you can worldwide to see who's going to be making Paris. But back to us now and back to the real stuff. We saw one of the greatest top plays and top fails segments yesterday, Yummy Cheese Man. We saw more own goals than you can poke a stick at. It was ridiculous. And for Easter Sunday, I think we need to go back to the well and really celebrate everything OCE has to offer. So how about you kick it off with the top plays from yesterday?
Yeah, had a fantastic day yesterday. A lot of awesome goals. And it started off with Fever finding some of that form once again after failing in the last event. You can look at the defenders. They did not expect him to be able to get this angle. First touch, brilliant. He uses his flip to keep his momentum going forward. The defenders are looking about how they can get it to the other end.
It's not just Easter today, but it was Kekel's birthday yesterday, and he celebrated with a few big moments, one of which, beautiful reset into the musty, so clean, centers the shot so well. When it's all said and done, we can now call him an old veteran. Again, happy belated birthday, and a great goal for number 4 coming from Kekel's in that one.
The birthday vet on Easter weekend, but we spoke about this guy being the MVP of Open 3. Where was he going to step up? When was he going to step back up? Well, he's going to step up right here on Playoff Saturday Open 5. You cannot be giving Caleb this much space. Absolutely. I mean, he's in free play at this point. There's no one in the midfield. Fiver's backing off, and this guy is a sitting duck. Lovely little reset over the top of 1, over the top of Fiver as well. Backboard double. Beautiful.
Large part of Canterbury Bulldogs, but over at the other side, early on in the day, we had my favourite goal, Elliot, coming out of nowhere. New name, new game, and what an angle. He's managed to just skim this with so much power. There were 3 defenders all caught off guard.
2 weeks ago, you thought our number 1 was washed, didn't have the mech, all over, but no. Hawk still got it. Play of the day. Look at that angle through traffic, down and in. Precision perfect right there, and the passes to set it up as well. I mean, everything coming together from this one, but off the corner, bang! And that's going to be the goal of the day.
And luckily enough as well, it was only great plays yesterday. We finally had a day, Yummy, with no own goals, no chaos, no OCE action, which was
Not a single one.
It was about time. No,
Yeah.
Just kidding. Of course we did. We had some fails. We had some terrible moments, and we're going to walk you through them. The upside down top plays, the top fails. We've got 3 absolute beauties. Have a look at this from Elliot. I mean, that is a sensational double. When your back's here against well, I mean, he didn't pick up any boost on the way back, and I don't think he could try and do that down the other end. That is a very quick double touch, Yummy.
I reckon he thought he got that out. You see, he gets the crossbar, he's like, yes! And then a moment later, it's all sad. I'm pretty proud of us that we only have 3 low lights from the day, but they all are as low light as each other. I can't blame Misty too much on this one. He was the perfect player, and so it must have been pure luck that he managed to own goal this one.
I mean, that's your guy right there. You can see he gives the little touch just to get it underneath Rez, who...
He's pitched it backwards for me. Look, he's hit it backwards. How is he's flipped forward while hitting it backwards? He could not do that if he... I mean, he's hit it with his bum on the way through. He's double touched it backwards off the ground, which is incredibly impressive. I don't think Ampus was expecting a nice little...
He just knew that Rez was never getting to that, not any day of the week.
That's just absolutely terrible. And here he is, Mr. Collarbone himself, for the number. Oh, hang on a minute. What on it? I mean,
Scrub's own goal, remember?
It was Scrub. Yeah, sorry. It was Scrub's own goal. It definitely wasn't Amphis just driving the ball. I mean, maybe he couldn't steer with a broken collarbone, so we'll cut him some flag. We'll have a look at his perspective. I'm sure Scrub hit it in. That's not on Amphis at all there.
He's innocent. You can't put it on the injured player. I think that's like abuse almost.
You think he's just absolved of all
Pretty much,
blame
yeah.
there? Yeah, well, fair enough. Fair enough. Those were the top fails, though. We did see some own goals, of course. We've got 5 series today, so we're going to get even more own
an
goals.
honourable mention for that fails, too, of CJ somehow just abusing Amphis in the middle of that series, too. That's got to make an own goal highlight as well for me.
I thought that was a top play.
I did question his brain, I think, at one point, if you guys were watching yesterday, and I take that back, Amphis. I'm very sorry. Here's our schedule for Champ Sunday. I mentioned 5 matches, 5 best of 7s, 2 quarterfinals, 2 semifinals with the Bulldogs and Wildcard waiting on either side. Then our grand final. It'll really get those juicy points that Yummy was talking about, an extra 10 for winning that one, and $12,000 for our winner of OCE Open 5. But we're kicking things off, fellas, with Nerve taking on 8. One of the new teams, 8 as well, who came through the upper bracket. They did drop down yesterday, Yummy, but what are your thoughts on them? Because I think Monty said they're the freebies, or the team you want to be playing yesterday.
He certainly did. Formal would disagree, because Tatagane is the greatest PAX player of all time. But we didn't get to really see enough of them. Obviously, up against Wildcard, you don't get a lot of opportunities. They didn't get to show off their talent, so I am excited about this series because they're going to have a much better opportunity to show off their talents.
They're going to have to, though, as well, because I think we've mentioned it a few times. This Nerve team has gotten to this stage. I think this is now the 4th time in a row, and they haven't been able to burst that bubble into the top 4 as of yet. They'd be looking at this as their best opportunity, and I know last time in this position, Nerve and Keckles actually were performing very, very well. And then the kind of lax in Game 7 own goal happened. So we'll see. We'll see if they can get that redemption and get to that next step.
And Keckles doesn't have the birthday buff this time as well. So we'll just see how much that's going to affect his performance, because I thought he was fantastic. He was the MVP of this Nerve team. On the other side of things, you mentioned it, Yummy. I'm a big fan of Tatagane. It's great to see him back in business, but bit disappointing. I think they've got more to show. If they're going to make an upper bracket, they're right against the big dogs yesterday. They were coming up against Wildcard, and they get 4-0'd, but I don't think we saw the best of them. I think they might have got aura'd. Tatagane's used to seeing the likes of a Banana Head, Torsos just mopping him up in 2021, 2022, 2020. Maybe against a new team here, against Nerve, this is where they can really show their true colours.
I think it'll be a good opportunity for them. That being said, as we've got the predictions down here, I am sticking with Nerve. I thought at the beginning of the weekend that this is their weekend to make the top 4, and it's looking even more likely at this point.
I have to kind of mirror that sentiment as well. Unfortunately, we really didn't get to see any of 8 at all yesterday against Wildcard. So if they don't show us anything, how can we back them in an event like this? I'm going Nerve.
Probably. Actually, give me 8. You know what? It's Champ Sunday. I'm feeling good. It's Easter. I'm going for 8. Give me Tatagane. Let us know in the chat who you've got as well, so we can tally those up. 8.
You're only special
Nerve.
for one day in CJ's mind. The second your birthday is gone, he just throws you aside. Birthday buff gone. Keckle's worthless to you.
I'm feeling spicy. I think the chat's feeling spicy as well. I actually saw someone earlier in the chat ask if there's an English broadcast, so I'm not sure if we're really...
This is the Australian
enunciating our words.
Sorry.
Well enough, this is the Australian broadcast, not the English broadcast, but I think 8 will be able to get the job done. But ladies and gents, we are ready. We've got 5 best of 7s to get through, so let's get into this one. Yummy cheese, man. Max, formal, casting. Go get busy.
It's got to be the match of the day. Nerve versus 8. Ignore the semi-final. Ignore the match for the Paris Major. It is the bottom of the battle. Who can get to this top 4? Who can scrap their way through? Maybe even to a grand final. It all begins now, Formal.
It does all begin. And you know what? The first match of the day always is a good one. And I think this is going to, I'm going to throw in a bit of wrestling for you. Normally, when you get a stacked card, you open with the chaos match. You open with the big, exciting, the crazy stuff, the cars throwing themselves everywhere. And when I look at these two teams, I think that's what we're going to get. This is going to be a little less conventional, maybe a little sloppier, but 2 hungry teams desperate for a big top 4 finish, which would be huge for them. This is going to be fun.
That being said, I can't really say that 8 were being sloppy against Wildcard yesterday. In fact, at times I was saying maybe they need to either reel it back further or go more aggressive and go crazy. They played a pretty solid all-around style, so there is that opportunity as well for maybe them to be the consistent ones. Keckles almost puts on a repeat performance from yesterday. Birthday buffs, they last the entire weekend, or do they? Tadagane finds the goal.
And this is actually a lot of what 8 was looking for yesterday as well, that sort of counterattack. They sit back and then they strike fast up the middle. Laxton, though, with boost. You normally expect them to be ready for that kind of play, but 8 just too quick and they strike first.
Hard to be ready for that one. That's a quick execute, a very short passing play that is a lot harder to pull off than it looks. It's like the pre-jump of the ground game. And it was very, very successful because the shot was also magnificent with little time to react. Might even be another one here, though. Have a look at 8. They're so far back, they've given up any chance to score.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised on that one. It looked like a clean pass, and they had the setup they wanted, but a bit too wide. Defense recovered now. Apple's getting in the way, and now Tadagane again with the chance to come straight down the middle. Instead goes into the corner. Keckles should be there, but the ball gets around them. Apple's not ready for it. No boost. Not really centered, so a couple opportunities getting awry. Keckles now, though. Plays it off the backboard. No teammate there.
It's definitely got to be nerve-wracking for these players. I know, we've talked about Nerve being here for a while now, but this is their golden opportunity to get to a top 4. For 8, it's their real first time on stream, not against the likes of Wildcard, who, you're not going to be expecting to win. This is where the pressure's on. I think this is why we're seeing some deeper rotations coming out from these guys.
Yeah, and, well, how deep is too deep?
Well, would say one was too deep, one was not deep enough in this play. Nerve probably should have been back. The challenge should have been earlier. Anything could have been better there.
And I'm starting to get a little nervous for this Nerve team right now because they're not really playing like they tend to in the matches we've seen them win. Usually they're a bit more on the aggressive side, a lot of confidence in their challenges, in their mech, but they're just giving a lot of space right now over to 8, too much at times via deep rotations or open nets, and they look like they're playing scared in this first game, Yummy.
It's going to be interesting to see maybe when Laxton starts having more of an effect. We saw him just there trying to make a play. Nerve getting bumped away from that one. Laxton goes wide as well. Nerve are very close to scoring, but just can't quite find the net just yet as Laxton puts that up center. It still is another early challenge from Keckles at the halfway mark. Here's all the pressure. Surely something goes in. No, it's a great clear out from Tadagane.
I mean, this is a team that just came off handling, the pressure somewhat decently against Wildcard. So when they throw it back the other way, they are going to find the goal. All 3 players involved. Xfusion with the tap in. I mean, it started with the great touch from Tadagane off the back. Just to get that to the midfield was incredible.
And you can see why they managed to make it through the upper bracket to take down, take flight. They've had a few really fantastic moments so far. Commented on the fast or close passing play they had for that second goal. Now this one, a team play. After a large amount of pressure is on, being able to very quickly develop into attack and be very off-putting for their opponents if they don't have time to settle into a defense of their own.
Oh, I love that setup. Tadagane to Xfusion. It won't result in a goal, but again, so fast up the middle of the field, and it's similar to yesterday as well. For the first 3 minutes of this game, 8. It's just was a disciplined team, and then the side flip gives Nerve a goal.
Let's get on to the Xfusion's cam right here. It is not looking good for him. The old shat flap coming out. We don't like that from Xfusions, but it does happen when the nerves are high.
It's good to see that 8 is maybe a little bit mortal. First real mistake we've seen him make, which in and of itself, I feel like playing for a top 4 from a team that we haven't seen here before, still quite impressive. Just because I do feel with a lot of these bubble scene teams, Yummy, they usually tend to be a bit more aggressive and do try to rely on the mech and do try to rely on the chaos to kind of get them through, and then maybe things will come together. 8 plays like a team.
It's also why I sort of point out in the past, there's let's say some North American analysts, won't mention their names, say defense is the easiest thing possible. to do in Rocket League, but when you're nervous, it is a lot more difficult. That's when you tend to panic the most. That's when you're rushed. In offense, you don't feel the burden of your mistakes so much as you do in the defense, where a mistake will lead to a goal. And case in point for that last one, even still, it may not affect them too much here. 40 seconds remaining. Still a 2-goal lead, though Nerve are on the attack.
I don't know. I feel it's one thing to make a save. It's another thing to get that perfect touch to find the teammate or find the gap to flip the map. And that, yeah, to call that the easiest part of rock, that's insane to me. What are they doing in NA? Do they just not know how to shoot over there?
We don't talk too much about NA here in these parts. My mum always said, if you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. And
here comes... Nice to say about that initial shot from Keckles, I suppose. Still 5 seconds left in this one. One last chance for a goal. Maybe some forward momentum. However, not meant to be. Game number 1 is going to be eaten up by 8. And in fact, one more goes the other way. X-Fusion, a 4-1 scoreline to finish.
4-1. Comfortable lead, all of them pretty much on the counter-attacks, all of them sort of leading to a mistake as well on positioning, but you can't blame them there. They were 2 goals down, still trying their best to try and make that comeback, but 8, the underdogs here according to the desk, and yet coming out stronger than maybe anyone would expect.
And I just like their style of play. Maybe a bit more on the defensive end, wait for their opponents to overcommit and then punish. And against a team like Wildcard, you would actually kind of maybe expect that to work once or twice, which it did to their credit. But to take a series like that, banking on their unforced errors would always be a risk. But against a team like Nerve, who is feeling that pressure, who we saw overcommit at times, it makes sense that this style would work. And they're very strong at it, and they really appear to be the only bubble team to be doing it. So it's a bit of fresh air. It's a nice win, and I'm curious if Nerve can adapt.
It does go to show that 8 have been putting in the hours, that they sort of... You need to have a really good understanding of where your teammates are in the defensive rotation to be able to get some of those quick counterattacks, those quick passes that they've been able to do. And you need to be able to pass out of defense to get out of defense quickly, because otherwise, you take the ball around the corner, you see it all the time. They try and dribble it out themselves, and it's very easy for the attacking team to then keep challenging, keep it in. If you can find the pass, then that's when you can disrupt the challenges.
I also like, too, how all 3 members were getting involved defensively as well. I think saves were split 4-3-3, which is a nice 10 total. They were all doing a good job playing keep away. Realistically, the only mistake we saw was the side flip from X-Fusion, but that's more than made up for with the hat trick going in their favor. So 8 team looks composed. Tough task for Nerve, and I will worry about this lineup. If they can't get the top 4 in this sort of setup right now, you'd have to wonder, is this actually ever going to be a top 4 team?
You hit the nail on the head. Usually to get a top 4, you do have to be versing somebody who's sort of made a lot of top 4s before. Right now, they are versing a full-on, essentially rookie team. Obviously, have been around for a while, but not sort of fighting for these top 4s, not regularly making even the top 8s. And, well, last event, I even thought, oh, this team looks like it has promise, but they just haven't been able to deliver on that promise today.
And again, if not today, when? Obviously, there's still one more regional after this, but it would be a bit of a blow. On paper, this looks like their best chance, but 8 so far. Well, at least through one game, they've looked up for it. This time, a little bit sloppy, actually, from Apple's next Fusion. Apple still stays with it. Tadagane, though, has been the rock. Haven't seen the ball get behind them that often. X-Fusion now look for the double. Doesn't have the recovery for it.
Well, even Tadagane thought he had it. I was very confused because we were actually on the camera for the double. Looked like he never had it, so no communication there. Maybe a bit of a surprise given how 8 did play that last game out. There's probably good signs here for Nerve that they have kept this scoreless for the first minute and a half. We see it all the time, Formal, where a team gets handily defeated in the first game, but it doesn't matter too much. They figure it out. They warm up into the series. They can turn it around from there. That's a good opportunity.
Unfortunately, it won't fall their way, and now you got to be worried a bit about the counter attack, although Keckle's back ready for it. Apples, next player up. Nerve is the one who gets in the way. Tadagane underneath gets it to the backboard, but so too does Laxon. That's always going to be a tough beat for anybody. No boost, no matter. Tadagane keeps it forward. Apples steals the boost away, gets someone to the ball to go back to Execution, who will slow it down. Sure about that one, but a little bit of a feint from Tadagane. Does get it to Execution, but Keckles on defense is able to save it for now.
They are really focused on stealing his boost, and they're working well within that system 8 to steal the boost and then go for 50s to force Nerve into using the boost of their own. Just a miscommunication there in the end that led it up to them missing out on a good goal scoring opportunity. Speaking of, though, we need to talk more about Laxon. He hasn't really shown off his offensive power throughout this series just yet. Keckles, he's shown a few moments. He didn't get the flip reset.
Yeah, I do have to agree with you, though, and I think that is just another casualty of the boost being stolen away. Laxon has had few opportunities. You can see with boost now wanted to step forward and make the play, but the defense just does a good job of keeping the ball away from Laxon in dangerous positions. The only time when he's really been given space has been kind of off his own backboard, so want to see Laxon get involved for sure if you're a fan of this Nerve team. Hopefully for them, we'll get that opportunity. This time it's just for a pass. Apples right back down the middle, however, and even though this game stays 0-0, 8 still feels more in control.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see as well, because 8 do play quite close to each other. It makes it much more difficult to really handle team plays, but only had a couple of mistakes so far. That one chose to go high. Was hoping to get that over the defenders, but still in the net, but not able to follow up. Now this is a good opportunity for Apples. Great save.
Yeah, Nerve diving back at the last possible moment. Still a minute 10 to go. Wait for that first score in this game. Laxon now finally gets the lead. Something, but Apples, for the second time, it looks like Laxon might be cooking. It was Apples who was there. 1 minute remaining. Ball through the corner. Nerve with a chance to pass. Gets Tadagane awkward, and Laxon will seal the deal. Finally getting on the board is Team Nerve.
All the players too close to this one, and in the end, Tadagane panicking right there as 2 players had been beaten. He was hoping to just read the play, but Nerve kept it patient, kept it cool, and this could just be the start of this big Nerve run through a series.
Here we go. 45 seconds, X-Fusion, a chance to return the favor. Shots a little bit high, defenders were there. Can't really rely on an encounter attack now with 40 seconds remaining. I feel like we're going to have to see what 8 can do. A bit more on the offensive. Ball up and around. Left for Nerve, free touch. Apples should get there, but has to slow it down, and with less than half a minute to go, I'm just not seeing the momentum in the orange side's favor.
Yeah, and you can see the desperation. They're trying too hard to just score immediately. A lot of touches going straight towards the net, which has been easy for Nerve to be able to collect on. Makes it harder to score, but 10 seconds remaining. Is there something special? Can they get a demo or something? No, it's going to be a double commit instead, and that wastes all their opportunities to get the other end.
All the boosts gone, but that's okay. Tadagane keeps it up. X-Fusion underneath has a little to work with, but with Keckles there, that should seal it. Nerve strike back. They only needed 1, but by shutting out their opponents, it's enough to tie this series.
It's a really interesting series and a really interesting game here where they're both trying to play just steady, stable Rocket League, and it is going to almost come down to the mistakes, the way that it's going at the moment, the way that both teams are playing, until maybe, you know, your likes of Keckles, Laxon, or Tadagane in his PAX form could all come out and try and generate a lot more. But for the moment, trying to just play as a team.
Yeah, and I like that from Nerve as well, because they did settle themselves a fair bit more. I think they were playing a little bit wider. They definitely weren't as compressed as 8 was at times, and while yes, it maybe gave them less opportunities, it felt like they were more concerned about not giving up that goal so they can trust in their ability that when the opportunity does come, they'll be able to put it in. It just felt like the right adaptation to me, at the end of that game. So I think now 8 might try to mix things up a bit. Maybe they will be a bit more proactive, but we never saw it in the Wildcard series, so maybe we still won't see it here.
No, I wanted them to be more proactive in Wildcard. They never did. So expecting similar, and I wouldn't say they need to change anything. Not when the game could have gone their way. They just kind of missed executions a couple of times. And I have to agree with chat. Big fail of the day here from production. All the names over on 8 in alphabetical order, but the 8 because it's meant to be Apples, Taragane, Xfusion. So we've messed up. I'm going to blame Guru once again.
That makes sense to me. I mean, he does struggle with spelling at times, so a bit awkward right there. Maybe he thought that, you know, it would work out, or maybe he thought 8 was spelled A-E-T. Either way, Taragane with the ball is going to throw it into Nerve, shot across, but Xfusion is there. There's Laxon. No, not on.
Well, there's a good opportunity, but there were defenders there if the shot was on target. Even still, good start to the game so far for Nerve. They've been doing a lot better as well of keeping boost off of 8, who were controlling the boost a lot for probably the first game and a half. And that's been the biggest adaptation that I've seen coming out from Nerve so far. Laxon not able to get it out of defense, and maybe an opportunity here for 8, but they can't beat out Nerve, who's been so impactful.
Laxon and Keckles having a peek. It's going to be Keckles up front. Taragane's challenge goes more towards the net. Xfusion off the backboard, but without boost. Really is in a difficult spot. Fortunately, Apples is there to get some power. Gets the bump on Nerve as well. That gives Taragane possession, and towards the net they go. Laxon off the post, barely makes the save.
Impressive. Yesterday would have seen that go off the corner and back into the own goal, but today we've learned our lesson. Today we have used the crossbar and got it out of the defense. Impressive stuff coming out here from Laxon. I mean, more important for him to step up, and he's doing so in the defensive end so far. You're letting Keckles as well as Nerve having a bit more of an opportunity in that offensive half.
Had a good touch right there. Laxon, unfortunately, unable to corral it in the corner. Still, this is a very good looking, a very controlled looking attack actually coming from Team Nerve at the moment. And something that's a bit different about this one than the others is you really feel 8 being boost starved. Keckles right there. I think he had 95 boost, but he still takes the 100 just to play keep away and gets the other corner as well. They are giving no resources to their opponent, and that allows you to do this. Oh, wanted the triple touch, but it's just not there.
Touch out from Apples, looking to just do it all himself here. Needs to get something going on for 8. Haven't looked threatening enough just yet. The counterattacks have not been given as opportunities from Nerve more than anything else. And haven't been able to find a lot of solo plays or passing plays in that attacking area. There's the fake, but goes the way of Laxon. Now Nerve, what can he do? Can't find the waterfall, and Laxon can't find the shot.
There's been a couple near misses now from Team Nerve, and each time you can see 8, they're willing to pull the trigger and send someone forward, but 8's opportunities also going awry. Taragane, it's a swing and a miss. Fortunately, Apples again on the goal line, able to find that save. Apples had to do that so many times already this series. Definitely is going to be feeling the pressure now. 100 seconds still to go. We remain scoreless. Taragane midfield, but nobody wants to follow it up. And now it's Laxon with boost. Fortunately, the defense is there.
Definitely seen a few too many misses coming around from those back corners for 8. Led to a goal that almost led to another one. Just here's Keckles. He set one up. There's a big dive from Apples. Now here's the counter-attack chop opportunity, but they don't have the boost to really capitalize on that one. As I said, struggling a bit around the corners, and that looks to be where Nerve are really trying to find that opening.
Xfusion straight into Keckles. Taragane still there. Still as spooky as Apples was committing as well. Either way, Laxon going to try to do something on the ground. Defense gets there, and Taragane might be able to find a teammate. Xfusion 1v2, no chance. Ball makes its way into the corner, and we have not been on the blue side of the field. We won't stay for long. Taragane wants Xfusion, who wasn't ready for the pass, still races for it, gets in the way. Keckles versus Taragane. Keckles wins.
I really felt like that, that 1 or 2 minutes where they really needed to catch up on the goal in the last game has just bled into this one. This is where they probably needed to have called the timeout, because they're still almost nervously taking a shot straight towards net. They're not trying to find these passes that they were so successful with in game 1. They feel a lot more hurried, eh? They got to calm themselves. They got to slow it down. This is it. This is the pass play. But once again, straight towards the net on the second touch.
I think they're just falling victim of what worked for them in game 1, but the problem is they just haven't had the resources to have the speed that we saw back then. Credit to Keckles in particular, who has just been a menace, kind of stealing the boost away, stealing those resources, and those counterattacks, they haven't been as snappy. It's been the only thing in the well that they've been drawing up. They need to mix it up somehow. Get more of the pass plays going, get a bit more prepared, because Nerve has them right at this stage. Off the kickoff in OT, Laxton can't make the magic.
Well, this is a rare 0 all overtime. Doesn't happen very often, especially in OCE. Maybe normally a 2-2 own goal overtime, but it shows how these teams are playing, how they don't want to take risks, but then the mistakes come out again, this time in overtime. Laxton finds the goal. It's just a straight touch against the backboard. I don't know what happened to Exfusion there. Why did he spin around on the backboard?
Yeah, it was just caught facing the wrong way, and normally with the post shot like that, you'd expect time to recover, but instead, Nerve just given a second freebie touch, so quick into overtime. Laxton gets credit for the goal. 8, however, 3 shots on target throughout that game, including the OT, and all of them were just middle of the field, straight shots on. We got to see something more from them.
And we do get the timeout. I think that's understandable. Hey guys, let's just relax a little bit, just cool off for a second. But man, this has been a real back and forth game. Very focused on the midfield, very focused on not overcommitting, not making the mistakes. And that does mean, Formal, that when that mistake does come, like we saw in that overtime, that's when a goal occurs.
And again, I mean, I was expecting the chaos in this series, and I'm happy in that sense. Sort of 8's playstyle kind of prevailed a bit more. It has been a composed game of Rocket League. Not used to seeing that in our bubble scene, yet here we are. And that's good, because if we're going to see one of these teams actually get to that top 4, this is the kind of Rocket League you kind of want to see them playing, that more composed, more disciplined style. It's been a good watch, so I'm hoping 8 can adapt. I'm hoping we get this back and forth series, because if they don't, Nerve could run away with it here, and while that's deserving, I want to see these teams go blow for blow.
It is a certain style that gives you a really good base to then sort of build upon. You know, you build a good rotation, you build a really good understanding of your teammates and how they're going to rotate, how they're going to pass, how they're going to communicate. And then from there, you can start, once you got ground rules, once you got that understanding, you can start breaking those rules, doing more interesting fast plays, cutting rotations, that sort of stuff. But be able to communicate it. You know, if everything's always chaos, you can never really build up on that. So it's good foundation, even for 8 who are falling behind in this series. Also saw Formal, some of our viewers mentioning that OCE should have 4 teams going over to Paris, and NA should only have 2. And I think, don't go overboard, guys. Yeah, I think it should be 3-team region here. NA can have their 3rd, so that they have one team that can kind of, you know, grow and get some LAN experience.
I agree with that one. I think 3 teams, right number for us right now. As much as I'd love to send, it would be the winner of this match would get that 4th spot, which would make the series, you know, even more fun. But these guys are playing for their first, you know, top 4 realistically. Obviously, a couple players have been there before. It would be a bit of a jump to be like, all right, first top 4 in a regional, send them to Paris.
Be good for them. They'd certainly learn a lot. I'm sure they'd also probably get smacked around a little bit. They need a little bit more time in the oven, these 2 teams, but this is where that starts. And hell, getting into a top 4 and getting the opportunity against Bulldogs as well to get that sort of next level versus some of the bigger veterans who have constantly been in the top 4, who have won regionals, and maybe even get a win there. Will do these guys wonders. Once again, Formal, starting to see it. Playing solid, safe Rocket League to start off game 4.
I also like, just to backtrack a little bit, to see a bubble team call a timeout with 8, that to me already has them a step ahead over so many of the other teams that are kind of up and coming as well. Just the little things that tells me that, like, these guys are treating this seriously, and like they are pushing to make that mark, which is obviously you do that getting the upper bracket top 6. You've definitely done something right, but I'm surprised it's taken this team that, is coming across this dedicated and this disciplined this long to get into a top 6 match.
It's always is a long effort, and Tadagane, he's been sort of off and on in his Rocket League career, took some time off, came back. Xfusion's brand new to it, but as you said, taking it seriously, looking like they're putting in the time and effort. And well, if the timeout buff works, maybe it doesn't. That's got over the defense. There was some bumpy shenanigans going on in the back half, but that one's tough to watch.
Yeah, Laxin from behind finds Xfusion, and Nerve puts it straight. And that goal is the one that feels good. A lead in game number 4. So close to that match point, putting yourself ahead. Your opponent's called that timeout, but you're still the team in the driver's seat. This is when I think you can start to believe, maybe, just maybe, this could be our first semifinal appearance. Still a long ways to go, but the hope is definitely there.
Well, it's looking very likely, as Laxin is a regional champion, the only one in this pitch right now, and sort of player who I'd expect to be able to make sure his team goes forward. But there we go, Xfusion, biggest 50 of his life.
Oh, that was brilliant against Laxin as well. Revenge for the bump from before. This time, I'm just going to bump you out of the way using the ball as my ram and then put it in. Tie game, 1-all. 8 is not done yet.
We'll see if that's the start, because they haven't been able to score a goal in the last 2 games. They finally figure out some sort of plan that they can get through. It was almost a fake play. Faked that he was going for the flick, left it come off his bonnet so he could get the 50. And it's good to see as well from the newest player here in the top 8, top 6 of RLCS. And this one's going to be wide open again. Just leaving their net be a bit too open, 8 at the moment.
Yeah, Laxin just right over the top of Apples, who just can't get back to that post in time. And he's thinking, how is Laxin so fast in that spot? Just a nice low air dribble, and not many players in this region can make that goal happen. So really well done from Laxin. There's the lead. Here comes Keckles, wants a third. Apples, though, this time is back and they're able to find it.
Gonna have to be back into that situation where they are a goal behind, but they can't afford to just constantly make shots. That's a better start, just tapping the back for a couple of times, but not quite an understanding on whether the double tap would be coming through, so Apples had to back off and not go for the finisher. It's a shot on right there, but Nerve is hanging back, and Nerve, as it's really hard when you got Nerve the player and Nerve the team, isn't it?
Yeah, again, naming the team after the player who has yet to hit that top 4 is a choice, and I appreciate. Maybe it's a confidence thing. We'll name the team after you. We'll get you there together as a team. That could be a good pass. Xfusion, though, not in the right spot. Laxin underneath is going to beat Apples. Tadagane racing to the line. Gets the save last moment, but Keckles will stop the counter, at least for now. Tadagane plays keep away. Nerves underneath. Shot on. Apples save.
Apples almost got himself a little bit confused there on the backboard, but managed to recover it. And we're starting to see some more impact as well from Laxin in that forward half, just going for some smaller plays rather than taking it high. Tadagane gets the first touch. Fortunately for him, didn't fall back onto it because he could have owned gold. Keckles trying to crunch it through, but they know that if they just stay on attack now, that they will be onto match point.
Exactly. However, can't get too aggressive, can't get too greedy on the attack. If there's one thing 8 has proven to be strong at, it has been those counter-attacking goals.
Oh, no.
Here comes Keckles, bumped by Nerve. Tadagane gets in the way. 13 seconds, one realistic opportunity left, and it's going to be a pass up to Tadagane, not found. Ball kept in the corner. Xfusion overcommits. Now no one should be middle of the field. Now you see the pass. Xfusion doesn't get there before Laxin. 0 seconds. Ball will fall, or will it? Tadagane is able to beat out the fake. But with Nerve getting control, I don't know, Yummy. This one looks done.
Oh, wow. He did that with 0 boost, managed to find a single pad to keep it up. Xfusion's doing it as well. Apples has nothing in the tank, maybe 10. Not enough, and Nerve go to 3 match points in a row.
It looked like for a brief moment, maybe, just maybe, Apples was in the magic spot. Ball a little bit too high. Fair enough. Nerve survived the timeout buff. Survived a slightly more aggressive 8. And are now, with 3 opportunities, 1 game away for Nerve the player and Nerve the team to get their first ever regional top 4.
That's looking more and more likely for us to get a new entrant into the top 4 in Nerve. I don't know how we get the comeback coming from 8. They've already called their timeout. They don't have anything left in the bank. Tadagane, who is a player we're looking to rely on, has had 3 bottom scores in a row, I think. And they just haven't been able to find the goal scoring opportunities they would have liked.
Yeah, I mean, Apples, to their credit, I think is doing their job as the most common third man in the past couple games. Defensively, has had a lot of clutch saves, but the Tadagane X-Fusion counterattacks, which were their staple those first couple games, it's kind of gone a bit dry, unfortunately, in terms of producing results. It feels like you get 1 or 2 opportunities still a game, yet if you can't convert on those, you need to find other ways to make it happen. So we'll see. What happened to when they were like being super aggressive and stealing the boost and finding those opportunities to shut down the resources? We haven't seen that as much in these later games.
They've been stuck in their own defense a little more. It's actually come down a bit more to Nerve being able to steal 8's boost and putting them on the back foot. Maybe they're not feeling confident enough after that to be able to drive forward, steal those corner boosts, but don't need to steal it, just gets a bounce shot into the top of the net.
For Apples as well, who, if I am correct, this is their first ever top 6 appearance. Back against the wall, needing to win 3 in a row to find the shot right out the gate. That's got to be doing wonders. Again, super impressed with the defensive effort they've been putting in. I mean, this is a player who's been on the bubble scene for so long, bouncing around in kind of that like 9th to 24th range on teams. Now here on the mainstream, on the big stage, keeping his team alive.
Good to see. He's had a few moments in the top 8 in the past, but not a long time, and definitely not a top 4. It's going to be a chance here today if they can mount this massive comeback. It'll be 3 games in a row with a timeout available for Nerve. There's a good demo. But he goes straight forward, straight towards Laxon once again. I just want them to go a little bit more lateral. They've got teammates to the side, use them.
Yeah, I'd have to agree, and I'd almost say that's from both teams at times. Would like to see that a little bit more if we're being, a little picky for these. And, oh my gosh, Nerve! That angle, if that goes in, I'd call the series there.
Certainly would have been a downer. Would have been a little bit of luck given he was kind of just trying to get the second, or get that touch into the wall and off to the side, and unfortunately, or close to fortunately, got a crazy angle. Now that's an opening now. That's just a straight open goal. Intercept in the midfield. And it just looks so calm, but all of a sudden, all of 8, just like school kids, like 4-year-olds, chase the ball all at the same time.
Yeah, I'm confused why the call was made right there. Tadagane, usually a more conservative player than that. It was kind of an unorthodox risk, and didn't have high chance of paying off. They'll get punished, and I've been seeing a few more of those goals more recently against this A team. They've given up the middle of the field for a team that uses a lot of counterattacks in their arsenal. They've fallen victim to it one too many times.
And a lot of that is because they like to try and go for these close passes. That's going to go in as well. They like to play close to each other, and that's costly a couple of these times. It requires better communication. Really? Third X-Fusion got around that.
It was close. It was close. I don't want to be too mean on that one. That angle to get it in the post and out would be incredibly difficult still. Nerve going to get that goal, and now back against the wall, down by a point. Still time, but with the bump, it could get worse before it gets better. Nerve again through the corner, can't find it.
One big touch up from Laxon. He could seal the deal right here with the 3rd goal. It's a long road ahead from 8 as Apples finds the opening. He's gone around the corner, which gives Laxon extra time to get back, and in fact all of them able to get back. And Laxon even steals the boost for the efforts, demoed out in the midfield. I mean, Nerva just keep piling on the pressure on 8, and they're still looking to score that third goal.
I mean, you can see it every single time they push forward. The boost is available. They've been taking it. If there's a player available, they've been bumping them. Keckles in particular has just been that, greedy wrecking ball. But this is a good chance. Pass, shot, goal. We're tied once more.
Good stuff from Xfusion, just playing the patient game, waiting for it to go up the wall. When he could have tried to go a little bit faster, he made sure to just control the pace of that one. Sees his teammate, gets that lateral movement, ties up the game.
Finally a pass, right? I mean, granted, they were still both driving straight at the net, but it does work out. So tie game 2-all, 8 with the pulse. See if they can add to the lead. Light touch from Apples. Double commit on the defense, but could work out in their favor if Laxon stays on the play. Tadagane, pinch off the roof, caught by Keckles. Ball gets centered, and that almost was dangerous. A lot of trust in the team to be able to get there first, and it does look as if we will see Team Nerve now on the attack once more.
Nerve looking for the flip reset, trying to just bait the defenders up into a high spot, into an awkward 50, but it hasn't worked out for them that time. They will go running back to their defense as Nerve trying to be a high-flying acrobat in this game, but not quite finding that opening just yet. That's a big challenge from Xfusion. Nerve has to do a lot again. We've had to talk about Nerve because he's been so involved in these last few plays and involved in that quick counter-attack. Xfusion shuts it down, tried to get it past Nerve once again, holding this midfield.
Doing what they can. Here we go. Blue players up, but it goes in favor of Team Nerve. Nerve, the man himself, with the reset, with the second touch. 2 defenders there. Laxon on cleanup. It's open, and it's the late lead with 1 minute to go.
Nerve, the player, decided about a minute and a half ago that it is time for him to step up, to be the man. He's got 2 goals. He's got the assist. He is starting to really fire up in this game, and that's a large part of why they're in the lead and a huge worry for 8.
Less than a minute to go. 3-game advantage, 1 goal as well. You would expect a team to hold on in this position, especially against an 8 squad that they'll be feeling the pressure now. 40 seconds remaining. Again on the back foot. Pass to the middle. Nobody there to collect, so Xfusion might be able to cook something up here. Wanted to go for a fake it or a flick. Doesn't work. Keckles reads it. Nerves brings it back. Half a minute remaining, and the ball is still on the orange side.
Apple's trying to do what he can to get it out. Can't do it as Laxon gets an extra touch. Just once against the top corner. It's not been quite the effect that 8 have wanted so far. That one goes touching down top corner. No, that one is it. That was the chance for 8. The Miz are going to be a counter-attack. Apples shuts it down. They've only got 4 seconds remaining. Takes it high in the air. Apples goes for the bump. He's got it. Xfusion! He's found it!
What a play with 0 seconds. Apples immediately knows if I don't get that demo, it is done. Full trust in the team. Xfusion puts it straight on. Fantastic stuff to keep 8 alive.
It's a moment like that if they can capitalize on, it completely switches the momentum of the series. They need to win this overtime, obviously, just to stay alive. But that kind of moment can get into the heads of Nerves.
Here's
and they've done it! They've managed to get the goal. Xfusion again takes them 1 more.
And this is against the team that last time it was the Game 7 own goal. Now they find themselves, with 0 seconds and a lead to get to that top 4, but 8 says not yet. 20 seconds later, we're going to Game 6. Yummy. This is why the bubble seed is fun. This is why, it's so important for these players. They'll lay it all down. You can feel the pendulum is swung. Nerve is, I don't know. Can they bounce back?
It all started as well. Full credit to Apples to being that first player, it felt like, for 8, to not just take a shot on net, to put the ball high, go for that aerial bump, to actually set up that 0 second goal. The touch was towards the net, but it was slow so that he could catch up to that ball. And Xfusion, the rookie here, the new player, getting both the goals to get them to overtime and to win it is something special as well.
That was just incredibly well played. Final seconds for 8. And I mean, if you look at how that game kind of did play out, you still feel like Nerve for a majority of the game was probably the better team. And if they can keep their composure, they should be fine in theory. But how do you keep your composure after that, considering how all their other 5th, 6th, quarterfinal games have gone? How do you still keep that mindset? Because the doubt's got to be creeping in.
I'm somewhat concerned that they didn't call a timeout there, because, as you alluded to, if you're losing on that 0-second mark, if you feel like you've thrown that game away as much as that one was, that can stick in the back of your mind for the rest of the series. That could have been... Well, that could be the end of it right there if they can't quickly turn their mentality around.
A swing and a miss from Laxon as well. Nerf will keep it in the corner, however, and the ball is still blue side favored. Laxon doesn't get that next touch in time. Throws it back to a teammate. Nerve up. Apples there. Pass to Xfusion. Finds Nerve again. Tricky, but it only goes to Laxon instead. So Trick's not good enough just yet. The defense will continue to have to prevail.
Oh, Nerve. He had the opportunity to get a pass across. Saw it. Didn't quite get there quick enough. As Xfusion again is a Nerve. He manages to just recover in time.
I'm not sure the defense is back, though. No boost. They barely get there. Tadagane looks for the counter, but shut down immediately by Nerve. Apples has to play it close to home. Finds a teammate, but that, again, just seems to set up Laxon instead. Second touch. Here it comes. No. Tadagane gets there first.
Oh, good touch there from Xfusion. He's the one starting to really heat up in this game. He may have even created the goal-scoring opportunity. Looked to get the pass across to Tadagane, who had backed off. But man, 8 are looking a lot faster, a lot off the back of Xfusion's too, being more impactful in that forward half. And so it's on to Nerve to be able to make something happen.
The thing I'm really liking from 8 as well is they're using each other a lot more. I'm not a fan of that double commit, but for the most part, they have been looking for passes. They have been connecting, and sometimes risky spots as well. Keckles almost goes all the way. Now here comes Tadagane back to the other side. Just didn't have the speed to beat out Nerve.
Just straight touch forward, attempting to get that one out, but that's led to a further attack coming out from Nerve as they get the ball high and get the boost, getting away from that orange member. Apples, what could he do with 0? Laxon has an opportunity. Is he going for the flip reset? Does. As soon as he went for the second. Keckles might have been able to get there.
Oh, he had to go for the hero play, though, and you saw what they were trying to go for. Feel like it's a 50-50 chance with a player like Laxon. Instead, we come the other way. Air dribble bump, not this time. Just didn't have the resources to keep it going. Now Apple's in a bit of an awkward spot. Laxon through the corner, won't get the chance. Nerve will go center with it. Tadagane's up. Tadagane's back corner. First player there is again Apples. Laxon takes a shot, and that nearly finds its mark. Here comes Keckles. Net looks open-ish. Defense in shambles, but Xfusion gets there first.
He definitely wanted to get that ground pinch, just didn't quite reach it. You see even the defenders expected it coming, and missed opportunity for Nerve. Speaking of Nerve, the player has not been able to quite get into that offensive position that he was in the last game. And 8 just holding on there.
Tadagane made 5 players miss on 0 boost, but maybe made about like 20 meters of ground. There's the demo. Here comes the shot. Xfusion, no. Can't get it around Laxon, but Apples gets a free touch. Pops it around 1. Tadagane doesn't commit, so Apples goes again. Keeps it in the corner. Now Tadagane, backboard, shot, on, in. It's a lead for 8.
I thought for a second there that it was an accidental second touch here from Apples that may have ruined the play, but Tadagane still managed to react, get ready for it, get the extra touch into center, and that was showcasing how 8 like to play so close to each other when they are confident.
There we go. Apples off the kickoff, won't get the flick. And I remember they had communication issues earlier in the series, Yummy. That play, that was communicated well. That was trust. And I think it's the confidence thing. When they start to come together, when they start to believe in each other, they become scary. Shot on Laxon. Very routine save. Second touch is towards the net. Tadagane should be there. Bounces over the attack. A minute 10 to go to avoid Champions Field for this team Nerve. They really don't want to get shut out in Neo Tokyo, Yummy. They don't want to go back to Champions Field.
It still just reminds me that they didn't take the time out, though. Here's a good passing play. What a save from Tadagane. Read it from start to finish, and that's going to keep holding them true, though. Fusion doesn't have too much. Laxton looking for the pass across to Nerve. Is there going to be an opportunity? He's managed to just catch it off his opponent, but still gets challenged.
Now Keckles, with 37 seconds remaining, is going to put one up for Nerve. Puts it high. Where is Laxton? Not there. Didn't like that commit. Stays midfield. Ball gets behind them, actually. Keckles will push it forward. Has Nerve middle of the field, but they get demoed by X Fusion. No threat yet. 24 seconds to go. And it still feels like Team Nerve is pushing. They're threatening. They're poking. But nothing's getting close to the net.
They're not willing to commit too hard. They have to. It's only 15 seconds remaining. This is where you throw somebody forward to go get a demo, to follow up on the play. Oh. Where's their third player? You just have to trust that something will happen there. That was the goal-scoring opportunity given away, and it should hit the ground. Although, a triple commit! Keckles just needs to get a center!
What?
What have they done?
They had it, and for the second game in a row, it's a 0-second equalizing goal. The triple commit may have thrown it away. Keckles to Nerve finds the point top bin, and now we go to an overtime. Pendulum swung back in Team Nerve's favor. They can end it here. Kickoff goes to the blue side, goes to Keckles. Does he have it off the roof towards the net? Not yet.
Only 8 could have stolen defeat from the jaws of victory like that. It's the panic of these 0-second moments of these times in RLCS. Your first on-stage match, and they weren't able to hold their nerve.
Oh my goodness, it was the lifeline that this Nerve team needed, and now you can see Nerve eyeing something up. Has Laxton other side, has Keckles midfield, X-Fusion with the fake. Tadagane underneath, doesn't get it past Laxton. Instead, we go to the corner again, and we've seen this before. 8 on the back foot. Keckles on the 50, tight spacing. Yep, here's the commit from Apples. They get past one, but they don't get it past the second. Ball down, Tadagane there, doesn't get past Laxton, shot not on.
Oh my goodness, that was close.
Wait.
Oh no, they've done it! They've left another one, and Nerve have won it just from a challenge. They weren't even expecting this to be a shot when they went in. They just managed to put it on, and Keckles seals the deal. It's a throw back and forth of epic proportions.
As it stands, though, a big congratulations to Team Nerve. Nerve getting their first semifinals, probably a bit higher of a heart rate than maybe they were expecting in this matchup. The result is the same. My goodness, though, Yummy. I mean, both these teams, you can see the inexperience of the moment on display. And I'm glad the team that's been here before, in the end, was the one that had the composure to seal the deal.
I wouldn't say either team was too composed when it got to those 0-second marks. Both teams gave up a game in very similar circumstances. I will say, though, the 8-1 probably worse with the triple commit, and it's almost a live by the sword, dies by the sword moment there, because the triple commit, because they're all on top of each other, they're all in the defense, they're all in a position where they could go for the ball, so they all do, and they did the same thing in that overtime. They're all three getting in that corner, rushing the ball, all in the same spot, which made it so easy to score.
Yeah, and I mean, on one hand, too, you'd be looking at this as a missed opportunity almost for 8, because they had the momentum. They had Game 6. Tickets were booked. We were ready to go to the Champions Field. It was all set, and it just slipped away from them. But this was the first time we've seen this roster in this position, in that top 6, vying for the top 4. If they play like they did for a majority of that series, I can't imagine we won't be seeing them again.
I mentioned it in the series. They at least have a really good foundation to work off, so they should be improving a lot. Unfortunately for them, they're only going to have one more event of this season in order to be able to really put that all together. So it will be interesting to see exactly how that goes. For now, Nerve make their first ever top 4. They're going to be up against Canterbury Bulldogs in the semi-final, and we go to the other side of the bracket after this break.
should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months that I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. Wanna forget what you feel like, what you feel like. Don't wanna forget what you feel like, what you Tell me somebody how long he will be on my mind. He will be on my mind. He will be on my mind. Don't wanna forget what you feel like, what you feel like. Don't wanna forget what you feel like.
We just started off our weekend well with, well, a little bit of an OCE classic. The old throw one way, throw the other. And speaking of, we've thrown Formal off the desk. Monty, you're back.
Yep.
What was happening in the first series? Why weren't you here for the pre-show?
Yeah, look, I was looking for some Easter eggs and I got lost, and it was a big whole misunderstanding, and I'm here. That's the main thing. Formal's out, I'm back in. How good?
I understand if you're looking for Easter eggs. I mean, when you think you've found them all, there might be still one, behind that place you didn't check in the bushes somewhere. So, welcome in and happy Easter again to everybody watching back at home. I've eaten a lot of chocolate today.
Yeah. Bit too much, I'd say. We had the work office Easter stuff on Thursday. I had too much chocolate. But, these players, top elite athletes, they can't be having too much chocolate, I'd say, in the lead up to the game. Let's head into the next match of the day. We're heading to the lower bracket. Watching Power versus Champs, both of them having a interesting run here, with the main one being Power getting upset from Bulldogs in the upper bracket.
I don't know. I don't know what happened there, but the Bulldogs, Monty just cast his magic wand, and we saw open 3 Bulldogs all over again. We saw the reason why they did take out one of our opens this season. And Team Power, can they bounce back, Monty? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, looking on the socials afterwards, Power weren't very happy with their performance. I will say in that series as well, Kaka said something afterwards about finally we performed in a series that matters. So that's something to point out. But Power, it is a question of if they can bounce back. I think it's pretty solid expectations that they will bounce back in this quarterfinal. It's a matter of when they move into that semi-final. That's the point that really matters later on today, potentially.
We look at Champs as well. They took down Take Flight in a 4-1 despite the broken collarbone buff. But not enough to take down the likes of Misty. And it looks like Misty's going to be here today again. So maybe there's a chance.
Your boy Misty. My goodness,
Misty.
He was fantastic for both sides yesterday. He was scoring goals. He was scoring own goals. Take Flight, what on earth was going on. But the Champs looked pretty good. I think this is a good litmus test here, Monty, for Power, because they should be handling business. I'm thinking 4-1, 4-0 if they're going to be a chance against the Bulldogs, or perhaps Wildcard later on today. So this is a good testing sort of team for them to kick off Sunday.
Yeah, I feel like it's sort of that range of, we expect Power to win. We expect them to be pretty solid against this roster and the Champs with Misty instead of Mock as well. I'm very confused how long a game of football goes on, by the way, because Mock is missing because of a football game. So I don't know how he's missed Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But for Power, as you said, it's a big chance for them to step back in and maybe just get their footing back and feel more confident heading into what are very important series later.
I think we need to ban football, because that's also, or soccer, whatever it's called, because that's the reason that Amphis also broke his collarbone too. It's just a dangerous sport that ruins Rocket League, the most important thing in all our lives.
Rocket League is life. That's the main thing that we're getting from this, and that's why we're here on Easter Sunday. We're getting away from our families, and we are just having a good time with our Rocket League families. Give me Team Power for the prediction as well. They should 4-0 this one, I'll say it.
Yeah, I feel like probably a 4-0 or a 4-1 the way of Power is the expected result. Because we're all probably going to predict Power, I guess we go scorelines as well. I'll go 4-1 Power.
Yeah, look, United Champs have been the gatekeepers of the region, but they're the gatekeepers of that top 6, top 4 area. Power are just the keepers of the region, the holders of the region, and they're going to win 4-1. I'm going to go and join Monty on that one.
Makes sense, doesn't it? Clean. We're expecting them to bounce back. We've seen too much consistency from Team Power in the past to not be able to bounce back today. Yummy.
Yeah, well, let's get into it. No more predictions from us. It is time to see if United Champ can take down the Champs.
I need some more Easter eggs, I think. I'm feeling hungry again, but I'm hungry for some great Rocket League action. We've got the reigning champs in here looking to bounce back money, and as we said, I'm expecting a performance from them. They need to earn our trust back.
Absolutely, and there was also, whether or not it was a serious problem or not, there was some potential tech issues from Fiber yesterday. He took to social media to say, hey, how do I fix this frame drop issue? Or something along those lines. And maybe he seems to have fixed it for today, which is as you say, maybe it's copium, who knows? But at the very least, in their minds, maybe it's fixed, and maybe we'll see them sort of find that form that we really need from them. At the end of the day, yesterday doesn't really matter as long as they get the result on Championship Sunday. But they have a long way to go before they get to that grand final.
Got to win 3 best of 7s if we're going to be the Open 5 champions. And I think Fiber was saying that his screen was wiggling because of his keyboard and mouse being plugged in. We'll find out just how much that was affecting him based on his gameplay today. I don't think they looked too bad individually, I guess, mechanically, but you know, those little things can annoy you, and that's a great start. Look at the double reset, the couple of pop resets over the top for Fiber to get the first goal.
He didn't look too bad mechanically yesterday individually, Gus. He doesn't look too bad mechanically individually today. And look, it took them, about 8 minutes yesterday to score their first goal of their series, so they'll be pretty happy to be on the board early.
Yeah, this is a lower final as well. I see a few people asking what this is for. This is not for top 48. This is for top 4 semi-final. Winner of this will play Wildcard, which really is basically our top 2 teams if Power do get the job done, as we're expecting. Fiber. Well, I don't know if he's mechanically on, but sometimes you don't need to be, because that is a fake that got both defenders.
He's just gone past it. He's let it slip on through. I mean, look, question marks of if this is Wildcard, does that find the back of the net? I'm not too sure, but to kick off the day, they've got a pretty good start for themselves. Gus will extend that lead again in Power. I mean, they might have figured out what was wrong.
Yeah, pull the mercy rule on this one. This is just wraps already for the series. I'm calling it. Dougie with boost, just getting done by Gus. I mean, he's got to know he's got 0, but still, the threat of that flick to the left-hand side was enough. Fake in behind. Nice 50 from Gus. 3-0, 1 minute.
Yeah, this is exactly the start Power would have been after. Definitely not, the champion clown that would have been expecting this, or at least hoping that it wouldn't go this way. Power so strong across what we've seen from them this season. Aside from yesterday, it really felt like even in the grand final, the 2 grand finals they lost in previous events, they were still pretty well contesting everything. Yesterday was the first time we really saw them dominated, and they seemingly have found a response. That's a good chance. Dougie just not quite able to get around it.
Yeah, I think Fiber was a little bit fortunate there. He kind of misread the touch, but it worked out. He kind of faked the shot coming in, faked the 50, and got it to the corner, got out of harm's way. Super Lucky looking nice. There's another reset. Oh, Gus is up. GG's. That's it. I mean, that's just in. There's no one defending the infields. They've gone for it 3 times in a row and been successful on every single occasion.
That's another reset that set them up there. Nice from Super Lucky to find the infield. Gus, great placement as well. This is, well, slightly getting out of hands now for the champ. So we're talking about Power, they need to bounce back. They need to get themselves back in the right sort of expectations for today. This is certainly not the way that United Champion Clown wanted to kick off their Championship Sunday. It's been all too good for Empower, and I mean, this could just keep on getting uglier and uglier in terms of scoreline.
Just read the chat as well. This is the top 6. This is not the top 48. Technically, it is inside the top 48, but there's 42 teams missing. Maybe 43 as well, as we have eliminated 1 already. RIP to A2, who nearly brought the previous series to Game 7. If you want to watch some great Rocket League, actually, I was going to advertise that series. Just forget about it. Let's focus on the 4 best of 7s we have ahead of us, including this one right here. Gus off the roof, backwards reset with the Hunty flick. Rez does make the save. Yummy's boy Misty has not hit the ball yet, and he's got 0 boost. He's in a little bit of trouble. Half the game left in Game 1, and this is completely dominated by Team Power.
Yeah, I'd like to see something here from Rez, trying to lay the ball off to Misty. I just want to see something from the champs. It's been pretty much all traffic going into that blue half. Not nearly enough from the champs here so far in Game 1. And I feel like if my prediction of a 4-1's going to happen, they need to find something. I'm not feeling confident. If Power can find their confidence again, which they seemingly lacked yesterday, I don't think the champs would even fancy their chances of taking this series. But that's a good play over the top, cleared by Fiber. Again, put back into the mixer by Dougie. Gus out to the side wall here. Rez just keeps it in, but it's just not really leading to anything. They're trying to build up the play, and it just doesn't really lead anywhere.
Yeah, they're getting beaten to the ball time and time again. Fiber looking for those delayed pre-flip flicks. There's another infield this time. Misty is covering it instead of heading straight to the back post. He does get time on ball. Blocked out, Super Lucky. Dougie underneath. Tries to get around Gus. 50 off the side, but there's just nobody there, and Feels like they're one step behind the champs, but this is what we think is the best team in OCE, albeit they got swept yesterday 4-0 in stunning fashion. Think they're back today. This could be a nice confidence booster sort of series, as they haven't really added to that 4-0 scoreline, but very, very convincing and a lot of time in the blue half.
I must have missed it, but did you call chat poor again? Everyone's...
No, they're the... Oh my, what a drop down. They're the running gags. It's the top 48, and I say the poor people in chat. And well, maybe I did, actually. Maybe I did.
Yeah, well, you
and
just
once
did
again,
at least the very least.
Just need to clarify, Elmody. Once again, I need to clarify when I say the poor people in chat. I mean, I feel sorry for the people in chat. I'm not talking about their socio-economic situation. Okay, all good. You take it.
Yeah, look, I'm not too sure how I feel about that. Chat doesn't seem too happy about it either. Rez trying to redirect something here. I feel like, you know, the champs, that they'd like to get something here. They'll be feeling pretty poor at the moment, won't they, really, in terms of lack of goals in the bank account. You know, you're a fan of mentioning that for the fans. I'm a fan of mentioning it for the players, apparently, as Misty. Well, that's one. And, you know, it's late in the game. There's no chance of a comeback here, but it might just make him feel better about themselves.
Well, you predicted a 4-1. Maybe you were talking about the Game 1 scoreline, because it's definitely heading that way with 9 seconds left. Not sure about the series score, but perhaps it can, you know, create a bit of momentum. We have seen crazier things happen. We've seen teams lose about 9-1 in game and then come back and win a series or win the very next game. So perhaps the floodgates could open, a bit of confidence coming in, but we might be able to get one more goal coming through. Gus is going to keep it up and look for a reset. Delayed to Misty. Fibers underneath. Superlock is actually just blocked the potential 5th goal, so the ball will find the ground eventually. Hang on 1 second. Hold up. We could still get a 5th here, buddy. Never mind. 4-1.
Yeah, there was a couple of chances they could have put one extra through from Power, but I think that's a very good performance in Game 1 just to get themselves back on track. That's the course of this series for them, to make sure that they feel good about themselves once more after that pretty devastating series yesterday. And I think that is a great start for them. Champs getting a goal late there, just to settle things for them potentially. Just go, okay, we got something, we can make more off of this. But realistically, that traffic in that game was all into the champs half. They struggled to get out at the best of times, which, to be fair, you know, we were talking about Power yesterday. They were really struggling to make chances. They really couldn't get anything too direct to the net. They couldn't get anything overly creative. We've seen a couple of resets on the center. I'm liking it more from Power. This is exactly what I wanted to see.
I'm getting annoyed with chat. I'm struggling to focus on this series because there's just a few people in chat. Sir Piggy says, now this is a lie. I'm going to say this story is a lie, but they claim, I once met CJ at a major. I walked over and asked for a pic, and without eye contact, he said, £50. One, that'd be a lie, because I'd say $50. So already the story is wrong. After pulling out my last 50, he snatched it out of my hand and walked off without taking a pic. I heard him mutter the word broke under his breath before he left. Now, obviously, this is a lie, and I want us to all come together on Easter Sunday as one Rocket League family and not make up just vicious claims about one another in the chat. So I'm not going to call you guys poor, and you guys don't have to make up jokes that I'm poor shaming you, okay? Well, and we can all move on into Game 2.
That's a great start for Gus. I mean, you're very thankful that has gone in, because I was going to go on a bit of a tangent there about how trustworthy Sir Pegasus is, but that is a great way to start Power in Game 2.
Great start. That's what we want to see for Power. And as we're kind of looking ahead, I'd say, to that Wildcard semi-final, which kind of feels like the sneaky grand final when you are looking at the top 2 teams in the region. It's just whether that Bulldogs win and they can really announce themselves. I mean, this is a procession now. It's 10 seconds, 2 goals. It's if you're Wildcard watching this, Monty, is what I want to ask. Just to get you a little bit nervous, because they're looking on.
I mean, the benefit of playing a game today, the series today for Power, Wildcard, of course, have to wait. I'm sure there's something in the back of the mind of, well, Power are looking good, we're going to have to step up here, but you're the ex-professional here. Surely you've got an insight to that.
I wouldn't want to be watching, I'd say, at this point. You're kind of hoping for an upset just for the cinema, and obviously an easier semi-final if you are Wildcard, but I think one look at Game 1, 10 seconds of Game 2 is enough to kind of just close the stream and hop into free play and wait for the notification that the game's ready. I'd say you don't really just want to be watching the freestyle show, as Dougie's done well there. Having said that, I want to give them a chance, the champs. They do have a lot of experience, a lot of professionalism, but okay, never mind. forget about it. Leave the lobby.
Yeah, no need for a chance when that's happening. I mean, it's a decent play to begin with from Lockie there, but I'm just not too sure what Rez is doing. It's a commit from Misty off the back wall, and Rez has also jumped and then gone, hang on a second, I don't have boost, I can't get anything going here. And this feels very similar to what we saw in that last game, just the scoreline getting out of hand, and they might even add another one here, fourth, potentially. No, Super Lucky couldn't get around it. And I won't name names, but I do want to bring this up. I had a team on a team stream complain, right, that the Bulldogs were scoring too many goals, and can they just sit around and wait for the game to end? What's your take on that?
Wow.
And do you think Powers should do that here?
No, I think they're more than happy to keep putting the foot down, and if you don't want to score goals against you, perhaps maybe just start playing better Rocket League. Could be the answer there, but yeah, I like that. I think instead of calling out, each other from everyone watching the stream, I'm happy to call out some players. I thought before you mentioned Rez, I think Misty just needed to be better defensively and not get faked when you are that first man to go. So it hasn't been the strongest showing from this lineup of champs, but perhaps when they did see the bracket and realise that a top 6 match they're playing Team Power down in the lowers, they got a little bit unlucky. But yeah, this is 2 teams in completely different classes right here.
I do wonder. I haven't really had the thought to ask Mock. Of course, he's not playing anyway, but speaking before the season kicked off, you were saying, we're looking at a top 8 in Open 1. They got a top 6 in Open 1. Then it wasn't as good in the next, but they continued on. A couple of top 6s now, a couple of top 8s now. I do wonder where they're expecting to be. As Fiber, double. Yep, he found it. And Power, they just keep extending the scoreline. But I do wonder where these champs expect themselves to be come the end of the Open. And, I mean, at the moment, top 6, when you go against Power, you can't expect to go too much further, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, I'd say not bad overall for the champs as a team that I'm not sure how much these guys do scrim, or if they're just kind of vibing, playing a bit of ranked and trying to play some humans in ranked. Who knows? But Dougie maybe gets a chance here. They've only scored 1 goal for the series, and maybe we just need to hype them up a little bit, or mention the fact they're not scoring to get another goal on the board. It's 4-1 once again.
Yeah, and it's not the best of goals, is it? But Misty will tap that one home. They've got a lot more time to work with now, to be fair, than what we saw in the previous game. That was, 13 or so seconds remaining on that occasion. This time they have half a game, and, the old saying of, well, if they can score 4 in a half a game, we could also do the same. Potentially just playing in the minds, but Power have looked very, very good. That if the champs can do that, I'd be very impressed.
And the only thing that maybe is a negative for Power potentially coming into the semi-final is if it's not good enough of a warm-up, and they're not quite playing the way of how they should against Power, a completely different level of competition from what we've seen here. So that might be a disadvantage for Power. I'd like to see them kind of keep the foot down and not troll too much. They are 4-1 up, and again, you mentioned a 4-1 scoreline. Every game so far has just been 4-1. Maybe we're going to get 4 4-1s.
Yeah, well, potentially 4-1, well, potentially 5 4-1s as well. To just, get my prediction there pretty accurate. I'd be happy with that, but I'm not too sure if that's exactly what we'll see. I'm not sure if I have enough faith in the champs here. They are making more of a game in this game too, which is nice to see, and I'm sure Power would be thankful as well to have a more contested game here. Of course, they still want to win, but I think for them, having something higher quality instead of just running away and having that sort of freestyle moments, as we mentioned, I think they'd rather that high level of intensity rather than just sort of having, somewhat a free game. As Super Lucky fakes one, goes underneath. Dougie will take that up high, has half a tank to work with and takes the 50. It is looking better. I don't think there's going to be enough here to really force anything in game 2, but maybe something has changed and something could be found in that game 3.
Oh my word. I mean, the Power have just completely killed the speed out of this game, and I think that's just caught these guys napping. A whifty, and Dougie thought he had a free ball. Gus, it wasn't a fake. He was just looking to land on it. 51 seconds left and a 1-5 scoreline. 1-5s all around. You mentioned it could go to 5. I'd be willing to put all of my Easter eggs on the line that this is going to be done in 4, Monty.
Yeah, look, that was more out of the expectation of, the hope of my prediction being right than anything else. I do think just the way that Power is playing, 4-1 is honestly, if they don't get a 4-1, I'd be disappointed at this point. Power are looking way too hot to handle for the champs. Dougie wants to get something extra with the reset over the top, going to be Lockie to the corner. But it feels, Power are just another quality above, which, we didn't see that yesterday. But if they continue like this, Power, I'm feeling at least confident we should have a very good series in that semi-final.
Yeah, I think we're paying our dues right now with our first couple of matches. Obviously, the first one did nearly go Game 7. We had a couple of 0-second goals as well. So, in terms of entertainment factor, a little bit better than this. But we are just seeing a quality team. And maybe the gap right now in OCE, we've got 3 teams. We mentioned maybe it was only 2 teams in OCE. Bulldogs have kind of entered the fray again with a 4-0 over this team right here. And we're just waiting for those teams to really match up against each other, I'd say. The only question mark is whether Nerve can really match a team like the Bulldogs.
I think that's you're probably right. That's the one that could be very interesting in terms of the Bulldogs in very good form, and Nerve not really getting a very convincing win against 8 earlier today. That's the question mark for Power. They move into what is a very difficult semi-final because of what happened yesterday, losing to the Bulldogs. If you win that, you're on the other side, and I think we spoke about on the post show yesterday that Wildcard, they'll be happy with the situation they find themselves in now. As long as they get the result today, they'll be very happy with the situation at the very least, but it gives them a chance to claw back that point gap by knocking Power out earlier. If that comes to fruition, then they'll be loving life.
It feels like a bit of a double points day, doesn't it, for Wildcard or Power? Easter Sunday, they're doing an extra giveaway. If you win this, you're just getting a massive jump on your opponent. I know that obviously Team Power did win the first event. It's all on Wildcard, really. Power can afford to drop this into the semi-final, but with only one spot, you're going to have to win the last event as well. You're kind of hoping Wildcard aren't there with you. It just puts a lot more pressure on that open 6. So very excited for that semi, but they've got a couple of more games to win first, and we'll see. No timeout called after dropping the first 2 from the champs. I don't think they'll call a timeout at all. I don't think they have a coach or they even really interested. They're trying to get this one done just with how dominant those first 2 games are or were.
Wouldn't it have shocked me if Mock was in the comms, because he's obviously, I don't think the football game's still going.
It could be. Could be an overtime in football. They have overtime in regular football as well, Money.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not
penalty shootout that's gone for 5,000 shots.
Well, I believe this is an NRL situation for Mock, actually. So, that's not a sport I'm overly familiar with. So, it may be a question for him if he ever returns, potentially. But yeah, I'm not. Maybe if he is in that calls, he would feel like calling a timeout. Speaking in the past, he goes, "Yeah, if I was a coach, I'd call a timeout. As a player, I'm not going to. But if I was coaching, of course I would." Well, I doubt that he's in the comms right now, because otherwise, maybe that timeout would have been called.
Well, 5 is just missed a completely open net, so maybe signs of a chance here for the champs, or a nice interception as well. I do say when you're the coach, you've only got one button to push, so you're obviously going to push that button at some point, which is the timeout button. Apart from that, you're kind of just sitting there twiddling your thumbs and feeling a little bit helpless. It's a bit of a tough spot to be as a coach. You want to help out, and sometimes you feel a bit powerless once the game has started. You feel like you've done all the hard work during scrims, during practice and replays, and then you got to see your players get out there and do the job. Fortunately enough, I don't know if Mock's even there, because he's either in the longest rugby league game ever, or he's just having a good Easter Sunday. We'll see, but still near at 0-0. Usually at this point it's about 4-0, so that's a positive for the champs. We'll see if they can capitalise.
You mentioned coaches being potentially only having one button, and it can be a difficult spot to be in, and making sure that the preparation is right, because on game day you can't make too many changes. Misty with a shot. I was going to ask, across your time, how do you think your coaches typically felt having to stand behind you? I feel like that's a potential, not to call anyone out here, but I feel like some of the open net misses I've seen, and
Whoa.
How's it feel?
What?
Potentially, even a couple of backflips at times.
What?
Do you know what the coaches were thinking at those points in time?
Well, thanks for that. I only really had LBP in terms of on a land setting behind me, and I would say that he wasn't watching my gameplay, he was watching Fever's. That which I don't see the difference between mine and Fever's gameplay, but he seemed to only watch Fevers or Karmis, which was interesting. So perhaps it was tilting for him to watch me miss, if that's where you're going with it. It seems like you're digging, and I thought we weren't making fun of each other.
Look, I just felt like, at this point of time, it feels like this series is kind of stale. I mean, it's the closest game we've had, and it's looking better. But overall, it's not been overly entertaining. So I thought, calling you out instead of calling Chad out might be an interesting way to take it.
I don't know if when you're bored, just you have to bully someone else. You can find other things, other topics to talk about as well.
You have bullied Chat across all of this season so far.
I feel like I've been gas-bullied. I've been gaslit into bullying them, but I don't think I've actually done it personally. Some of the stories seem very fabricated, and I mean, this might be the only good game we've got to focus on here, Monty, because the scores are still led with 90 seconds left. So I'm just going to lock in for a second and see what on earth champs can do here. Never mind, it's in the back of their net. All right, let's get back to me bullying everyone. Awesome.
Oh, there you go. He's admitted to the bullying, so lock that one in. I mean, it's a nice play from Gus to get that underneath, but this is just, I mean, it felt like this game might have been going somewhere for the champs, and it still might, but Power, they get the moments and they capitalize on them, something we didn't see from them yesterday. And I'm very glad to start to see these chances put into the back of the net. They, one, struggled to create opportunities, and two, they struggled to score those opportunities when they did. I think it was only 4 goals in the 4 games yesterday for Power, so scoring a couple of bucket loads so far. They'll be pretty happy. Maybe not with the 1-0 here, but just able to find their shooting boots once more. That should be very handy heading into the next series. As long as they get there, and with that goal, I mean, they're going to go 3-0 up in the series. It looks very likely they'll do so.
Yeah, I can't recall a series where the other team well and truly haven't fired a punch like this in a top 6 match. Team Power looking like they're 1 game away from sending the champs to the showers.
And when you have, arguably, and currently, the OCE representative, but arguably the best team in OCE in the top 6 match, and it's going to be difficult for whoever they face. And I think that's why we see these top 6s usually higher contested sort of games. When you have Power in this position, who, firstly, I think maybe want to take out some anger from yesterday, and secondly, just make sure they're in form for the rest of today. It was always going to be a recipe for plenty of goals one way rather than the other. And that's the way that Power have been working this one, as they look for a 3rd to the tally in Game 3. Misty drops that one by Fiber, corner ball. Again, cleared by Rez. I just don't think it's going to really happen quick enough, as Gus takes a 50. Well, if they score with something remaining, there's an opportunity, and that simply just won't happen.
Not to be here for the champs, as they are 3-0 down, and that 4-1 is looking nigh on impossible if this continues in the direction that it is going. Team Power looking fantastic. Mario, I want to ask you, who's winning today?
The Bulldogs.
You are. Now, I may allegedly bully people, but you are just a paid actor, my friend. You are a Bulldog shill through and through, aren't you?
Look, as I've mentioned, I was told in my team streams I wasn't backing my team enough. So I've made that change now, and I've got to support them. Whether or not through thick and thin, whether they're looking good or not. To be fair, yesterday, they looked the best I think we've seen since that Open 3. So if there's going to be an event for them to win a second time, I feel like I'm picking the right one right now.
The question mark for me is I feel like the Bulldogs only look good when you're not expecting them to look good. We had high hopes in Open 4 as they were coming in the reigning champs. We were predicting them to perform well, and they got absolutely mopped. So then with the expectations and pressures off them, we don't predict them yesterday, aside from you, only because you actually had no faith. You thought maybe there's a chance, it's probably going to be...
That's fabricated. I had so much faith.
That is not true at all. And then they go and win. So maybe now we're expecting them to perform. They don't perform. That's the only thing. I want to see them when they are the favourites perform like the favourites. It's easy to be the hunters if you're Hunter, and it's harder to be the hunted, as that's not his name.
You are correct. It's not. Look, to answer the question more seriously, I don't know if it's the sort of, 3-horse race kind of thought in the back of my mind or whatnot, but I think, obviously Bulldogs, I think if they play as they did yesterday, they should make the grand final, but I think Wildcard, potentially, they might be feeling confident again off the back of seeing Power falter yesterday. That's a drop down, but I think if Wildcard can get over the top of Power today, then maybe it is Wildcard's kind of day. But Power right now, they look very good, and it's difficult to really gauge if that's going to be how they continue on into the semi-final. That one had some power behind it, didn't quite find the net though, crossbar down and out. But if Power are looking like this against Wildcard, then they'll look very good today. The question mark is, are they looking good because it's Power, or are they looking good because they're playing the champs?
Yeah, I think the next series, that semi-final, is going to be played at a completely different pace, but they're doing all they need to do right now. That's a beautiful play. It's an infield pass with a fake from Gus. Clinical finish, couple of shots there, 45 seconds into Game 4. This will be the final game. There is zero chance now. They are absolutely flying and just doing enough. They're not overexerting. They know they've got 3 best-of-7s to win as well today, so you don't want to be going all out and using all that adrenaline in the first game, and I think they've just done more than enough against a team that they should be beating.
Yeah, I think that's a good point as well with how many series they should be playing today. It's even if they do get these 4-0s and early into the day, a 4-0 potentially, the next couple of series might go a bit closer for Power if they make it the full length. But just making sure that they don't lose that energy and making sure that right now they're not overexerting themselves, because it is a long day of Rocket League, potentially with longer series ahead of them. Rez, I mean, for this game, champs hit the crossbar early on, which was a better look from them. I like to see those chances created. It's just, that doesn't feel like anything really going for them. You already called it. You said this is done and dusted. There's no chance for the champs in this one, and it feels like it's just going to be the case. Power have been so clinical, and it doesn't feel like they've really gotten out of second gear, to be honest. It feels very, very straightforward for them.
Yeah, and I'm kind of trying to cast the curse them as well to get the champs involved, but that kind of feels like it might not happen as well. Rez trying to get the pop over the top. Gus is just going to wait downfield. He's going for a redirect off the corner. He actually does get the touch on as Super Lucky over the top of one with the ceiling. Nice little reset, blocked out by Misty. Haven't seen Yummy's boy too much. I know that every time he plays, he watches him very closely, and I think he has some Let's Go Misty hand clappers, but I don't think he's been clapping too much.
There hasn't. I mean, to be honest, it's been pretty quiet from all of the champs in this one, not just Misty. I feel like we probably want to see more from everyone on this roster. Misty has been, I wouldn't say the quietest of the roster either. It just feels like no one's making noise from the champs as Dougie looks to find that one out towards Misty. A goal here might just, make it somewhat interesting again. It's just all too straightforward. It's straight at the net, straight into the path of the keepers. Power, they don't even have to stretch for these saves, and we talk about not overexerting themselves. If you don't even need a double jump at times to make a stop, it feels as though maybe it's all too easy for them. Lockie not quite able to tap that one home.
Yeah, it looks like it's just circle work for them. They're really just doing as they please. That defensive play from Super Lucky before was all too easy. Dougie's in a massive trouble right here. Misty does have to come and help out. Minute 40 left, still in 1 goal, so if they can find a counter-attack, or we do see Power overcommit, but it's probably been the one positive I'd say from Power is they haven't really just, gone silly with it. They've always still had their third man in check. They've kept their structure for the most part, and they've avoided those easy goals because of kind of being a bit carefree.
And I think that's something we spoke about yesterday in terms of they sort of had to push forward. They had to create their opportunities because they weren't easy to come by. In this one, it's been very easy to come by chances, so not having to send that third all too often. We saw a couple of odd sort of double commits yesterday. We haven't seen any of those so far today. That's dropped down neatly from Fiber, and I think we're pretty well wrapped up in this series.
That'll pretty much do it, I'd say. 1 minute left. Going to be tough for them to score 2 goals. They've only had 2 shots in this game, the champs, and I don't believe they've scored 2 goals in any game so far this series. This kind of feels where they're at. Kind of that top 6 is where they're going to really find a lot of trouble unless they are on the other side of things. Oh, hang on a second. That's not bad from Rez. A little doink over the top off the solo.
Yeah, it's not really great defending, I'll be honest. Power sort of I think maybe falling asleep at the wheel momentarily there, but it is a very good goal from Rez just to spark something. Perhaps if they're going to get themselves back in, that is a way to do so, getting something relatively creative and off the back of an error from Power as well. Potentially a way to see themselves back into this one, but it just, again, it feels like as soon as that kickoff's happened, it's straight back into possession of Power. They're not overcommitting. They're happy to defend at times here as Super Lucky will just take the challenge and the ball drops through to Fiber. Bump here from Dougie now. Center ball. Rez might get back to it. Drop down and cleared away. 20 seconds remaining. Power. And they'll be happy to keep the ball down in this half.
Yeah, they're doing their best to make sure the schedule is as accelerated as possible here on Champ Sunday for OC Open 5. And a happy Easter to everybody. We got 10 seconds left. Power just need to hang on to get that sweep and set up the date that we were all looking forward to here on a Champ Sunday. Wildcard await the semi-final. Ball just needs to find the ground right this instant, and it will. Team Power as easy as you like. The 4-0 we were all expecting, except for Monty and Yummy Cheese Man, but I'm sure everyone else in the chat, all of my best friends in the chat, thought that was going to be a sweep, and it certainly was.
I think it's too late for you to win over chat now. I'm going to be honest,
We're
but
besties.
at least, you know, the 4 was predicted from Yummy and I, to be fair. That was, you know, at least we've got that going for us, I suppose.
You have to predict a 4 for a team to win, just by the way.
Yeah, so, you know, we did that. Just by the way, we did predict for Power to win, so I feel like that
can't win if you don't have
us.
a 4 in front of your name.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to get out of this series. I don't know, I didn't feel like we've ever had, you know, a series where we've gone against each other, but this certainly feels like it's a...
There's a bit of tension. There's certainly a bit of
there's something
tension here.
going
I
on.
think we might need to take this to the green room just to kind of, you know, go over a few things. There will be reprimands as well, but that's all good. That's for off-stream stuff, not for live with the chat. But my goodness, I'm looking forward to seeing Power play Wildcard Money. Your Bulldogs are awaiting in the other semi-final against Nerve, which will be the next match as well. Not too much to talk about in that series. I think the most impressive part of it, though, that we did speak about was that they didn't overcommit. They only conceded 1 goal max per game, and they just did what they needed to do. They didn't try and throw themselves out. They know they've got a much better opponent awaiting in the wings in that semi-final. So just kind of warming up the hands and getting ready to go.
Yeah, and that also, I mentioned earlier, you know, Power, they get that warm-up benefit potentially. It might come back to haunt them if they happen to win that semi in the grand final. Who knows? But they do have the benefit of having a competitive warm-up in a competitive game rather than having, you know, Wildcard having to scrim to get warm for their series. That could help Power out when they have to play that semi-final. I'm not too sure, but, you know, I feel like for Power, they might have liked something a little more competitive in this series. Champs never really put it to them, and I was expecting slightly more. I mean, I predicted that 1 game for the Champs because I felt like maybe Power yesterday didn't look great. Champs could find something. It just wasn't the case. Power looked very, very good.
Yeah, well, we've had the first 2 series I think we knew were going to be fairly one-sided. However, Nerve didn't look too bad in that first match. They will be playing next up. Ladies and gents, as you take a look at just the Team Power training run that was this quarterfinal, they'll have Wildcard coming up after this break. We do have Nerve playing the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs up next.
So far gone, I'm caught up, infatuated by our symmetry. It feels like before now, I was only half of me. Thought that I had figured it out, never felt irrationally, but this sense of urgency has me wondering. Thought that I had figured it out, nothing could get through to me.
Oh baby, we are ready for the semi-finals. Power, the first team or the second team to go through to finalize who our top 4 is in obviously a 4-0. And I'll tell you what, CJ, he was insulting the chat way too much. Moni, I'll be honest, I think it's not that hard to not insult the chat.
No, I mean, it started early with the calling chat poor thing again, and then it just extended and it got worse and worse. I mean, CJ, I think, he needs to look at himself. He said there was going to be some reprimands. I thought he was expecting it to be against me, but luckily, it's a democracy and everyone else went, no, CJ, you're at fault here.
I mean, it is how it is. Granted, you did get off lucky, okay, Mr. Biased Caster, because CJ was the greater of two evils. I guess we have to keep you around now for your precious Bulldogs, as they've got what should be for them maybe an easier run to that final.
Well, we had to bring him in. He's their good luck charm. They need all the luck they can get after the first event of this split. But as you can see, we've got our semi-final set. We all knew it was going to happen. Wildcard versus Power. That is potentially a match for the major. And Bulldogs versus Nerves, with Bulldogs hoping to not just win this match, but the grand final if they want to be going to Paris.
And I think, the Bulldogs, I need to point out, Max, the Bulldogs Nerve. We've seen this series before. I think there's potentially more on the line for this one than Paris, right? This is just some redemption potentially for Laxon.
Yeah, perhaps, yes, and I'm sure we could go at that angle, but I still can't believe everybody is just so quick to write off the Bulldogs as they're not really in contention for Paris as well. Like, yeah, we're looking at that other series as, hold on, that could be the one, but if the Bulldogs get through this, Wildcard wins their series, Bulldogs win the event, all of a sudden, they're kind of that team, tied up there with Power and still in the driver's seat, so it's not just redemption, it's Paris as well for this squad.
Well, I did just say it. Don't say everyone. You go point out Monty. I literally just said if they can win this event, they can win the grand final, then they're back in for the major. So it's entirely true. They should be winning this one. As you mentioned in the last series, a great warm-up for a potential a blockbuster grand final. But the thing is, I'm going to have to get the bias prediction out of the way. Monty, tell us who you got.
Nerve, I feel like we're going to see them return to form potentially for Laxon. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see him sort of find some redemption and find his way back in. Unfortunately, I am the Bulldogs team streamer, and although I would like to see some redemption from Laxon, I've got the Bulldogs.
I feel Laxon got his redemption last series in helping get this team to the top 4. And let's be honest, last time the Bulldogs were alone on their half of the bracket, sort of that third team, they won the whole event. I think they're going to do it again. Give me the Bulldogs here.
Well, Laxon did use to team with Caleb in part of some of their successful previous runs. I think, unfortunately, Caleb has been the one who's found that top caliber team and international level teammates, whether Laxon's bringing up the newbies. It's a huge advantage to the Bulldogs, so I'm going to have to give it to them as well. and let's get underway. Go into the first semi-final. Moni, Formal, do your best to not insult the chat.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard, though, chat. You have to realize we're really good at not insulting you, but you make it so difficult sometimes, all right? Fortunately, what?
I feel like we've been talking down on CJ for roasting chat, and you've just hit them with, it's so hard not to roast you.
But we don't, okay? Just because they're generally ill-informed, have the worst takes, I mean, they do all... I think we just take the higher road and not bring that up.
Maybe CJ isn't so bad.
Let's get into it, though. 5 minutes on the clock. Bulldogs taking on the likes of Team Nerve. And as we do get into this one, how crazy of a story would it be for Team Nerve if they could somehow find a way to pull this one off?
Yeah, some redemption. We've got a pause here, so that's really, really good. We're off to a great start here. But yeah, look, I think it would be a great storyline for Nerve, wouldn't it? It would be to be able to. I mean, yeah, you probably prefer not to have that fall down, but as people say, it's not about how hard you fall; it's about how you get back up. And if Nerve can get back up and find themselves in a grand final, aside from winning the grand final, there's not much better than doing that.
And again, I mean, we looked back at that Game 7 overtime own goal, and despite what Danger Taco says on Twitter, right, that was the worst of the Game 7 own goals. I don't care what happened in NA. They were still that moment away from beating this team just 2 weeks ago. So the confidence should still be there. Why not be able to take out the Bulldogs? Yeah, okay, they swept Power, but you know what? That's impressive and that's intimidating. Yet you were still one game away, so put that aside. This is your best chance to make it happen, and it very well could. The problem is, if Caleb is on form like what we saw yesterday, I don't know if anybody can beat these Bulldogs.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I personally like to look at in open event to open event rather than going, oh, they did this in Open 4, this is what they're doing in Open 5. I like to sort of compare more so how do they look yesterday and how do they look today for these sides. For the Bulldogs, they looked very good yesterday, and I feel like that means they can potentially go the whole way today. Nerve, as you say though, there is that benefit of, hey, we took this team to 7 who looked very, very good and potentially, well, very good yesterday, not very good in that Game 7. It has to be said. I don't think the Bulldogs played very well in that series against Nerve previously. So potentially there's something to take from it. Maybe for Nerve, they're thinking, hey, we made them play bad last time. For the most part, aside from, unfortunate circumstances, we put them on the back foot on so many occasions. Can we just do it again? How did we achieve that last time? Let's do it once more. Despite the fact they're looking good right now, hey, we might play upset.
That said, they've got to avoid, their own little oops moments. Of course, I'm going back to Game 5 of the series earlier today. That 0-second goal that they conceded when the Nerves did get the better of them, because against a team like the Bulldogs, in this type of scenario, in this type of matchup, I don't see the Nerves getting to the Bulldogs. Not like they did against Ayton, not like what happened to Team Nerve as well, shot on from Nerve in the corner, not in. They're going to be against, honestly, a top 3 team that knows they're a top 3 team, and honestly, potentially a top 2 team, depending on how some of these games today go. Maybe even top 1, who knows? So, yeah, they need their A game.
Yeah, I mean, the Bulldogs should be in a very good position off the back of today, even if they make that grand final. Depending on who the opposition is in that grand final, it could be different. I mean, if Power get there and win the grand final, then it's not looking too hot for the rest of the region. But if Bulldogs get there, Wildcard, play what I suppose would be considered an upset now, Kaka scores the opener, then the Bulldogs could be looking very good as we move towards Paris.
Yeah, it's the air dribble, late bump, still can call it that, I suppose, from Kaka, who it's been consistent, I would say. I mean, he's definitely had those strong moments throughout this year so far, and when Caleb hasn't been the one popping off, I do kind of look to Kaka to maybe be the rock to keep the team centered and hopefully carry them through. So to see Kaka leading with goals, a good sign. Of course, this is the player I'm excited to see, as always. It is Caleb. He can do crazy things. Look at that! I mean, look at it! How can you not love Caleb?
He's a player you want to see in this situation because he's so good in that situation. He fakes it, he gets the reset, the pinch underneath of Laxon. Well, that is exactly the way the Bulldogs wanted to kick off today, just to, put any doubts behind them I think last series between these two sides, it was so back and forth, but a 3-0 start. I mean, that is a massive mistake from the kickoff from Nerve here, but, well, not even a mistake, really. It's a great play from Hunter. The fake. Yep, okay, I have to point out the turn away from Boost as well. Bit of a sin in Rocket League, but overall, Bulldogs, this is the start they wanted, just to hush the mentions of, you know, last time it was Game 7 between these two sides.
And when I'm looking at Nerve right now and kickoffs like that, I kind of feel for a team, you know, when you reach a new milestone, new benchmark as a squad, it can go one of two ways. Either you now are playing with nothing to lose, you're super relaxed, or you're in a position, that double commit was ugly, or you're in a position where, you know, you just had that big discharge of emotional energy and now you're kind of drained and the focus isn't there and you're making mistakes like turning in on Boost and the likes. I'm a little bit worried for what we've seen from the first 2.5 minutes. The blue side, the Bulldogs, they're looking a lot more focused right now.
Yeah, they are. I think you're talking about, you know, if Caleb's not playing in form, you want to see Kaka playing in form. But I think the best teams in OCE typically, I mean, across our time, it's sort of been one or two teams that have been in form. Hunter, he's on the score sheet now. The good teams, they have 3 good players that always seem to perform in critical moments. And the Bulldogs are doing just that.
And they're doing it with mech as well. That's like the fun thing that we're seeing right now, especially for this Nerve team in that last series, right? It was disciplined Rocket League. It was sort of that counterattack, solid touches, look for 50s to be won. And then all of a sudden, here comes the Bulldogs. It's like, yeah, we're going to reset on you. We're going to play, you know, ground pinches. We're just going to out-mech you in these 1v1s. It's such a different team than what they played before to get here, as well as sort of the emotional come-down of hitting this mark. Yeah, it's tough for Nerf right now. They're a little bit all over the place, and they don't know how to handle this Bulldogs team.
Well, trying to handle that play right there as it's dropped down. Keckles on the follow-up. That's one back. It's probably, well, it's certainly the best move we've seen from this Nerve roster in this game. Nicely done. I mean, yeah, took a deflection on the way through via a Bulldog, but still, to follow up, get the goal. And a player that we want to see scoring these goals is typically going to be Keckles. He seems to score so many goals across at least the first split, maybe not so many in the second split so far, but I think, again, we're talking about, you know, Laxon and Nerve at times. When Keckles is scoring goals, that's when I think this Nerve roster looks very, very good.
Yeah, I would have to agree, definitely. Keckles kind of similar to Taka-esque, I feel like, when the others aren't really popping off, you kind of need Keckles to be there. But when I look at the series overall, especially with some of the defensive mistakes, I'm going to call out the elephant in the room. There's been a couple awkward double commits on defense from the Bulldogs. Nearly another one there. I'm looking at Laxon, and I know, okay, we're beating the same drum. Yes, Laxon mechanical. Yes, Laxon great. But there's going to be opportunities, it looks like, for Laxon in this game, maybe more so than what we saw against 8, who was playing, you know, a bit further back when on defense and was really more focused on shutting down the goal line at the end of the play. That hasn't been the case with the Bulldogs. That means Laxon might have a chance to really show us what he can do.
I think we're seeing, despite the scoreline being heavily in favor of the Bulldogs here, I think the play style suits both of these teams. The tight angle not found, followed up, and the squishy save from Laxon. I think these play styles, for both teams, they're willing to play on the counter-attack. They're both happy to send a couple of these, you know, 1-2 sort of mechanical plays every once in a while. They're both happy to do it, and I think if we see both teams in form, both teams hitting those moments, we could be in for an absolute banger of a series. That being said, last time these two teams played off, I think it was a very ugly series, aside from a few key moments. So I'm not too sure this is going to break down, though. Hunter will make it 5-1, no doubt about the game 1, and they extend the lead again.
Yeah, I mean, nothing really banger about this. Hunter just sees a wide open green field in front of them and hits it straight. There you go. 5-1 game, a little bit of an overcommit. You kind of have to send it when you're down 3 late, now down 4. Look, a sloppy game, Monty, can still be a banger. Yeah. Okay?
Yeah.
And I think this series, it was a banger last time, and I'm hoping we'll get a banger this time as well. 6-1. As well, the goals keep coming.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. Going to a Game 7, it's nice, it's good. You know, it's good for the heart, going to a Game 7 every once in a while as a viewer, maybe not as a player. But I still think that in that series, aside from maybe Game 7, there was only 1 or 2 moments that we really went, wow. Otherwise, it felt like it was ugly moments that found the back of the net that we weren't really wanting to see those goals scored. It was sort of the tap-ins, it was the double commits, it was the over commits that these two sides were punishing in that previous series. Whereas so far in this one, yeah, the Bulldogs, it was more so a real domination from them, 6 goals to be exact. But it still feels like if they can play mechanical, get those better goals, it will mean they will send players forward. It will mean that they'll be vulnerable on the counter. And Nerve, they also enjoy playing on the counter attack. So it might just give them a chance to fight their way back in.
I'm just a little bit worried because a lot of those faults that you were talking about last time these two teams played, I saw in game 1 from both teams. The only difference was Nerve wasn't able to punish the Bulldogs' double commits and the Bulldogs' sort of defensive foibles that was happening out there. Bulldogs I think they were just too fast, and they were kind of able to put the Band-Aid on their position. And the scoreline finished 6-1. I kind of feel like it was a little bit more of a 4-1 game, to be frank, which is still pretty one-sided and pretty dominant.
Yeah.
So, it is what it is. 6-7, I did the hand thing. But we'll see how this next game goes. I hope Nerve is going to be a bit more willing to get their heads a bit more in the game and to capitalize on some of those overcommits we saw from the Bulldogs.
Yeah, and I think that goal that Nerve did score came off the back of something similar to that. So, potentially on one side, it might add confidence to the fact that, hey, we know that the Bulldogs have made a couple of errors, and if we just capitalize on those chances, maybe it'll be a closer game. But at the same time, if maybe the other way of, hey, we should have been capitalizing more what went wrong, might not fuel the confidence here.
That's a good point.
Nerve looking to set them up, and that's a shot. Did Caleb just forget that he had to go for a save? I think he just kept driving on the back wall.
Keckles bumped
Did he?
Yes. Keckles bumped him straight down the middle, and he wasn't able to recover in time.
No, the replay did not help my view on that whatsoever. It just looked like, from my perspective, he just kept driving. He got to the top of the goal and went, I'm just going to keep going that direction. Well, a bump definitely is better off for this Nerve roster, and that's if they don't capitalize on a mistake there, they force the error, which is a good look for this side.
Yeah, and again, too, Keckles, I mean, that's kind of a page out of the last series book as well, where he was the one finding bumps, stealing boosts, really being a menace on the attacking side. And this is what I mean. Like, that first game, it didn't look like the same Nerve that had just won that last series. Now, they're starting to get back more into their flow state, kind of playing a bit more to their strengths. Although this pass up the middle is dangerous, Keckles will get there in time. Hunter underneath, wants to find Kaka. No, they go solo. All right, fair enough. Laxon off the backboard will eventually get to the ball. Crazy bounce from Kaka. Sets up Caleb, who can't quite get there in time.
He did manage to get the second touch towards the goal. Couldn't make too much more of it. Here's Kaka, looking to double it down potentially. Nerve with the piece on the sidewall, on the back wall rather. Moves out to the sidewall. Very quickly running out of boost. The Bulldogs have plenty in the tanks as Caleb looks for a back wall play. They love these sort of plays where they play it off to each other from their own back wall. And they've done it again.
Oh, what a strike from Kaka right here. Granted, Caleb set up the thing of beauty as well, but the power Kaka gets with that redirect. Yeah, nothing Laxon can do to stop that one from going in. So well played, so well stricken. We got ourselves a tie game here in number 2.
I really like that from the Bulldogs. It's something that they've, I think, almost evolved over the course of these 3 players' careers. I think all 3 of them are very comfortable and confident playing off the back wall, but they seemingly find each other more often than going completely solo from those plays, and I think it throws off the defense at times. Potentially might be something they can catch on to for the rest of the teams in the region, but it's very difficult when you have the ability to go solo or to play it off to a duo in that situation to read what it is, and the Bulldogs just always seemingly do it so well.
Also, I need to address something real quick with the Twitch chat. I'm going to break the fourth wall a little bit, okay? Chat, I don't actually hate you. It's just when CJ isn't here, I need to keep my job. So he sends me a script of things to say. I'm just a script reader, all right? And I don't want my job to come between us. Your takes are still bad. That was actually off script, but I do love you.
That doesn't... So... You've said, I've been told by CJ I have to hate on you, but also I do just hate you. But it's... No. So where is... What was the point of saying any of that?
Oh, there's a game of Rocket League happening, Monty. We should stay focused on the game in front of us right now. Keckles through the corner, looking for Laxon.
You've led from CJ.
What? I'm not running.
You've led from CJ. you've 100% learnt off each other there. Keckle's dropping it down. Nerve couldn't follow up. But, I mean, there's some question marks about the commentary at the moment, and I feel like, you know, there's only two casters that really respect you, chat. You know who they are. It's certainly not the one that starts with
the two that
a
tell,
CJ
the two
or the
that
one that
give
starts
it to
with
you
a
straight.
formal.
The two that are honest with you, that tell you when you need to shape up. Shot down, not in. Kaka save in the net.
I've had 2 back-to-back series where I'm arguing with my co-caster. I'm not a fan of this. I like to talk about Rocket League, not about another caster in the booth.
What's happening? Here we go. Look at the pump. Look at the shot, buddy. Wasn't that incredible?
I think you're overdoing it there, Max, but hey, it's fine. Laxon from the corner now. Looks to get the musty. Dropped it down in front. Hunter. Oh, that was almost a close call. Had to stay behind it. Nerve could have almost found the pass off here. Caleb will receive the pass, and that is a nice 1-2 movement to make it 2-1.
Yeah, that was clean pass from Hunter. Caleb, full send. They burn everything to get there. And again, it's a second goal where Laxon is just put in an impossible situation trying to find the save right now. A little bit awkward, but at that same token, what was more impressive about that entire exchange, less so than the shot, was the Bulldogs defense. They were on the back foot for about a minute and a half while we were yapping with a lot of pressure. They handle it. They played patiently. They saw their counterattacking opportunity, as you said before, and then they get their goal.
I did see CJ in chat say that he's blocked you on all socials, so he doesn't know quite how that message has come through.
Me?
Because that's what I'm reading. I'm just glad that there's not more people in this cast right now, because I feel like it would be an absolute war zone.
What did I do? I was agreeing with CJ and calling it Dylan chat. You know how it is.
Yeah, but you also said that he hires you to talk down on chat, so, you know.
Shoot, did I break an NDA? My bad. 18 seconds left. Here comes Kaka down the middle. Keckles in the way. Nerve kind of needs this goal right now. They're only going to have one more chance to do it. They've already gotten 1 0-second goal, Monty. Can they do it again?
Well, they might be able to make something from Laxon off the sidewall. That's dangerous, but Kaka, he just absolutely stayed in the air. He had so much time to pick his spot, and Hunter, I mean, it's a 0-second goal, but it's not the way that you were hinting at.
So many empty calorie goals, but all of them impressive nonetheless coming from the Bulldogs. Last game probably should have been a 4-1. It finished 6-1. This one probably could have been a 2-1. It finishes 3-1. The Bulldogs, they are just not letting up the gas no matter the situation. And that's a good sign, Monty. Like, that's what you want. Don't play like you already have the game won. Keep the momentum going into the next matchup. The Bulldogs, yeah, they're looking dominant right now.
I promise this isn't just a Bulldogs copium sort of thing, but, you know, we spoke about after that Open 3, Shogun said you've got a 3-team region now. Open 4 certainly didn't feel like it. No. But looking at the Bulldogs right now, looking at the way Power bounced back from yesterday, looking at the fact that Wildcard already secured their spot in that top 4, probably the team that's had the least real contest from anyone so far in this event still, it does feel like we're moving back in the right direction. And I'm not saying the Bulldogs are going to go the whole way, but it feels like a day that they could certainly cause an upset. Not that they will, but it feels like they could.
Say it with your chest. I think from a narrative point of view, the Bulldogs winning the event today, I think, is the best outcome. Whether or not the form is there, I think you're too quick to almost downplay and dismiss their chances. Maybe it's the Bulldogs fan in you not wanting to get that false hope. And yeah, you can only play who's in front of you, but they're looking dominant against Nerve. They're not letting up. Yep. They already swept a power team yesterday, admittedly, but, you know, elimination games are different. We'll see what happens if we get that rematch. I feel like when you have a 3-team region, one team is always going to miss out on the finals, right? So one team is always going to look like a step behind. I don't think it's fair to say that they've completely fallen off of their chances. We've seen how volatile the top 3 can be just yesterday. So we're still a 3-team region. Nerve, unfortunately, they can fight for that 4th team with You're Not a Champ and take flight. They're probably winning that fight right now, based on results. That's great for them. But unless we see something amazing out of this team in orange, I feel like Bulldogs buy into the hype, buy into the hope. You're going all the way today.
I mean, I feel like they're going all the way to the grand final in the form they're in right now. It's just a question mark if they can go the full way in that situation. There's still question marks over how Wildcard will look. We haven't really seen the best from them since, realistically, Open 2, right? So there's still time for them to potentially find their way back in. We mentioned it's not really the era of Wildcard anymore, but it's still something that we have to look at. Can they find that bounce back, or is it starting to move into that power-dominated era? I don't know. Bulldogs, they're looking good today so far. They looked fantastic yesterday, and they do have the benefit of being on the positive side of the bracket for them. I mean, if you offered them Nerve or Power or Wildcard, they would have said, yeah, we'll have Nerve in the semi 100%. But it still feels like a question mark of what these other teams can provide. Is Keckles provides the opener.
Yeah, Keckles through the corner, and it was just a good angle. I'm actually a little bit surprised. I think, yeah, the bump certainly helped things. Kaka not there in time. Just a little bit too lackadaisical from the Bulldogs defense. But to backtrack a little bit to a point that, like, everyone's making, the age of Wildcard being over and all that, it's kind of crazy to me how every single time Wildcard doesn't win an event, you start to hear the chatter and the murmurs about Torsos retiring. And this is a Reddit take that I read. Promise you was not mine. They were already talking about Torsos replacements, and one of the names that came up was Yuxi.
I mean, you know, I think we found your burner account.
No,
potentially.
No. I just, you know, I'm just saying, but the point I'm getting at is people are way too quick to write Wildcard off. That's all. That was the end point. I think they're going to be back still. We'll see. At the moment, though.
To be fair, on that point as well, I think Torsos probably, for me, looked the best on Wildcard.
Exactly. Right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't get why people want him to retire. Nerve finds a second goal, and you know who we should maybe we're too quick to write off was this Nerve team, because they're back here in Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, they found something. Bulldogs, they potentially, and I feel like I mention this every single time, that the Bulldogs do play a series. There's times where I think potentially they get too overconfident, that ego offense. They start getting too aggressive too quickly, and it leads to games like this. I mean, this was a different circumstance. This is just a kickoff play that's gone absolutely right for Nerve. But there's times where the Bulldogs, I think they just need to rein it back in and go, okay, yeah, we are good, but let's just pull it back a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, they might be forced to. 3 quick goals here in game number 3 going Nerve's way, and off the kickoff, they don't even look done yet. Boost gathered, Hunter there, finds Caleb. Kaka now, nowhere in position to collect that pass straight away. Still will take it off the wall. A lot of space actually given away to Kaka, and that lets to shot from... Did anybody want to challenge that ball?
I don't think so.
What?
They might have wanted to, but I mean, you know, yeah.
It's a goal. Want to? Like, there were cars there. They were traveling in directions, none of which towards the ball.
Yeah. Look, it's not a great look for Nerve, is it? Whatsoever. Kaka might even be able to make it 2. It's been missed. Hunter has somehow not scored, but he somehow got an assist.
Who was that on defense right there again? It was Nerve. You can see just like hitting the brakes, trying desperately to avoid the own goal. And then eventually, yeah, takes 2 tries, they get it in. So, rumors of the lead held by Nerve has been greatly exaggerated. That 3-point advantage, it was a lie. It never existed. The Bulldogs have always just been down by 1.
Yeah, I feel like the Bulldogs are... I mean, we talk. I talk about, not we. I feel like it's only me that talks about the Seago offense now. But at times, you know, they do give up easy goals, and it does come back to haunt them at times. But it is purely because they are so good on offense at other points in time as well. And they're showing that right now, that even when they're 3-0 down, at this point, you know, it's throw caution to the wind. Let's start playing. Let's start playing mechanical. Let's look for these plays again. And, you know, sort of go, hey, we don't need to have a third all the time, right? You send these plays. Bulldogs, when they're doing it, they look good. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not. But when it looks good, they might be able to overturn a 3-0 scoreline like this one.
I mean, They have chances. What I like is they're taking plays that look like mistakes and turning them into attacking opportunities. You saw that right there. Teammates bump into each other. No matter, we'll go with the flow and find a shot in the end. Even that first goal to start the comeback kind of looked like it started off with a mistake from Kaka, who was allowed to recover, set up the team for the point. They're very fluid in their attacks, and that is something that is fun to see.
With a minute remaining, hopefully they can find some more fun. If, well, for their sake, not for my sake. I don't have a team here that I'm cheering for whatsoever. Any rumors otherwise are fabricated as well. There's a lot of fabrication going on in OCE these days, aren't there, Max? I mean, I think we need to just take a step back and appreciate what we have rather than calling certain people out. That being said,
just a lot of harmful rumors being started about, talent hating chat. Probably started by chat. They are known to make up harmful rumors.
Okay, you keep doing this thing where you start to say something, and it's like, okay, he might be going the wholesome route, and then it never ends up wholesome.
I don't know what you're talking about. I just, say what's in front of me. 15 seconds left. Do we get another late goal? Not yet. 10 seconds. Here we go, Bulldogs. This is your chance. Get it out of your half. Maybe the comeback is still alive in this game. I mean, the ball's rolling in their favor. Nobody has boost. Nobody's under the ball. It does get to the corner. Here's the shot from Hunter, denied by Keckles, and that is Team Nerve getting a win.
Yeah, there was a demo on that play forward that felt like maybe it would work out for the Bulldogs, and then I think you said no boost across the field, and then I think Caleb picked up the 100, immediately deleted from the lobby. So very quickly back to no one having boost on the field. But Nerve, I mean, I feel like there's a potential bit of nerves. Mind the pun. It's incredibly difficult not to make them when they're playing, but it did look like the Bulldogs started to find their form again. They looked better towards the end of that game. Nerve scored 3 relatively sort of early series goals, half the game gone. They had that third. So, questions of can they turn it back on now? Can they start, producing these plays again? Or can the Bulldogs continue the form that they found later on into that one? Couldn't quite find the 3 goals to overturn it. Nerve, there was moments they looked all right at the end, but still, aside from the opening half a game, the Bulldogs were the one that looked in form come the end of the match.
Come the end of the match, yeah. And I think, again, when you look at the series overall, giving up one game, not the end of the world, especially if you're in form at the end, you can usually carry that over. I am, though, a little bit concerned for the Bulldogs in only the sense Nerve's highlights and high points, they've come from Keckles and Nerve. Yes, we're still waiting for that big Laxon moment. And he's always good for at least one, it feels like, a series. They kind of need, if they get that one now, if they tie us up 2-2, then the Bulldogs really start to sweat. So, important series overall for the Bulldogs. I still feel they're in the driver's seat despite dropping that last game. But if they let this one get away from them, all of a sudden, things become very, what was the attack? Okay, not working.
There's some plays that I see, and I'm very confused. That one's straightforward from Caleb. I'm going to, into my mind for a minute. I think there's some plays that I see like that where I go, I feel like a pause is coming. It never happens, but looking at it, I go, I feel like it's about to. Because why otherwise would a play like that happen? You know what I mean? Like, it's just so awkward at times. But this is a decent start for the Bulldogs as well. The bump comes through. It's a very awkward one. And Hunter, well, maybe that continued on from the previous game where the Bulldogs scored the last 4 now. 3, actually, to correct myself.
Chasing that ball for like it was a tennis ball being thrown in the backyard. Right there. Like that was, or sorry, I should say Team Nerve was doing that. It just made more sense with the metaphor. Either way, a lot of ball chasing was going on right there. But eventually when they broke off the play, finds the bump, finds the goal. That was really well done by the Bulldogs to get that lead, just taking advantage of a sloppy start out of Team Nerve.
I hate to say it, but there's a few moments now that makes me think back to the previous meeting between these two sides. Just a couple of awkward, sort of ugly moments. I don't want to see that continue. It's all right if, it lets us tie up the series potentially, but just don't continue with it. Laxon's going to have to reach that one. He does out to the sidewall. Kaka turned away, didn't have boost. That's a miss again, and Keckles, well, he's very happy he was positioned in that point so he could get there. Physicality coming through from both sides now as well. A couple of demos. I think that might sort of play into this awkward and ugly sort of play style.
And I do hope the chat is paying attention to the game because I want them to remember the gameplay they're seeing here to compare with the gameplay we're going to get in our next semifinals as well. as it stands right now, as Keckles has a nice reset, almost got the dunk to finish. I'm not seeing anything too convincing from either of these teams that can beat a wild card or a power in a grand final. Now, we haven't seen those two teams play, and that's why we're going to compare it later. But as it stands right now, I don't know. It's just been sloppy.
Yeah. From what we expect from Wildcard or Power Up compared to that as well. I think that's the point. It certainly does feel sloppy for both teams, but also in comparison to the two teams that we really look at in OCE. I'm not too confident right now, but the Bulldogs, to be fair, they looked very good in the opening couple of games. It's just been this last sort of two where it feels as though it might be slipping, and whether or not that's at their fault or whether it's, Nerve potentially putting the pressure back on them. I like this from Kaka. Told Hunter to back off of it. Didn't really work out there, but still they get a chance to launch long. Hunter to Kaka, back in field towards Hunter. He fakes it, forced the team bump, and it didn't quite lead to anything.
Yeah, that probably could have been a goal. In fact, it still will, because Caleb is there to finish off the play. 2-0 lead, and yeah, Bulldogs, this game has been a little all over the place, but they have been the more consistent team, and that attack, that entire sequence, just a showcase of it as they get the 2-point advantage.
I'm really liking these fake plays for each other. Just letting the ball go by and go, there's going to be someone behind me. Or the comms as well in defensive positions where we saw that one from Kaka saying to Hunter, no, I'm up. And then they back out of it. Still on offense, though. It looks very, very creative. It looks pretty dangerous here in front of their own net, though, as Keckles. I mean, he's got some power behind it, but he'll probably be surprised it was as free as it was.
Yeah, Hunter really needed that second touch off the roof. Unfortunately, just falls right into the lap of Keckles and kind of allows Team Nerve back in this game. So, we've been in the driver's seat again. It's been a sloppy series. Odd mistakes, a bit unorthodox. We'll see. Keckles to midfield. I do think that goal will, you would think would get the discipline back. Oh my goodness, Laxton almost finds the perfect pass. No, Keckles, his post not in.
When I talk about the defense breaking down for the Bulldogs, it's often because they're committing too far forward. But right now, it's some double commits, and that demo as well opens the door. We're tied up.
Every time you think you get a grasp on where this series is going, Monty, it just takes a twist. It takes a turn. Things were looking so good for the first half of this game for the Bulldogs, and then all of a sudden, a couple weird defensive touches, a double commit, a well-timed demo, credit where it's given, but Team Nerve right back in this, and off the kickoff with the reset. Does Nerve get there? No, Hunter takes it away.
And this is starting to put doubt into my mind about what happens later today if for either of these teams that make it through to that grand final. For the Bulldogs, who are thinking, hey, they could be causing upsets, and I mean, upset is potentially a strong word considering they won Open 3. But right now, in the form that I'm looking at, it's not really that confident. Nerve just hits it so powerfully into the post.
Oh, that could have been for the lead. It still will be, because it's Keckles. 3-2 going to Team Nerve.
And it's just again, Hunter low boost, Kaka low boost. The Bulldogs, nothing in tank. It's turned around on its head. Nerve might be able to equalize the series, and I will say there's moments that do, as I've said, remind me of the previous meeting. But it feels as though there's a higher quality to this match for some moments. It feels like it's, potentially we're seeing something like that from Kaka where it goes, hey, there's still plenty of moments left for either team.
I mean, Caleb using the reset to find the position. Do not downplay the bump either from Caleb. So reset, perfect pass, bump. Kaka with authority ties this game back up. Silver goal situation. Next goal probably wins this game, regulation or in overtime. And it feels coin flippy, which probably isn't great for the Bulldogs, but if they can win that coin flip, they should be good for the series.
Yeah, you'd imagine. Although, it's back and forth, and right now, it's in favor of Nerve, who gets the goal. And I mean, I was speaking about, the last meeting, that Game 7 overtime. It felt like Nerve had played so well, the player, during that series, and just couldn't crack into the top 4 like we wanted to see from him. Right now, I mean, he's playing like he could break into the top 2.
That would be so. It would be Keckles' first finals as well. Laxton, of course, has won a regional in the past. Everybody on the Bulldogs, they've won regionals as well. Regional 3, in fact, last time they took home that title. And with 30 seconds remaining in this game, a trip to Game 5, potentially equalized unless the Bulldogs can force the issue here.
It's a good clearance from Laxon. Got a lot of distance on it. Chases the demo as well. Nerve wasn't overly confident to commit to that, so Caleb breaks the other way. 10 seconds remaining. Keckles wants to control this one, just keeping himself behind the ball, but he's lost out. It's a fake, it's a whiff, and it's a goal! Tied up!
Oh my goodness. They can't keep getting in their own way. I don't think I've ever seen a team just kind of snatch, defeat from the jaws of victory. Two of the players had chances on it, but hesitation or a straight up miss. The demo obviously doing wonders as well. It ties us back up off the kickoff. It would be fitting if the team scores here. Nerve didn't quite get the pinch they wanted. Kaka will be the one with the chance now. Has Caleb with boost underneath. Do they get there? Yes.
Oh, they
Does
could.
it help? Yes, because Hunter might find the shot. Laxon drops it down and we go to OT.
Yeah, at that point in time, I think it was too desperate from Hunter to go as quickly as he did. Wanted to find the shot, and it was easy enough red. And the Bulldogs quickly, at the start of this overtime, look to make something. Now it's Keckles back the other way with a reset. Caleb plays to the corner. Hunter couldn't get by Nerve. He'll take a 50. It's a double commit from the Bulldogs. That could lead to something. Kaka's clearance finds Laxon, and he looks to set him up off the ceiling. Might be able to find a pinch across. No. Goes for the flick back into the corner again. This is intense.
Laxon is so tough to read. You really have no idea what he's going to be doing with the ball right there. And he took two unorthodox angles, still found a pass and a demo. Unfortunately, it didn't result in the goal, but it was great stuff. Now has a chance to do it again. Watch out for Laxon. Full boost just behind the ball. Do they commit for it? No, they're staying in midfield waiting. Kaka will force the issue. Keckles tries to slow it down. Now leaves it for Caleb, who, almost got the clear back pass the other way. Hunter's shot goes wide. Laxon keeps it up high. They're going to stay with it, but they burn all the boost in the process. Reset to try to keep the defense off balance. Shots making their way towards the net, but nothing threatening, nothing in.
That's a nice layoff from Hunter. Finds Kaka. He found a reset. Now it's Caleb on the doink, and Laxon had to get behind that one.
Yeah, and was able to make the save, but now we'll see what the Nerve defense can do, and the answer is flip the map relatively quickly, actually. Bulldogs very fast to rotate back on defense. They do not want to give up the easy goal.
It's a good play. Corner ball for Kaka. Laxon just trying to take the sting out of this one. Takes his time. Hunter didn't want to commit to the play either. The Bulldogs not desperate to send themselves to it now. Now they might. Kaka. Keckles committed. It's relatively open. Laxon the last one. Back he went early. He's missed it. It's crossbar down and cleared away.
Oh my goodness, it was the dream scenario for the Bulldogs, and Laxon so fast to commit, but the shot not quite on, and now the pressure's coming that other way. Keckles will try to make the play off of Hunter through the corner. It's towards the net, but not quite in. Caleb, next one to it, gets the better of the 50. Laxon in an awkward spot. Space given to Caleb to go midfield. Hunter bails him out now. No boost, doesn't matter. Through the corner we go. Ball falls in a dangerous spot. Here's the shot. Here's Kaka, not in. Follow-up touch, not in time.
And still, they're building something here, the Bulldogs. Couple of chances now. Double commit as well from the Nerve roster. Caleb gets dunked from Nerve, though. Nerve again. Just getting a second touch of that one. Keckles forces it center. It feels like whoever's defending has had low boost, and it's been difficult to break out as Hunter might find a double. Tight angle. He's made it happen.
Oh, so close, Tobe. So close. Wrong player, right time. Either way, Hunter gets it done with the double off the backboard and in a 5-4 win. And Bulldogs survive a very tumultuous game number 4. They go to game 5, 3 chances to go to that final.
The Bulldogs, they fought back. Reminder, it was that 3-second goal that they got themselves back into that one to tie themselves up, take that overtime. And I'm just not sure if we can see another level from Nerve. It feels like the Bulldogs can still take it to just that next step. It doesn't feel just yet we've seen that from Nerve. I'm not too sure if they can find it. They really looked as though if there was going to be a game that they can tie us up in, it was going to be that one. I'm not sure if they can make it back from 2 games down now. It's just so awkward, but the Bulldogs, it's not looking great from them either. It has to be said. Their offense has looked good. To concede 4 doesn't look so good. I just don't know where this goes from here. You're saying Laxon looks unpredictable. This match looks unpredictable.
It's a tough one, but the one thing that has been predictable has been Nerve's defense breaking down when the game is on the line. And that's been a recurring trend, both in the last series that they played and in this one right now. It's just when they're put under pressure, the composure falters a bit. And unfortunately, as long as that continues to happen for this team, it's always going to allow ways for their opponents to get back in it. Now, in the last series against a team like 8, they had a bit more wiggle room. But when you're against the big 3, you're going to get punished for it. And I'm happy that the Bulldogs were able to do that for them. Now they've now got 3 chances in a sloppy game, in a chaotic game. You would think 1 in 3, something's going to fall your way. This is a very good spot to be in for the Bulldogs faithful. We'll see if they can see the deal here.
That's a good play off and shot wide of the mark. Hunter should follow up. It does. Yeah, I mean, probably should have been buried at the first time of asking here. It wasn't to be. The Bulldogs, they're following up each other's touches, which, I mean, either gives you confidence or goes, why did you not trust that wasn't finding the back of the net?
Third time lucky. That's the rule. Third time lucky. And there you go. So 1 goal in, 10 seconds in. Now Laxon, oh my gosh, I think a little bit surprised that they got the beat right there off the kickoff. Kaka is able to rotate though and bail them out. Pressure from the corner, not quite in. Kaka lets it sail overhead, but the attack's still there with the lead. Do you expect the Bulldogs to ease up on the gas, Monty? Because I don't.
I certainly wouldn't. Laxon wants to maybe not say ease up on the offense with the Bulldogs, but just start going, hey, let's put our foot on the gas. Going forward, Hunts up. Looks to take a challenge. It's a double commit from either side. Ends out on the sidewall. Laxon looked for the Cooks a pinch. Didn't really make too much of it. Double commit again from the Bulldogs. And that one's just put towards the net from Kaka. Again, no timeouts called. 2 teams without a coach, so what else would you expect from OCE? But it feels like maybe Nerve should have done something in that break. Just to break it down, have a thought of, hey, these are the things we're doing good. Let's try not to concede 5 again.
It's just because, all of our, outside of a couple, all of our good coaches all went overseas to EU to call all of our timeouts over there instead. I saw you in chat, LDP, all right? I saw you there. We need you back here to call timeouts for these teams. They don't know how. It's really concerning. Either way.
All of our good coaches, and you've listed 1, has gone overseas. Caleb drops underneath, makes it 2. But, I'm not sure if a lot of our OCE coaches have headed overseas. I'm not sure if that's a solid point or not.
I would. Okay, most of the time we have actually international coaches coming here, right?
Yeah.
So when I think of the breakout OCE coaches, there's 2.
Yep.
50% of them have gone overseas.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I'm still not too sure if I agree with the original point here, but you've defended the point pretty valiantly there.
Is not an S-tier coach.
I never said he was either.
Okay, good. Well, at least we're in agreement on something.
Yeah. The amount of times that guy was like, nah, I'm playing golf instead of coaching today.
Exactly.
He just couldn't be listed up there amongst the greats.
Coach, S-tier. All right? I would trust nobody else to teach me how to swing a golf club. However, we're playing Rocket League right now, and Team Nerve, they need a coach's coach to get them back in this game. Half a game to go, and they're down by 2.
I really hope Tins is tuning in.
He's playing golf.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah. It is RLCS time, so it's time to hit the links. That's a phrase I heard once, and apparently it's got to do with golf. So, bringing that one out. But hey.
The only links we're hitting here is link-up passes like this. Keckles now going to look for Laxon up ahead. Gets the reset over the top. Maybe they go solo. Not this time. Cock off the backboard with the save.
Good follow-up from Nerve. Quickly around the corner. Hunter slows it down. The first touch was awkward, but he beats out 2 on the sidewall. Might be able to... It's an open net. Nerve left it. And it's wide open for the Bulldogs. You just cannot leave it that open. The double commit. Oh, Nerve got bumped by Kaka. And the Bulldogs, I mean, this is a return to the form that we want to see from them in a semi-final.
So the other player that Reddit called as the next Torsos outside of Yuxi actually was Hunter, it should be worth noting. And seeing good things from Hunter in this series, you never know. Maybe Hunter could be the next Torsos. Obviously, we're going to need to win a few more regionals. But that, plays like that. Good sign, good start. And now, 2 minutes away from another regional final appearance.
I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like if you're replacing Torsos, it has to be with another KBM player. And I don't know many OCE KBM players right now, so I'm not sure if I'm suggesting anything. But, I just feel like, a Vample? Thoughts?
No, what you're saying is it's my time to sign.
Yeah,
I'm the next Torsos.
I think it's time to put your keyboard down, buddy.
Well, better that than me. Here we go. Laxon to the backboard. Not quite there. Ball's down, but Kaka underneath will clear it out.
I'm just going to ignore that last comment from you about,
Ignore
better
it.
than... Yeah,
Yep.
I will.
Yep.
I will.
Carry on.
Anyway, Laxon clears that one towards the center. Oh, hang on.
Boom.
I thought it was going to be a pass off. It's just... It's back in the back of the net. I don't know where the defense has gone again. This time there wasn't a bump. Last time, on the other side, it was a bump that opened the door. This time, it's the Bulldogs sending too many players forward again.
There's a little bit of a pulse still in this game. 2 points down, a minute 13 to go. Kaka is having none of that kickoff happening the other way with the demo. Nearly another double from Hunter off rip. Instead, we go to our final minute on the blue side of the field. Team Nerve needing to get themselves back within striking distance, but Caleb just not going to allow it. They go back to the other side. Boost in control of the blue side. Possession going back the other way, however.
Yeah, they need to get something about now, I'd say, just to leave them enough room to score something on the kickoff. At center ball. Took a deflection on the way through. Ends up setting up Nerve. Caleb low boost. Trying to stretch for it and just got enough.
Yeah, you can see what Nerve was thinking too, trying to get that ball around Caleb. Laxon has a chance here though. Second touch. It's a pass. And it's not where it needed to be. Still, Laxon can throw it back over to Nerve or go solo with the reset. They opt to go solo. They got 3 defenders to bite, but the team was not in a position to recover now. 15 seconds to go. That could be the dagger in this series.
Yeah, Cackle spun out on the ceiling there. I don't think they'll be able to move it quick enough down the other end unless Cackles will send it a long way. Caleb will make the stop, and that will put an end to this one. There simply shouldn't be enough time. Well, hang on a second. They have exactly 2 seconds to make something happen.
Bulldogs. 2 seconds on the clock. A finals that you in your heart of hearts believe you should be at. Can you stop one of the craziest, meckiest teams out there? Here we go, the kickoff. It's actually good for Keckles. A boost is going to be collected by Nerve, who has space to work with. What can Nerve do? They drive it into the corner. Ball spikes down, and the Bulldogs go to the final.
Yeah, he couldn't really take it center there. Too direct at a defender instead, and it was all too easy to get behind it from the Bulldogs. But they get across the line, couple of scratches, nothing more in this series. And first team in the grand final, they'll be feeling pretty confident. Oh, probably didn't want to lose a game there, but they drop a game overall though. Their offense looked very good. I'm still, putting some question marks over, can they hold up the defense against a side like Power or Wildcard? They did yesterday. It's possible. The Bulldogs, they booked their spot now, and, potentially on the Parc de Paris map, maybe something to keep in the back of the mind as they move to the grand final.
It would be something if they can keep this momentum moving forward. The good news for them as well is they do have time to sit back, relax, break it down. Okay, let's get ourselves ready. This next series, though, Monty, let's be realistic. When everyone was looking at the ladder, when people were at the start of the season thinking, who are the 2 teams to look out for? It was Power and Wildcard. And we're now in a position where if Wildcard does not win this upcoming semifinal against their biggest rival, that could be their realistic chances of this season over, done with, kaput, they outie. This is must win for them against arguably the best team in OCE, Big T. Yuxi's knocking on the door. He could be taking a spot. We'll see when we come back as Wildcard takes on Power. The big three teams remain here in our fifth regional. And while we've sent the Bulldogs through a very scrappy series to the finals, we're now going to find out who their opponent is. Wildcard looking to get themselves back in their championship form. Power potentially putting this entire season away if they can perform well here today. CJ, Yummy, I'm sure you each have just wonderful, nice things to say about chat and this upcoming matchup.
Well, I don't know. There's such a focus on chat. I'm trying to just watch some rock here. I mean,
whoa. We love chat. Don't say there shouldn't be a focus on chat. We love chat. Thank you, everyone, for showing up and joining us for the greatest region. What's wrong, CJ?
I just meant, let's move on. I feel like there's a lot of confused people in here that don't always watch OCE in the chat as well that are going, why does everyone hate everyone? I think we're all one great big family, and I'm excited for the marquee matchup. Producer Hazard is just calling this the grand final, which is disrespectful to the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs who are waiting in the grand final, but it will be a doozy formal.
Yeah, I feel like last time we called this one the grand final, the Bulldogs won the whole event. So I'm not really keen to call it that just yet. But what I will say is this is the most important semifinal we have had in this region in a long time, because it might be the end of the age of Wildcard. They've been talking about that. If they lose this series now, Yummy, that's it. This is Power's region.
I think this is probably the biggest major of all time, definitely in terms of crowd, in terms of the atmosphere, and then in OCE in terms of worlds also being on the line. The first time this region has only had one spot instead of two. Normally both of these teams would be confident that they'd be going over, and now it's just going to be one.
I think you stole that spot actually, Formal, thanks to that Copenhagen land, but it is going to be do or die right here, particularly for Wildcard, Formal. They need to get the job done. They had a very disappointing Open 4. We expected them in the split break to be grinding like nothing else after missing Boston, and they came out looking pretty flat. So this is it.
It was a weird series, though, because it feels like they had a strategy they were implementing. It just felt like the wrong one. They were back to almost their over-aggressive selves, and Power, by playing a bit more reserved, took advantage of it. But from what we saw yesterday, Wildcard, they looked a lot more conventional, a lot more disciplined. Granted, it was against a different opponent. It was against 8. Power's a whole different beast entirely, but I'd like to think they've improved since then, no?
Well, you'd have to hope so, but again, we talk about this all the time. You don't truly get tested until you get the best. We don't truly know how the teams are shaping up until they get to this exact spot. Wildcard, I'm always expecting them to bounce back, but I said it in the last event after they lost the grand final. For me, this is the end of Wildcard, of at least me predicting them constantly, no matter what, to be able to bounce back after a loss. So I'm actually going the other way. I'm going to stick to what I said in the last event and go with Power, who have been the champions, which would mean they're knocking out Wildcard from the competition.
It's big from you. As a Torsos enjoyer as well, as a former coach of this team, in a way, flowed on from Torsos's days, 6, 7, 8, 9 years ago. Kept going next. He didn't want to stop because Formal loves that number. I'm going to go with Wildcard, though. You know why? Because yesterday I predicted Power, saying there's no reason not to predict them. They're the new Wildcard, and I was wrong because they got swept. So give me Wildcard.
You know what? I'm in agreement with CJ right here. I'm sorry, Yuxi. Your time on Wildcard is going to have to wait. Torsos still got it. He's still performing very well. I think Wildcard is going to win this series outright. So, without further ado, everybody, this is the marquee matchup of our region. Arguably, even, indefensibly, dare I say, these are the two teams that draw the eyes. These are the two teams that draw the hype. Power versus Wildcard. A trip to the finals, a trip to Paris potentially on the line. Send us in, CJ.
Oh, I like that throw from Max Formal. Shout out Formal Casting on all socials. Give that guy a follow. Goodness me. Yummy cheese, man. We have one of the best semifinals that I can remember. Hopefully, it lives up to the hype.
It's not that often that in the second event, that's when the do or die match comes up. But that is exactly what this is. Towards the biggest major we've ever had, Paris, France, the home of Rocket League, a crowd of 30 to 40,000 of the most passionate Rocket League fans in the world, and it could all be decided in this series.
One best of 7, and there's no excuses at this point. Wildcard, they've had enough time. They're the longest standing roster in OCE history at this point, and the most successful. And they've been flat. Power, reigning champs, Boston representatives. They got the job done last event. They got swept yesterday by the Bulldogs, a team that we didn't think was in that top 2 race. They were trying to just cling on at that point, but now they're in the grand final. Let's see who can come out on top game 1.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that it wasn't that long ago, Worlds last year, that Wildcard got a top 6 that gave us the hope for the region that we were going to be back on top for the long term, and they haven't been able to go back since. For somebody like Torsos, who has been to every single, or to an event every single season, could be the end of his days if he doesn't make it to this one. I could see him hanging up the boots, but I'll tell you what, he's not going to give up easily.
Yeah, they've started this season as a top 10 team in the world. It's crazy to think after a couple of events, Yummy, they could be the 3rd best team in OCE after today if they don't step up right here. And if the Bulldogs can keep improving on that form we saw in Open 3 and the form we saw in the playoffs yesterday, an early chance there. You can see just not quite meeting the mark, but Wildcard just trying to run it down the line. Super Lucky getting to work in the corner as well. The demo's coming out. That physicality is going to be big from Wildcard as well, Yummy. We saw it a lot last season, but yet to really find that similar play style.
Largely leading as well from Torsos, moving further forward. Of recent times, though, it's going to be Fever who does that one just slightly off the post. I don't think it would have been in if it was on target, because the defenders would have got to it, but I am expecting and not surprised to see a nervy start, especially from Wildcard. I feel like it was nerves that got them in the final event of last split that made them go out extra early. They are the team when they feel like they must win. Maybe that's when they're also the most nervous.
Fever had a chance there, and I actually liked seeing him already. This is the first time he's been in the Fennec this split, and he is never outside of that car since we've been playing together back in 2020, 2021 as well.
Good name drop.
Yeah, I mean, since I was playing, I teamed with this guy, by the way, but he was in the Octane, and I think he's looking mechanical, but maybe just trying to do too much, maybe throwing off the team, and I think getting back to what he knows in that Fennec, he's an absolute superstar. I'm looking forward to that. I think that's a good change from him. We'll see if he can form on the pitch.
We've talked a lot about Fiber and how he hasn't had that series pop off in the last 2 events. The one that you just know is going to come, where he just carries a team. Gus has been having a fantastic last couple of events. Super Lucky was the player of the last grand final. Which one of it is it going to be today if Power were to take this victory and all but assure themselves just the major and Worlds? It's like Super Lucky's looking for the pass to Gus. He has the opportunity here on the waterfall, but Banana Head's there first.
Still has been advantage Wildcard early. There was a chance before with the pre-jump play from Fever. Just didn't quite find the mark, and they're looking a little panicking in defense when it is down there. Power saw Fiber before, just in all sorts facing backwards, but they do get a crack down this end. Torsos just puts himself in harm's way. Can Gus get bumped? Had to go above the bump of Fever, who has looked very dangerous up front. Just couldn't quite land it.
He was very close, and it was really interesting to go from that kind of angle for the bump underneath the opponent, spinning as he goes up. Probably made it harder to execute, but in the end, wasn't able to get it. And now Fiber, a chance of his own around the corner, as Fever doesn't have much boost, and it's an awkward position here for Wildcard. They're all very close to the ball, but Super Lucky couldn't get the pass across.
Couldn't quite get it to work. That 3-man front post momentarily. Wildcard, the spawn was near post as well for Fever. As you mentioned, very awkward, but he's had a nice little interception here. Has Banana Head on the right, reset over the top. Gus pops backboard. Nobody home from Power, and Big T's the only one there.
I'm surprised that nobody from Power is up on the backboard. The first touch from Fever took everybody out. Gus gets bumped as well. Super Lucky tries to recover, not in time. And who, of course, it's Torsos, who's been scoring goals left, right, and centre.
The veteran, the oldest player in the world in terms of RLCS LAN attendees. Pretty impressive from Torsos. Been there since 2016, since OCE's inception. And he could be on his way to another grand final.
Somebody mentioned that maybe Torsos would still be playing when he's 35, as if that's the oldest age they could possibly ever think of. And I don't doubt it, the amount of hours.
35.
Barely able to get his thumbs onto the controller at that age. But, man, 8 seconds left. Is there going to be a comeback here? That's right in front of net! Oh, there's a huge mistake, a throwaway at the very end. Banana Head stomped by his own teammate.
And it was Torsos twice. I think he's got clipped on the backboard. He tried to jump across and he's backflipped. He nearly owned gold about 10 seconds before that, Torsos. And then he's thrown it across net. A great pass for Power. Off the kickoff, ball finds the line, back-to-back overtime. Well, back-to-back kickoff, should I say. How did we get to overtime?
I thought Banana had actually got on top of or collided with Torsos, but it was really just a Torsos mistake, awkward positioning, and that's costly, but will it cost them the game and a crucial start to the series? A long 7-game series to decide maybe who makes the Paris Major. Here's the chance. Pass into center. That's a good one. And Super Lucky somehow reads it.
Looks like we've got the Power squad in chat. Lachlan as well. And the boys have stepped up on command as soon as they've entered the fray here. And there's the shot on net. The follow from Super Lucky. Torsos had to come up clutch. Almost the reason, I guess you could say, Wildcard are in this predicament with that mistake in the dying moments. And he gets a chance to make amends. Torsos saved by Fiber. Banana Head blocked by Gus.
Oh, Torsos, he tried to take it too easy. He was scared of over-hitting that one, and in doing so, hit it too softly. That was a golden opportunity for Wildcard, gone begging. Going to be hard on their mental going forward. Banana Head, though, trying to make up for it, almost crushes that one in. Torsos is going to have his own chance. Does he go for the pass? No, he leaves it over to Fever, who then fakes it back to Torsos, back to Banana Head, back to Torsos, and that one's off the bar!
He's just smacked it way too hard. It was a beautiful set play from Wildcard. The 3-man pass play, the 1-2-1. Fever with a chance, blocked by Super Lucky. This semi-final living up to the grand final that we were calling it. Goodness me, what a start.
And this is just the first game, CJ. If the rest of the series delivers like this, I don't know if I'll be able to last. At 1 minute 40 into overtime, neither team truly getting that go ahead as the crossbar's been hit a couple of times. That one's underneath. Super Lucky with the 50.
That's another big mistake though, Torsos. He was low boost. He wanted to help Banana Head out, but all he's done is throw it off the backboard. He's passed it to Super Lucky, who finds the low dunk, finds the block, and Power. If you've ever stolen a game, I think this is the prime example. What a win after being 1-0 down with 3 seconds left.
Unreal. And man, as much as Torsos has made some good plays, he was also the one probably struggling the most in the defense there. He's going to be the one that needs the most mental reset, that needs the talk in his ear from the coach just to pick him back up. The Power, I feel like, CJ, when you get a start like that, where you almost feel like you've stolen the game, it almost feels like a freebie for you. You're like, oh man, now the series is so much easier.
Yeah, because they were out of that game, really. It was all Wildcard. I felt there was a lot of panic from Power, particularly in the defensive end. They got punished with the first goal that looked like it was going to be enough, but wow, a couple of mistakes. You saw Wildcard, just the uncharacteristic mistakes as well. We don't expect that from the veteran team, but they're not looking in sync in that defensive end. We saw a couple of times as well where they didn't get punished, Yummy, but you mentioned there was 3 guys front post, and we're thinking, this does not look good. Yeah. They're not spreading out, they're panicking, and Power are punishing.
I've almost felt like this is a symptom of them changing their play style. Maybe since after the third event of the last split, they were like, we didn't make the major, we have to change it up, and now Fever's more forward. And one of the advantages of having Fever play more as a third man was that it spread them out naturally. They had these kind of defined roles. Even if it wasn't 100% optimal, it made it easier to execute. And in nerve-wracking series like this, sometimes easiness to execute is best.
We'll see if they can simplify things a little bit. Team Power, we saw the beautiful, or Wildcard should I say, we saw the pass plays come through, but they're putting a lot of pressure on those shots. Even Torsos, when he did have the chance, he absolutely blasted the crossbar. He tried to put a hole in it, and that could have easily just been slotted with, a higher percentage shot. Banana Head does get a chance this time, and Super Lucky just arrives in the nick of time to pre-flip that one out of the way. Still, Wildcard starting this game as they did in game 1 with the pressure. Can they keep it up?
Pressure, they haven't stolen the boost around. It's just sort of a safe position here in the corner where they can keep challenging. Super Lucky has been strong on the 50s, but he's going to let this one go because, and safety, players behind, good read from Gus too, pre-jumping to make sure the infield pass wouldn't continue.
Torsos gets dunked by Gus. Fiber was right there. Banana Head, nice speed from him. Here's Fever with time. Torsos is looking for a bump on the back, but he actually just decides to leave on that occasion. Thought Super Lucky was in an unbumpable position. Gus looking to control things, recognising there's a little bit of space. Actually does really well to fight the 50, but Fiber does with this one. Super Lucky turned around. Oh, he's left himself in all sorts. I mean, all 3 members of Power making a mistake. Gus tried to make the 50. He's probably the only one that you can absolve from any blame.
And Fiber had gotten so close in on a 50. Of all things to do, you can't trust a 50 is going to end up being soft and going towards you. That's why you missed the first one. Super Lucky expected Fiber, I'm guessing, to have a bit more of that, or at least a 50 to not go so horribly wrong. It's the one job you have in defense, so make sure no 50 goes backwards towards your net.
You just can't afford to give Wildcard freebies. I know that Wildcard, in a sense, did give Power a couple of freebies in game 1, but you want to make sure that you're playing as solid as possible down the other end, and just there, it didn't feel like Fiber needed to be that crept. Here's a pop reset from Gus, blocked by Banana Head. Super Lucky looking to keep the ball in, try and find Gus, but he's just going to keep going himself. Actually, he's working it around everyone, and the near post pass. Banana Head puts himself right in harm's way, as does Fever, but very low boost, everyone on Wildcard.
And it's going to be Gus around the defensive side, just trying to get this boost up. Has Fiber in support no longer as the demo goes on, and I think Gus was looking for it in the first place. He wanted that flip reset towards it. He stays in the mix, and Fiber has actually found it past the defender. I thought it was not going to get beaten for all money, and yet Fiber found the angle. An incredible setup as well from Gus.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be covered as well, but it's just that save. A little bit unlucky that it's come off the post and bounced straight middle. You've got to take the most, or make the most of those chances when you do get them. And Fiber, beautiful shooting from him. Power with the lead. Oh, sorry, tying it up once again. Wildcard with a great early start. And it feels a lot like game 1, but they've left the comeback to halfway through the game rather than 3 seconds left.
It's much more clean, concise victory there on the goal. Fiber. Big long pass, but too far forward. He wanted to try and get that to Super Lucky, but even the best of the best players sometimes get a slight miss on the angle. Given how hard it is sometimes to just hit that off that back corner. Super Lucky bouncing up. We'll have the follow-up as well, just to keep the pressure going forward. It has enticed Torsos into the fray. Gets that around, but shut down by Fiber.
It's a lovely play from Fiber. If he gets the bump as well. Oh, that is beautiful. Power. Fever, though. In and out save. And he's on the counter-attack because nobody's home. It's just Super Lucky low 50. That could have been an unbelievable play if Fever got that out and scored, but not to be.
It came off the post twice and the crossbar, and he almost got the counter-attack. It was only that he needed 10 more boosts to be able to beat the last defender. Even still, it's just one of those moments that reminds you of just the individual power that Wildcard are able to bring to the table, that they're able to take down some of the best, not just in the region, but in the world, with those individual skills, as long as they can get it going together as a team.
And this time, they're bringing that individual power against team power. 1-1, 1 minute 10 on the clock as well. Fiber with the reset indicator, does get a reset on top of Torsos, who just tries to pin him in the corner. The bump was huge there from Gus, just to free up Super Lucky. And Fiber has found himself with 100 boost downfield, doesn't get the reset. Super Lucky pops over the top, dodges the bump. Torsos up as well. Gus has been cleared out of the way. Fiber has to just keep it out of harm's way as well, as Fever doesn't quite get the touch that he wanted, but does keep control of it. 45 seconds. Who's going to break the deadlock?
Fiber's doing an incredible job on the defense too, and he's recognizing those times that he can move forward and providing a passing opportunity instead of always rotating all the way back, which is just freeing up his teammates all the more when they are stuck in this backwards half, of which they are once again. opportunities going forward, but once again, it is Fiber to clear it out.
It's great patience there from Fever, and he's actually just turned the corner to find Banana Head down Fudu. Who's blocked 2. Oh, he's got them in all sorts here. The pass out to Torsos, and it's a pinch with a double commit from Power. 10 seconds left, and we're going to get back-to-back overtimes. Feels like this series is going to be a lot like this the entirety. Oh, hang on a minute. Banana Head top left slot. Oh, goodness me. Return serve after Power. Scored with 3 seconds left in game 1.
That's an ace if I've ever seen one. I have not seen a shot as good as that. Absolute laser beam. Top left corner. The defenders were ready for it, and yet still, it was so good they weren't able to get up. That should be the game. Settled in the last few seconds.
It was the equaliser from Power in game 1, and it could be the game winner from Banana Head in game 2. You betcha. Tie ball game.
And this series is delivering 2 games now, pretty much essentially decided by the last few seconds of regulation time. Good to see Banana Head as well getting on the board, because he can be an absolute glorious player to watch when he gets going. I don't know if there's too much to say about Power in terms of the difference between game 1 or game 2, CJ, because it felt almost like the difference was Wildcard just sinking their shots this time.
Yeah, and it was 10 shots to Power for 7 on Wildcard side of things. So on that end, they had more pressure, had more offense. It was just the quality, and that last play, that's the only spot Banana Head could put the ball. Have a look at that. That's on the crazy replay, ladies and gents. It was top left or nothing. And he found it, as you said. He tucked it in the corner. One of the best shots you'll see. Precision from Banana Head. That's what they need, though. That's how close this series is. It's going to take quality shots like that.
And that's why we see some of the extra misses from these two teams, maybe even more than other teams in front of the net, is because they know they have to absolutely slam it perfectly. It has to be hard. It has to be well placed. And doing both of those things in Rocket League does lower the consistency of striking, because, well, if you don't hit it there, the defender's always going to be up to it. We headed to game 3, CJ. It's now tied 1 apiece. Essentially 2 overtimes, with the second one just being settled in the last second. We're in for a doozy.
And they look on as well, both teams. I know you mentioned before that sometimes the shooting's a little bit off, but you're going to get that when they're playing on the edge, when you know that you have to have the perfect shot to find the back of the net. But this is a better wild card than what we saw. A much better wild card than what we saw in Open number 4. So I think there's no excuses for either side, which is why it's been so close.
Certainly is looking to be another close series. Low scoring affair too, which, you know, given the history especially of Wildcard, is surprising to say. They've always been known as a hyper-aggressive, high-scoring team, and Banana Head's managed to fool them all on the dribble.
A bit of a slower play could help. It's been played at such a frantic, frenetic pace that Banana Head, with the slow play, they're expecting the shot, they're expecting the slam, and all he had to do was find a close touch in the low 50.
And once again, dangerous signs for Power. The fact that Banana Head is really starting to feel it. And you know he's feeling it because he didn't just try and rush himself there. It's hard when you're nervous to slow down that ball in the way that he did, in a way that fakes out the defense. Torsos maybe hit that straight towards the defender. That was probably a good goal-scoring opportunity.
That shot had to be way better. He had the entire net to shoot at with a flip as well, and he just went for safety over anything else. There's the pot from Gus. Blocked out. Super Locky had to dodge the demo. He's actually done pretty well to find the backboard, but as he was the third man, there was no follow-up on that occasion. Gus does well to find the 50. Fever, perfect positioning. Throws it across net. Straight to Fiber, who takes it straight up top. Torsos gets the touch in. Banana Head too quick for Gus. The pinch. Fever almost getting dusted. Super getting bumped. There's so much chaos happening off the ball in the midfield. It's hard to keep a look at.
Well, every ball's being challenged quickly, just like that. Again, challenged so early that you're almost rushing every play. You can't get the best touch possible because you're focused on winning the race rather than the direction that you're going to hit it. Makes it harder to keep long possessions of the ball. Fever doing well there because Super Locky has absolutely been winning the 50-50 game. Fiber can't get a past Fever. Now it's going to be Gus at the turn. He's missed by an absolute mile. Fever had no booster. He misses as well. Opportunity gone to waste. And instead goes the other way.
I'm just wondering if Banana Head thought Torsos had this, or he just couldn't get there. The shot was on. Yeah, he just couldn't quite reach it. It was perfect. Perhaps expecting the backboard from Gus. And he just went bottom right. Once again, precision at its finest.
I think he also just expected the first touch from Fever and almost sort of went on that little bit of autopilot. And it's only 200 milliseconds of driving the wrong way that makes a difference when it gets to the defense, but he's made up for it here. He gets his second goal and he gets Wildcard back in the lead.
Look at this from Torsos. Pump fake. And then that Dominus flick. You can just rip it off the bonnet, off the front of the car. Banana Head, well, he's looking like he's best friends with that top left corner.
Wildcard might just be back, folks. We say it all the time, they lose a series, and that's when they're the most dangerous, when they've come back into the next event. Find themselves, I felt in the lead in game 1 and just kind of threw it away a little bit. In game 2, taking it in the last moments, and they've got the lead once again. They're showing that they have what it takes to be the top dogs in OCE once again, but likes of Gus, he's got the opportunity to turn the tides. Fiber as well can do it. Super Lucky is probably the most consistent player on this pitch, and at any moment in time, Power can turn it.
Hot from Super Lucky, Gus underneath, double commit, Wildcard. They've certainly not been prone to the flawless gameplay. They've made a fair few mistakes, I would say, but you know, when the pressure is at its highest, we see it in OCE so often, and now with one spot, so much on the line in this semi-final. Minute 54 left. Banana Head off the roof, doesn't get the touch that he was looking for. It's Torsos. Should be able to control this one. It's a little moment to breathe. And a little bit of space as well. Banana Head's going to wait on the pass, on the musty flick. Super Lucky just puts himself right in harm's way.
Smart back pass there from Banana Head. Make sure that his teammate could be the first on it. Torsos pass back to Banana Head. Goes for the slower touch, knowing that Fiber was there on the backboard. Look at the physicality coming out from Wildcard too. Difficult to contend with, but Power up to the challenge. And Fiber, he'd used all his boost on the first touch and maybe even an accident on the way out.
Yeah, a little pass back though has worked as Super Lucky finds the boost on spawn, reset to the double off the sidewall. Banana Head, he's going to take this as straight as possible. Looks for the 50. Out of nowhere came Super Lucky, and Gus was lucky enough to land on it as well. Fever finds 2 this time. He's low boost. As the pinch comes down, Fiber gets it around Torsos. They've just left Banana Head on an absolute island, and he's nowhere to be found. Super Lucky 2-2.
You can't keep leaving Banana Head to be the last one back. Super Lucky made such a quick play out of this. Banana Head had opponents in the back half chasing him around. He had to give himself some room, and that opened up a position on the net.
It's just the worst spot to be, is having 2 men in the offensive corner, and once Fever committed with low boost, Torsos just found himself in no man's land. He was way too aggressive on that touch. In the end, came back to bite him. Fever finds a nice 50. It's 40 seconds left. 2-2. Do we get our 3rd straight overtime? Gee, it's hard to split these two sides. We are seeing some mistakes, but at the same time, both teams are capitalizing and punishing when they do find the little opening.
Series shaping up to be so incredibly close. We knew that these two teams would be fighting tooth and nail, but we didn't know that they wouldn't be able to get the edge over the other. Gus, that's the mega flick. Unfortunately for him, it goes too high. Now a little chance of a counter-attack as Gus wants to keep this ball in the air, keep his position in that offensive half, but he's left so much room for Torsos, who just gives it away.
And that's a great call off there by Gus as Fiber leaves it. There was just another chance where Fever got left 3rd man. It's been Banana Head twice. They are way too aggressive 2nd man. Wildcard, if they keep this up, Power will punish in a 2-on-1 situation. Gus nearly got the flick to call game. They just need to be careful about getting over-aggressive. When Power do this, when they slow it down, Wildcard are getting very jumpy. They're diving. Here we are again. It has worked on this occasion as Banana Head gets it, but that was a double commit, Yummy. It means they can't follow it up, and Power are out.
You're exactly right as well. Wildcard just don't have the patience for this kind of play when Power do slow it down. They tend to just want to always be involved, always up to the ball quickly, always challenging and making sure that the opponents don't have room on the ball. You can see another case in point there from Fever, who gets taken out of the play. Torsos tries to get the 50. It's really open. Gus went for the bump instead of the shot.
He had the shot if he waited, but he just wanted to find Banana Head. I don't think he realised how great the situation was for them. Does Fever get a chance now? He's been bumped. Banana Head tries to find one. Torsos backs off. You can just tell these mistakes that Wildcard are making. They're a little unsure about when to commit now. Often going safer than not, but Fever finds a shot. It's top corner. It might not be followed. No, he can't follow it up. Or can he? Fiver just sits in net knowing it was off the post. Banana Head popping it. Super lucky, dusting Fever. Now Banana Head has to get back. They had a chance, Wildcard, but I still prefer the structure of Power.
Still not sure if that required Gus. I would like to see that back in slow motion. That defense looked like both needed to be able to get a touch on it in order to save that shot. Fever, no boost, but Gus is only still able to get to it. Super lucky now. Has so much time. Has the flip reset. Looking for the bump, but Banana Head managed to avoid. That shot's on. They get it, and they take the lead.
Fiver just turns and throws it on net because it's a triple commit from Wildcard. They all go. Torsos first, then Banana Head, Fever at the same time. So worried about the bump from Super Lucky, who flew ahead of the ball. And Fiber, knowing he had a gap, knowing he had half a second to find the net, he does just that. They're looking like they're controlling the pace of this series.
It's exactly what we talked about when it came to Wildcard and this change of play style and then not being able to, just in those dire moments, it's always in the last few seconds, in these overtimes, when they're in the defensive scenarios that things are going wrong for Wildcard. That's when, you know, their maybe lack of practice in this play style is costing them when they're in these high pressure moments. Where for Power, they're playing the same game. They're playing the consistency. They're playing Super Locky's perfect rock. The one that's maybe not as flashy, but they know that they can rely on it.
Yeah, it's far more structured, and they're just recognising when there's space and when they can bait Wildcard into challenges. It kind of feels like I've gone back in a time machine, Yummy, because I remember this Wildcard lineup when they were Team Power kind of getting stuck between everyone attacking and everyone defending. They're either all up at once or they're all back. And I think we even saw that at the end there. They triple committed because no one wanted to challenge early. And then you're leaving it to making a save on the goal line where you're going, well, I've got a goal as well just in case, because they haven't committed early enough. Or on the other side of things, they've got their first and second man just throwing themselves at the ball, getting beaten for free. And then you've got Banana Head, Fever being left on an island last. I just think they're not quite in sync, which is why they need this timeout.
As something that all the best teams have been able to do when they do have their multiplayers in defense is at least have some sort of structure on who's going to be the one out challenging and who's going to almost cover a different position on their way through. I mean, you even think back to K-Dop and Fairy Peak together and how good they were always in defense, because K-Dop always challenged, Fairy Peak always covered the other side of the net that the challenge couldn't cover. But in this case, they're all just trying to challenge all at the same time. They're all in that, we got to shut down what the opponents are doing every single play. And it's not just happening in defense, it's also happening in the midfield. They are taking themselves out of the play in some of those moments. And I think when it goes poorly for Wildcard, it affects them a lot more than it does for Power. That being said, it is a close series. It are close games. It could be going either way. I don't think they're going to change anything off this timeout.
You said it perfectly. In more recent times, it's the likes of NRG, with Daniel being more passive and letting his teammates cut for him. Fever usually is that player, though, but he's been more of an aggressive first man, as we saw Banana Head kind of having to play that third man role. We'll see if they can really just tighten the ship and get things back on track here for Wildcard, because that timeout has come pretty early. That's only 2-1. They have lost 2 games in a row, which is usually the recipe, but they won't have to use it. Well, they won't be able to use it if this does end up going the distance.
That being said, that's the kind of timeout that they're thinking, okay, not only is that going to give us a chance to win this next game, but just to totally wrest control, to figure out what's going on. And it hasn't worked out for them, not in the first 30 seconds at least.
Hasn't worked out at all. 35 seconds in, 1 goal at 2 Power, and you can see here Fever just challenging for Banana Head. The positioning's not there because he's slow on the rotation, and Gus just plants himself in between his second and third men of Wildcard to get the reader out.
That is what Power have been doing well throughout the series. I mentioned it earlier with Fiber. That time it was with Gus. It's just making sure they always have that forward passing option when there should be available for a touch. But Torsos comes in, just takes a straight shot, and it's powerful enough.
That's a beautiful play. A beautiful play. Banana head over the top. Finds the bump on Gus, who was trying to help Super Lucky. Kind of felt like the play that Wildcard were having scored against them in the previous game, isolating the last man.
Nobody's really been able to get a big lead in this series. Fever might be able to get a 1-0 lead. He gets demoed off the pitch. Super Lucky was trying to slow that down to give his teammate time for the bump. You see just the methodical thinking that these two teams have had. They're starting to bring some of that slower team play out.
Yeah, you can see how much they want to isolate that third man. It's honestly going to be won and lost in the midfield, though. Whoever's second man is playing a better game, having a better positioning, playing more of that monkey moon type role, rolling around the midfield, will come out victors in this series. So far, it has been Power, but you can see how they just want to get rid of that last guy, put as much pressure on him as possible, and force some slow rotations back. 1-1, 3:30 on the clock. Fever is going to take it up top with a reset. Actually drags it over everyone as Power able to get it to the corner, but they're in a little bit of boost trouble right here.
And speaking of pressure as well, different type, it seems that Wildcard are the ones trying to just lay on the pressure on the net and eventually make the defense crumble just like this. The defense, well, they're stuck there in the defense for quite a while. Super Lucky getting bumped out. Fever finds the perfect angle once again, and that's been tried and true story for the series. It's all about placement.
Yeah, that's crispy. That's real crispy from Fever. Had the just momentary window, the pocket where nobody was on that backboard on the sidewall. He finds a quick double. Gus has to make the touch. He's whipped. Huge mistake. Well, here we go. Power off the timeout from Wildcard. Just starting to make some mechanical errors.
And that is really the first major lead that anybody has had through this series. A 2-goal lead here for Wildcard. Again, they've always been so good off those timeouts. It's a large credit to Jimmer and his ability to bring this team back into the fore.
Yeah, looking good. 2 goals up, 3 minutes left. Try and tie the ledger at 2 apiece here in this best of 7. Torsos to the wall, to himself. The bump's coming through. Wins the 50 on Fiber. Just a little wall dash to catch up to the ball. Fever takes it off and knowing he has 0 boost. He's going off the roof to himself. Gets the bump on Super Lucky. Fiber was there. Let's see what Team Power can do. They're not usually in this situation outside of game 1, but they had to make that last second heroic goal to tie it up. They are 2 goals down. This is unusual.
Very unusual, and I guess when the game settles into a position like this, CJ, how much do you have in the back of your mind how important this series is, or is it all subconscious? Are you thinking, okay, Paris is on the line, especially for Wildcard, a must win. Power can get away without winning, but, you know, for them, they're also thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I think those thoughts only really creep in when it's, you know, penultimate point or kind of series point. Until then, you're kind of just playing the game. But certainly if Power are able to come back and win this, you're 3-1 up, and here's a great chance to make that comeback as Super Lucky, with a perfect shot, just finds himself underneath the ball. Torsos couldn't challenge, he had no boost. Banana Head left again underneath it, doesn't make the save.
And once again, all about the placement. Even a centimetre lower. And I think Banana Head able to get a little tip of his car to that one. But in the end, placement has been really exceptional. Crisp, as you would say, throughout this series. Gus was trying to just slow that down again for the bumping opportunity. That's what we like to see from Power, the changing of the pace in front of the net. Hasn't worked out this time, and instead it's going to be a chance for Banana Head.
He had a nice crack at it. Did have a look on net. Banana Head can grab the corner boost and turn and fire and strike as Super Lucky makes the save. Finds the only member of Power on the pitch. This Fiber had been removed from the map. Clear comes through. Gus with the pre-flip. Minute 15. And Fiber get to work. Power still need to find one more goal. Wildcard. This feels do or die right here, Yummy. They drop this game. They're going to have to do a lot of work. 3 games down or win 3 games on the bounce. But they still have that 1-goal lead.
And truly are in the blender. Will they be able to put them to the sword at the end of this one? Torsos just trying to 50 it. They've got 50 seconds to hold on to this lead, which has been tough to do throughout the series, but if they can do it now, they can tie it up, put themselves back into a comfortable position after the timeout. But Gus is not giving up. No one from Power is giving up as Superlocky tries to get it around. Fiber, great first touch. Does he have the second? No, Banana Head's going to shut it down. 2 players commit from Wildcard. This is the opening that was needed, but it's still not enough.
The opening was needed, but the goal found down the other end. 4-2 to Wildcard. They threw the kitchen sink, Power, to try and get the equalising goal, and off the timeout, it looks like they'll get the chocolates.
They had plenty of time, but fair enough. They sensed the opportunity. They had about 30-40 seconds left. They were keeping Wildcard on their toes, and so they did try, as you said, to throw the kitchen sink to try and just get that goal in. Should be all she wrote at that point in time, unless Superlocky scores right then, but no, looks like we're back to a tied series.
It's just going the distance no matter what. We knew what was going to happen when these two teams took to the stage in the semi-final. When we feel like Paris can be decided right here, it does feel like we're going all the way to Champfield. Wildcard take Utopia, take game 4, 2-2, and only 3 possible games left to decide who makes the grand final.
Only fitting that what Hazard would call the grand final of the day to be as close as this one has been. Though the first time that a team has won by more than 1 goal throughout the series. So if you're a Wildcard fan, maybe that's the sign that they are willing and ready to go ahead off the timeout. Keeping in mind that Power also have their timeout available.
And they've just called it, Yummy. They've just called it. So off the bat of a close game, Power have decided to try and get the free timeout buff win here in game number 5 to go ahead and win the penultimate game. Well, the penultimate. What's the game before the penultimate game? What do you call that? The penultimate?
I don't know. Yeah, let's just go with the penultimate.
Regardless.
The double pen.
Semantics. It's an interesting call to call the timeout straight away. Usually it's a couple losses in a row, but they feel this is the game, and perhaps it's not going the way that they wanted. The play style, even though it was close, they did kind of get rocked early on in that game 4.
And even just something to arrest the momentum of Wildcard. You know, they came out swinging a lot harder in that game. Obviously let the first goal in, but scored 3 in a row. And when somebody's scoring 3 goals in a row, you know they've figured something out. So anything to disrupt that is probably a smart idea from Power. We'll see if that pans out for them. Or if you think there's going to be too much of a change here from Power?
I really respect Freaky as a coach. I think I spoke about it yesterday, just taking a look behind the curtain in their prac rooms in Boston, the way that they're analysing different teams and adjusting their play style. And as you said, Superlocky really enjoys that structured, well-oiled machine type of, it's less free-flowing, with Superlocky at the helm as well as the captain of this team, and with Freaky coaching, who was always more of a strategist than relying on pure mechanics, if you ever watched him back in the day, the German legend. But, I like that they're calling a time. It clearly means that he's not happy. He wants to see a shift, so let's see in the first minute of this Game 5 whether they've adjusted anything.
Well, an important game for them to adjust in to find that victory, because whoever wins this one will be getting 2 match points in a row and will find themselves one step closer to eating a fresh baguette with a little bit of brie on there over in Paris.
Well, maybe, oh my goodness, maybe Wildcard's defensive woes have returned off the timeout from Power. Torsos just doesn't find the 50. He was looking for it all.
It almost would have been better for him to just ignore that completely. Use his ones background to understand he's never going to get a good 50 there. Unfortunately, that's really hard to see when you have to make a split microsecond decision. And that's gone against him this time. And a great start for Power. Banana Head trying to place that perfectly once again. Goes wide, but it does lead to an eventual goal and a tied up game. 2 goals in the first 30 seconds.
He missed a shot, Banana Head, but this was huge. He just kind of reversed into fibre on the way out of net, which created enough of a pocket for Torsos, who he needed to be precise right there. He's made up for his mistake. He's tied it up with only 35 seconds gone. No damage done.
Well, maybe a little bit of damage done. Sure, Power would have loved to have been in the 1-0 lead, and same in reverse. For now, we keep that close series, that back and forth, the scrap, the dog in these two players have been immense. As that one's right in front of net, everybody scrambling, everybody hoping to get a touch, nobody sure who's meant to go for the ball, and eventually Torsos just makes sure to stay behind it.
Yeah, he was committed to 50-50 everyone. It wouldn't have mattered who rocked up in front of him. He was going to try and 50 that ball and stay as close behind it as possible. Banana Head tries to bump. Well dodged by Fiber to get a touch on it. Fever controlling the midfield. That has been the shift. The second man has been far better from Wildcard. And they've certainly played more of a relying on, I guess, a 2 and 3 man sort of rotation rather than first and second going absolutely wild downfield. So they've mixed it up a little bit. Certainly the midfield, it kind of feels like there's more numbers for Wildcard there to put a block on.
A little bit willing to cancel their commits too. I've noticed a couple of times in just this game. As that shot's on, that's just a goal. Fever has found an opening. The defense was not ready.
It's not Fever Las Vegas, it's Fever Party. What a shot. I mean, he just finds the opening out of nowhere, and it's kind of, you called it, Yummy. It was surprising that they did get the opening. The third man just non-existent. Fiber couldn't rotate back in time, and Fever's going to take that every day of the week.
Certainly not going to miss that. Very quick execution as well to make sure the defender couldn't get back. Now Fiber trying to just get a goal back of his own. Power have found themselves wanting throughout the last couple of games. They're finding themselves falling behind and needing to scratch their way ahead. They almost managed to do it. Superlock in an awkward position to turn that into a goal as well. It's a little bit too close on that scenario.
B-head with the flick. Gus into the corner. He's going to lose his own boost though, because Torsos is the first man on the scene. He wants to park himself underneath the ball. Fever gets two. It's a nice back post play, but Superlock, he had incorrect. Fiber up quick. Have a look at this. The reset from Fiber as well. Torsos accidentally hits the ball over the top of Banana Head. If this goes low, Torsos could be in trouble. He does grab the corner boost, but he's lost the ball somehow. The pitch coming through. Banana Head's in a little bit of trouble. Huge save.
Oh, Fever. He's on the opposite side, offering to take the pass, but he actually goes back and so just hang in that back corner for now. Go back into that pressure style potentially for Wildcard, where they like to hold it in the corner. They can do that safely because they have got that 1-goal lead, but they can't do what they're doing now and all get too close to the ball as well. They still need to make sure they're spread out. It's such an awkward position. All of them driving back. They weren't in any danger and yet still got caught almost in a counter-attack from the midfield.
Wow, Fever had to make a huge touch because no one was on the backboard. You're right, Yummy. They got so jammed up there. That looked like the first couple of games all over again. Gus off the sidewall to himself, dunked. Fever, super lucky. Fiber gets dunked by Torsos. Fever pops it up. That's a round one. Gus had to be quick. Banana Head had the shot. Fiber underneath. The 50 comes through. Banana Head's just got to turn on the ball. Can he find the shot? Oh, he can't. Fever. Where's he looking to go? Sideball to himself. Might not get the bounce he's looking for and gets demoed. Kind of looks like Wildcard are looking to play safe. They want to hold on to this 1-goal lead, but there's a lot of time left, Jimmy.
It's crazy. They've parked the bus. They're literally just trying to get touches that go away from the opposition. They're not worried about the consistency of a full team play style. They're hoping to hold on. And you know what? If they're able to do it, it works.
This is crazy, but they do get perhaps a counter-attack chance because you know that Wildcard are going to be pushing, looking for that goal. 45 seconds. Will it come back to bite Wildcard? The fact they have been so reserved, or is it the perfect play style? Fever keeping the ball in though. 29 boost on Gus. Banana Head, the pre-flip, huge. Fiber up, wants to keep it as close as possible. That's a great 50 from Torsos.
Thought the Fiber might have had a little bit more on that one, but couldn't quite catch up to the ball. That was their best opportunity. Now it is throw everything at it time for Power. They can't afford to let in a goal either. Super Lucky, what can he do? He gets challenged by Torsos.
Wildcard still overcommitting a touch. They did leave a momentary one-man back. 5 seconds left at Wildcard. Take the lead in this series. Do they force a 3-2? Do they move to match point? You betcha. Off an open net from Thieves. Wildcard get the job done. No timeouts left. Game on.
Wildcard are back. They're one game away from knocking out their closest competition, their biggest rivals, the team that knocked them and took their crown of OCE champions last split and secured it even more in the last event. And yet, if Power lose here, Wildcard go on to win the competition today, then they're in the driver's seat to make Paris.
They're in front. A second and a first is a lot better than a first and a fourth. Doesn't take a mathematician to work that out. You mentioned it being a dogfight as well, Yummy. I mean, what a luxury for the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs just to be sitting there on their high horse in the grand final watching these two teams go at it. And once they're bruised and battered entering the grand final, whoever wins this, they do have to face the Bulldogs as well to win it. But Wildcard in the box seat.
And it's also probably the best scenario for the Bulldogs for Wildcard to win in terms of Bulldogs' chance to make it overseas. So they're going to be cheering. They're going to be happy right now that Wildcard have these 2 match points. Power fans and Power in particular are going to be a little bit worried because they did just call the timeout. They did try and change a couple of things up and it wasn't enough.
I feel like if the Bulldogs can win today, and assuming Wildcard make it through here, it's pretty much whoever wins the Open 6 will make Paris. By the sounds of it, a first and a fourth, you got a first and a second. Everyone's kind of trading blows. Everyone has a chance, which is going to be so exciting. But we do need to find out who makes that grand final first. And Wildcards certainly aren't there yet, Yummy.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What has happened here? What's happened to the defense? It's the wild card factor. Gus was on the backboard. Banana Head didn't have the flip reset. And Gus, he thought he had the extra touch.
This is where the pressure is on. When Wildcard are performing, when they look like they're back to their best, when they look like that top 16 from the World Champs last year, can Power step up to another level? Perhaps a new level that we haven't seen from them just yet. Only 20 seconds in, and they are at another deficit, but this time there's no more second chances. There's no more games they can afford to lose. Fiber throws that one on net, and there it is, the instant response.
Yeah, it doesn't take too long in this series. You know, if a goal goes one way, it's going to quickly turn the other. Torsos, we had a couple of those moments in the first game. He just didn't get the power that he wanted on that shot.
They don't have to panic just yet now. They've got that equalising goal pretty early on. 33 seconds gone. Fever looking for the pop. Only finds Gus, who gets it over the top. Doesn't have a free backboard. Banana Head able to find the clear. Both teams just get a chance to breathe.
Well, Fever opting to stay forward despite the lack of boosts. I think he was giving a good opportunity there for Banana Head to get that pass over to him. Even still, they have managed to get a little bit of more of an attack going. This one's a pass straight back to Gus, and Gus may even have the follow-up. What has he got? He's almost got a goal. He's opened it up, but Super Lucky was on the other side.
The post just comes out in the wrong bounce and the wrong angle as well for a follow-up. This Wildcard completely got dusted by Gus. They do eventually find the clear downfield, but it's going to be coming back with interest. Having said that, Gus has made a complete meal of the corner. Super Lucky and Banana Head meeting in the air. The two arch rivals, as some may say. The star-crossed lovers, some others may say as well. Yummy, these two are just inseparable.
Seems like it, but at the moment, inseparable between these two teams. 1-1, 3 minutes remaining. We've seen a low-scoring affair as well, so every goal so crucial in this one. These are the places where Wildcard are the most comfortable, when the ball kind of just gets stuck in that backwards corner, in the power corner. Is Gus now. There's a little room on the ball. Early quick challenge from Banana Head. He's read it very well. Faked out the second touch, but Fiber reads it.
2:50 left. Fever to the corner for himself. One more, two more. Anybody home? There was a shot for Banana Head. I think he was trying to read the save, but he didn't have to read anything. Super Lucky, counter-attack. He just rolls it home underneath all three.
Look at the Wildcard defense. They're all jumping. 2 people commit to this first challenge, both Torsos and Fever. Fever's high up. Banana Head's low. Fever gets bumped. Nobody knows what's going on Wildcard. And of course, Super Lucky. He's happy to capitalize on that.
You just see Fever nearly screaming for someone to cut, but there was no one home. Banana Head couldn't get there in time, and Torsos was in front of the ball. Once again, third man getting isolated and Power punishing.
There's also just that first play. The second in the midfield, just another stupid double commit that was totally unnecessary. I shouldn't say stupid, but if you could call a player stupid, I could call a double commit stupid. As that one goes ringing off the post, that was the opportunity for Power to secure what was likely a Game 7.
Torsos now, does he get a chance? He's looking for the dunk. Fiber does well. 2 minutes away from Game 7. Goodness me, I've eaten a lot of Easter eggs today, but we're eating good as well in the OCE, RLCS. Fiber, does he have the shot? The drop down, super lock, he throws himself, it's off the post. Fever this time looking for the counter-attack. Fiber, up top, Torsos has to back off. Wildcard now, under pressure.
These, though, are the times where Wildcard have historically shown the most gumption, when they are behind with not too much left in the game. That's where they get their best. That's when they start throwing members forward. That's when somebody like Fever could create a play. They haven't been able to breach the Power defense, who has been holding so much stronger throughout this game. And the defense leads to an offense, leads to Gus getting them into a 2-goal lead.
We said it from Game 1. This series just reeked of a Game 7 classic. And we're a minute 20 away from just that. Power respond. Backs against the wall. Champfield starting to murmur.
It's very, very close at this point in time, and with Power's ability to defend and how solid they have been in the midfield in this game, I cannot see the comeback realistically coming here for Wildcard, not as the clock ticks closer and closer.
Oh, make it 4. I think that's wrapped. We're going to be heading the distance. And these are the slow plays. I mean, the Wildcard can't stand. Torsos just felt like he had to challenge every fibre of his being. Said throw himself at the ball, but Fever's not ready. He's too close. They lose the 50. They isolate third, and Power snipe.
And Torsos has always just wanted to play as fast as he possibly can. And if the opponent slows it down like we saw in that play, he can want to have the tendency to want to go in. That being said, it's a quick counter off the kickoff. They have put themselves slightly back into it.
It's a beautiful pass from Fever. Pre-flip with the pinch back post. And you can see Torsos just waiting. Knew exactly what his teammate was doing on that ball. That's the chemistry, the connection, the synergy that this Wildcard lineup have. It's a close cheek kickoff as well. Torsos goes right with 100 boost. Has Banana Head if he can find the bump. Super lucky. Huge. 45 seconds now. Is this where Power take a leaf out of Wildcard's book and just completely batten down the hatches? Do they just sit in net, Yummy?
Feel like they're going to. The league just going to send one person forward, 2 people back, just like that. Fiber sort of in that second position just to manage any kind of touch. And once again, super lucky second position. Gus far back, but Gus is completely shat-flapped, and that's an opening, but Torsos has missed it.
Not even anything on the ball as the redirect on net. Super lucky respecting the touch. Torsos drop down underneath just the fibre. Maybe there was a chance if Torsos hits that, but it's not to be. And we are heading to Game 7, ladies and gents. Here we go.
That's just proof in the pudding that if Torsos had scored that, they probably would have tied it up off the kickoff, surely, right? That's how it works. Consolation goal, but Game 7, Champions Field, 1 game, 5 minutes, and the Paris Major on the line.
Goodness me. I know and I keep mentioning the Easter eggs that I've eaten today, but this is well and truly for all the important chocolates. I know that your Easter eggs are pretty important one day of the year, but this is for the chockies that really count. Who's going to make the grand final? Who's going to keep their Paris dreams alive? Or perhaps put one foot on that plane if you're looking at the likes of Team Power. It all comes down to 5 minutes of rock, Yummy.
And we talked about pressure at the start of the series, and, well, the nerves. This is where it gets to its absolute peak. And, well, historically, the likes of Torsos has been able to perform the likes of Banana Head and Fever have been able to perform when the chips are down, when that's important, but maybe not so of late. So this is where the true test, if you can't perform in this series, there's no way in hell you'd be able to perform at an RLCS Major or Worlds.
I mean, historically in this situation, you back Wildcard in, you back the GOAT roster in, but lately it has been Power that have been clutching up. It has been Power that have been that new number one team. There's a reason why they're in Boston. There's a reason why they won a couple of weeks ago as well in OCE Open 4. As I do believe we're going to have to reset this because Guru didn't change the map to Champfield.
Oh, and he was saying earlier that he was to pick the casters. This is not the casters to pick. He would pick himself and pay himself. And I would be surprised if he gets paid. What's he getting paid for? To not change the maps?
I was getting so hyped for this. It just felt like we were
Field,
flowing.
Guru.
We were flowing.
You got one job.
This is the most important series of the season. This can decide Paris. This can decide the World Championships. And we can't get a smooth transition into the big dance. Maybe just adds a bit more drama, though. Let's be optimistic, Yummy.
Let's be ready. I need to ready up in the game and get into this champs field. We've got the right pitch now. We've surely got the intro coming in here from Hazza, the fly out, those fireworks. This is it. Game number 7. All the chockies on the line. We're flying in. Wildcard versus Power. Let's go.
We put all of Easter Bunny's jockeys and we stole them and took them to Champfield in this semi-final, and the winner gets the lot. 10 seconds in, the kickoff going Power's way. Fiber with a pre-flip, Private with a shot. Almost a perfect start for Power. The panic from Wildcard early as well, Yummy.
Easter Bunny almost came early with that one, but just holding on. It's going to be Wildcard. They cannot afford to make any mistakes in this game, and Power are the ones who are in the driver's seat early on.
Goodness me, it is on. Power looking strong. The redirect from Banana Head. You can see just 0 boost in the tank from all 3 members of Wildcard. Banana Head finally finds a back corner. Torsos does just the same. Super Lucky intercepted by the Big T, by the veteran, and Wildcard get a chance to attack.
They just can't do any too much with it as Fever didn't have the boost, but Torsos comes through. The veteran trying to get a goal in his sort of signature area just in front of that backboard. Now Super Lucky has to do a lot here. Last man back, tries to clean it up, avoids the bump at the same time. He's working through 5 lanes of traffic. Banana Head looks for another bump. Can Torsos get the shot? He can! First goal to Wildcard.
First blood to the 3 aces. Goodness me, Fever just finds the 50. Big T, perfect positioning. He's played this game for 10, 11 years. He knows exactly where to be. And they strike first.
Just goes to show that you can put Wildcard on the back foot for the first 30, 40 seconds, but you give them a whiff at your net, and they're like sharks circling, but Super Lucky, he just didn't quite have enough boost to get around that one for the comeback.
It was shaky early, though, from Wildcard. The first minute 30 kind of just saw both teams crapping their dacks. If you would, Yummy, you can feel the pressure. They know how important this series is in terms of their entire season. So cutthroat, 2 splits, 6 online events to decide the fate of your career, of your roster, of your season. So much on the line, and Wildcard, they're 3 minutes away, but there's a long 3 minutes in a Game 7.
I don't think they're going to park the bus in this scenario. That would be crazy. Not with 3 minutes remaining, and they don't need to. Banana Head works his magic. He's managed to get them a 2-goal lead.
The Banana Man puts on a show, gets the touch he was looking for, didn't even need the reset, just finds the extra pop. Gus, will he want his time again? But he just panicked to touch in net off the roof. Awkward positioning. Wildcard with 2. Power feeling a long way from it.
A little bit of desperation now for the Power, but they got to recognize they still have plenty of time. Fever almost putting that into his own net, but all it's done is reel Super Lucky in to try and get any kind of little touch on this. And now Wildcard. Well, it almost feels like they are parking the bus. Look how far back they've all run.
So safe, so safe. I don't know what Jim has said to them, but he said, get back, get back. This is enough, a 2-goal lead. And on the other side of things, Yummy, Power, they can't get going. This is so jammy out of defense, so awkward.
Oh, it's
they can't
open.
find any flow. And Banana Head, well, he's backflipped on the spot. He had a chance to make it 3-0.
Certainly have, but he was in such a tight competition with Fibre on the back boost that they were crossing paths. That being said, they're still going to be happy with the way things are going. Wildcard Fibre is in the defense. They're just trying to get off the wall. They're trying to find any boost they possibly can. And that clear's not going to do too much for them as the 50 goes back across the Banana Head.
It was a measured 50 from Fever, who's looking for the bump. The pop over the top. Gus makes the save. Super lucky. That's a nice catch from him just to take a bit of speed out. They can't draw this wildcard team in as easily as they had in the first few games, though. It looks like they've adjusted, they've adapted. They're sitting a lot deeper than what they previously had. And this midfield so far, this territory is controlled by Wildcard.
Wildcard have been good at controlling territory in the past, and they've done it here with 125 seconds remaining. This is where Power needs to just try and dig deep, figure something out, but they're still not really getting out of their defense.
There's a pass plays. They need to look for the connection. I thought the demo was coming out for against Banana Head, but he found one of his own in the defensive end. That's huge to relieve pressure. Could have been certainly a 1-goal swing back to Power. Torsos throws it on there. Banana Head, does he have the shot? He tries to place it. Gus is panicking.
Oh, no!
He's tripped him on the net as Fever dunks. Banana Head finds the shot. Power capitulating.
Well, I don't know what happened. Gus landed on Super Lucky. Everything going wrong. We saw Wildcard panicking front of net earlier. Now it is all Power falling apart, falling to pieces. They've switched it off. And I think that might be lights out.
They've completely panicked in this Game 7 defensively. It feels like there's brown all over that orange net, and it ain't Easter eggs, let me tell you that. It ain't the Easter Bunny's magic. It's something else. Super lucky, backs off, Torsos wants 4, bump comes through. There's only 36 seconds. Wildcard are about to book their ticket to the big dance.
They're happy that they're going to be in the grand final, and that should secure it. It is technically an own goal as well, but Banana Head gets his hat trick, and so often he is the one to step up in these moments, in these Game 7s, and he's done it once again.
They haven't just put the foot down in Game 7. They've stomped all over them. 4-0 clean sheet, and just 2 shots to the likes of Power. Fibre is the only player on the team that has registered a shot in the most important game of these guys' seasons.
Well, you say that. Gus gets 1 shot, a consolation one at that. And the one thing, the one little credit that Power have to them is they aren't down and out. Because of the win in the first event, they will still have the chance in event number 3 to get the crown back. But for now, Wildcard have wrested the crown of their own. They're going to the grand final.
We on to the big dance, and there's only 3 blokes left in the lobby. Everybody out of there. Power are gone. Wildcard stand tall. And if you're an OCE rock enjoyer, if you're just a guy that loves the region, doesn't fully support one team or the other, this is the best possible result. Paris wide open, the World Championships wide open.
This certainly makes event number 3 10 times more exciting. It also makes this grand final twice as exciting too, because, well, if either of these teams get ahead, then they're the ones a little bit in the box seat going into event 3. But either way, I do think that all 3 of them are going to have a chance in that 3rd event.
I mean, the best case scenario in terms of the closeness of Open 6 is the Bulldogs winning. 1st and 4th, and then you've got a 1st and a 2nd, 2 1st and 4ths with Power and Bulldogs, and then you've got Wildcard just with 2 2nd places. So that would really even things up going into Open 6, which is what we'd love for maximum entertainment. But the Bulldogs still need to get the job done. It's going to be tough because the level of play was pretty strong in that game. There were a lot of mistakes, but it was because of the pressure that you could feel that the teams were putting on, and the pressure of the moment of what that series meant.
I think that also is what sort of led it to be so back and forth, and I really like a close series like that where one team wrests control, the other team figures something out, or they make one less mistake in the game and they get the next one. A lot of overtimes early on, and then eventually, that's when Game 7, that's the proof in the pudding of who can perform when the nerves are meant to be the highest. And today, it was Wildcard.
And it wasn't close in that Game 7. A 4-0 was absolutely outstanding, but we need to gear up for a grand final. Yummy Cheese Man, I believe that you're going to be saying goodnight to us, so how about you take us out as we head and look towards the grand final?
Ladies and gentlemen, chat, Twitch chat, YouTube chat, all the chatters, we love you here, we want to see you here, and we want you here for the grand final. Make sure that you've got your chockies ready, because there's going to be a blockbuster right after this break.
another week or will we not? Wildcard.
Well, ladies and gents, Easter Sunday doesn't get much better than this. We've had 4 series, and I tell you what, the first 2 in comparison to the last 2 they were terrible. But goodness me, has it delivered Formula Money in that previous game 7. We go the distance. We tried to stay on Neo Tokyo for 2 games, thanks to Guru, but we eventually found ourselves on Champions Field, where Wildcard got the job done over Team Power, our reigning champs, which means we will have a new champion in this grand final.
Yeah, we're looking for a second time winner here for one of these 2 sides. We've seen Power win 2 Opens so far this season. The next winner, they'll be the next one to join on that list.
Yeah, and again, if this really truly was the age of Power, it could be a very short-lived one as well, guys, based on how things are playing out. But we will see. I still think things are up in the air, and it is fitting that we still remain the 3-team region. What a finals this is going to be. The Bulldogs, man, this is a prime position for yet another upset.
Well, I mentioned those earlier matches. We've had 8 best of 7s so far here in the hybrid bracket for OCE, RLCS, Open 5, Paris Split. We've had 1 Game 7 for the entirety of these 8 matches, and it was the previous. So I'd say we're on the uptick at the moment, Monty, and the best is ahead of us.
Well, hopefully that will be the case. I'd absolutely love nothing more than to have a Game 7 in this grand final. But, I mean, looking at that bracket, Bulldogs, they get the 4-1 against Nerve. If you erase the team names of who they're playing against and the logos as well, Bulldogs, they look like they're in better form heading into this one. But, I mean, Wildcard, they just took out the Boston Reps. So, you know, that's something for them.
Don't erase the names. Look at that back at that upper bracket round 1. 4-0 over Power. Wildcard had to go 7 for that. If we look at just this screen, you would say the Bulldogs are in better form. However, having watched that last series, it went 7 games. Wildcard look very tough to beat right now. This could be a banger.
I mean, we spoke about the importance of that semi-final, and let's take a look at the contenders at the current points for Paris, and in turn for the World Championships as well. Because that win, you can see in that OCE section we're going to be solely focusing on. Wildcard getting the job done, it puts them right up there with Power. They're 2 points away. If they win this event, they'll be number 1 in points for Paris heading into Open 6. If the Bulldogs can win, because currently these points are updated, you will get an extra 6 points for winning the grand final and taking out Open 5 money. That means they'll be on 26 and tied first with Wildcard right there on 24 as well.
Well, if you're a Wildcard fan, you want Wildcard to win. If you're an OCE fan who wants the best content, you probably want the Bulldogs to win this one. And that's not the copium of the team stream for the Bulldogs. It's simply facts.
Wait, yeah, if you're an OCE fan, OCE fans probably just want the best team to come through, and we'll see who that's going to be. But I do agree, from a narrative standpoint, 3 teams all within 2, where the winner of that 6th regional goes to Paris, and maybe even Worlds as well, depending who it is. That is the dream scenario.
It's going to be on. Let's get into it. Let's get into this grand final and just analyze a little bit deeper in terms of who we're looking at on the pitch, because people might have forgotten about the Bulldogs after that Game 7 bonanza with Power and Wildcard. It's going to be on like Donkey Kong. We want the best team in Paris, Formal, but I would like to find out who that is in Open 6 right at the very, very end on Champ Sunday. So we'll see if Bulldogs can make it as close as possible. But, Monty, looking at these rosters of 6 players on the pitch plus Jimmer coaching, what do you think? Who do you think could be the difference in the big dance?
I mean, I personally don't think I've seen enough from Karkar this split so far. I'd like, if he can step up, maybe something extra from the Bulldogs. For the side of Wildcard, I think the same can be said about Fever. I want to see him step up. I don't think he's been performing as much as I expect from him. I love the player Fever, but it just hasn't really clicked for the most part. He looked pretty good. He looked in form in that semi-final, though, so potentially something going his way.
When you go back, though, to the last time the Bulldogs were in the finals, it was actually Hunter who I think stepped up the most in that series and kind of carried the team. But even then, we were in the green room, we were having a chat about who is currently leading the MVP race of the season, and we were kind of looking at the power players right now. But if we were to see maybe a different team comes out on top, who could it possibly be? Caleb is the one who I think has been the central point of the Bulldogs. Caleb has been that driving force. And if we see a quote-unquote upset in this one, I think it's coming off the back of Caleb.
Well, it's time to get down to business, boys. It's time for the predictions. Get your predictions in chat as well. I want to see where you guys are going, because this feels very 50-50. We just saw Wildcard with a 4-3 Game 7 win over Power. We saw Bulldogs cruise their way through. They 4-0'd Power yesterday. And I'm going to kick things off. I'm actually going to kick things off. I am leaning towards Wildcard because my head is saying Wildcard. My heart says Bulldogs because I want the cinema for Open 6. But I didn't believe in them yesterday, Monty, and they 4-0'd Power when I predicted Power. So I'm hoping this kind of does the same thing, but my head still thinks Wildcard get the job done.
I am so uncertain here. I've been going with the Bulldogs until this point so far this Open because chat told me I need to support my team more. And I really wish I could, but Wildcard just looked another level in that previous one. I have to go Wildcard. And maybe the same as CJ, a little bit of forcing them to go the other way. Last time I predicted against him in a grand final, it went the way.
I'm going to make this honest. We are a biased desk in this one because I'm ripping it off. Wildcard, baby. They're going through.
Where did you get that from? He's pulled out a Wildcard jersey. He's just summoned one. He's just spawned a Wildcard jersey out of nowhere. We've cast the cursed the 3 aces. Wildcard are getting the job done according to us, which means the Bulldogs are probably winning. It's time for the grand final. Give me a Game 7 on Easter Sunday for all the chocolates.
Look, it is. I'm a big real buddy. Yeah. I thought you were going Bulldogs. I was trying to balance the scales.
My bad. Look, I am not going in terms of a series here against the Bulldogs. I think they can take a game. I think they can go to Game 7. I think we are promised some real good content here. I'm just not sure. And I feel like I've been told I need to predict the Bulldogs. And I have. But last time I predicted the Bulldogs in a grand final... Well, actually, the last time I predicted against the Bulldogs in a grand final, the Bulldogs won. So going again, you know, kind of copium. CJ did the same sort of thing of maybe jinxing this side. But I at the end of the day, this is for the narrative. Bulldogs win this. This is probably a bigger storyline for Open 6. Wildcard winning this, though, potentially putting their foot forward here to say, hey, we're back. We're still the best team in OCE.
Yeah, and I think, again, people were so quick to write off, I guess, you know, this team because of 1 or 2 bad results and maybe 1 or 2 breakdowns in defense within the first 20 seconds of the game. What just happened? How did Kakari score?
I think the problem is that Torsos is upside down. By looking at his player cam, that might be of slight concern for Wildcard. I think they need to get that fixed ASAP. There we go. We're on. No more tech issues like that, please.
But I do think, though, as another kickoff goal goes, holy! All right, did Wildcard get too excited with that Game 7 win, and are they just taking a while to wake up because Fever just didn't want to use the boost?
Yeah, well, there's no players upside down to blame this time. That just didn't work out for Wildcard. It's been a very shaky start off of a really strong Game 7 in the previous. Yes, it had to go to a Game 7, but in that Game 7, it looked pretty dominant. I mean, to be fair, Game 6, Power was very, very good in that one, and then it flipped the other way. It felt like maybe that momentum would carry over, but the Bulldogs, the rest has seemingly given them some extra energy.
I mean, look, there's that thing as well with Wildcard being notorious slow starters. We've seen it before.
Yep.
We were hoping maybe we wouldn't see it again here, but 2 goals, first minute for the Bulldogs. Again, last time the Bulldogs were able to get to that final, they did win it out. So it's not as if this is like, you know, a set in stone, oh, it's going to be a wild card victory, but my goodness, a disastrous start for the team in Orange. Bulldogs, this is exactly what they're hoping for, and again, for the narrative, for the story, this would be great, but I have a feeling Wildcard will bounce back.
And I mean, it's not season over sort of stuff for Wildcard. If they don't win this grand final, it's definitely not Paris over as well. But in that open 3, when the Bulldogs were able to sweep Wildcard, I think the nerves were a key factor. I do wonder if Wildcard have that in the minds of, well, you know, it was a nervy sort of series in a critical moment that lost our spot at Boston. Could this be another moment like that? Is it too early in the split, perhaps, that it won't feel like that? That's the question marks of what this Bulldogs side can bring slightly earlier to a split.
Well, Fever almost was able to get that one in, but not quite there. So it's going to be Banana Head down, Fever, backboard, anybody underneath. Torsos is shot saved by Hunter. Another shot, though, will come through after the demo. And it is game on once again. Wildcard on the board.
Yeah, plenty of time here. And that's a very good demo from B-Head. Fever just putting it underneath Caleb there. Couldn't stretch down for the stop. 2-1 game. It's very much alive now. Wildcard, they had a shaky start. The kickoffs hadn't looked too hot, but maybe that can spark them to life in game 1.
Oh, swing and a miss from Torsos, though, and I can't really call that one a fake because both his teammates zero boost rotating back, and it just leads to a goal, Monty.
He's the player that I wanted to see step up in terms of overall ability here, Kaka. I don't think he's had the most ecstatic kind of split so far, but in a big moment, he very quickly quietens down the Wildcard offense. They get a goal and instantly back the other way. And question marks of what are Wildcard doing on these kickoff strategies? Because they seem to be conceding all too easy at the moment from the set pieces.
This feels like Fever has had a poor read on the game so far because both of those goals has had the opportunity and it's just kind of overthought and played a little bit too patient against the attacker. Granted, in both situations, they were at the mercy of said attacker where like they were having to play reactive, but normally the game sense on Fever is up there with the best of them. So a little bit surprising to see them get beat off. Also, Torsos had that whiff as well. So it's just uncharacteristic, unforced errors and misjudgments of the moments. Kind of holding Wildcard back.
Yeah, it just hasn't quite worked out so far for Wildcard. There's been a few question marks across, well, in particular, the Boston split. I mean, they faltered on a couple of occasions. They looked oh so good in Open 1. It felt like, is it going to be another dominant season from them? Then it dropped from that point. That one just drops in the goal. And, I mean, 4-1, it seems like this game might just be over. And it's only a minute 50 remaining.
I mean, I know you wanted Kaka to step up, but would you be calling these highlight goals? I'm not sure. That was just a lob in.
Yeah, well, he did get that flip reset. I'll give that one to him.
That one, yeah, but
aside from that,
recent one?
Yeah, I think they're kind of being given to him, as you said, but it's early doors in the grand final. I mean, we saw the semi between Power and Wildcard go back and forth, and, you know, I'm not writing off the Wildcard side right now. Yes, they're 4-1 down, but I believe they were 4-1 down in Game 6 against Power as well, and then they won that series. So, you know, not all said and done at this point, but Bulldogs coming out swinging. But I don't think it's really, you know, all, as you sort of said, it's not really all the great highlight plays from Kaka. It's just he's been benefited a couple of goals there. That was a bump on teammate from the Bulldogs. Didn't really lead to too much, but I think Wildcard, you know, just getting back in form, just getting a better read on the game might be what they need in the remaining minute here.
I think that is what they're hunting for. 1 minute to go, and just sort of getting into a flow state to carry through into the next games. That should be the goal from the wildcard side. But for the Bulldogs as well, I mean, we did look at the standings, and something to note, wildcard winning that semifinal, it keeps them in the hunt no matter what going into that last regional. If the Bulldogs lose this, they need to win with help going into the final regional. So this game, in a lot of ways, does mean more for the Bulldogs. And so far, after game one, I think it shows that they definitely came into this one hot out the gate. A lot of big bangs, good kickoffs, and just strange mistakes from the wildcard side that I don't think they would be making if they didn't just come off a very stressful game 7.
It feels as though pretty much no matter what happens, as long as the Bulldogs win this grand final, in Open 6, it'll be a very different storyline to what we saw in Open 3. Torsos shot wide. But we saw in Open 3, you know, the desk was pretty upset when Wildcard lost that semi-final because we wanted that big matchup in the grand final. We wanted it to be one series to qualify for Boston.
We brought in Shogun.
Yes, exactly. And I feel like, you know, if we get here for the Bulldogs to get across the line in this one, then we have, almost no matter what, a promised qualifying grand final. And that is the biggest point here. And then maybe we can invite someone in, who knows, to call that one. But if Bulldogs get across the line here, this is why we're saying the narrative is so important for them to win. Wildcard, it's obviously the best thought for them. They don't care what the rest of OCE thinks. But I really want to see what could happen if that's the case. But this is a great start for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, I mean, it is about ideal of a start as you can get from the Bulldogs in this one. 4 goals for your man Kaka right there. You wanted the step-up performance. Being in the right spot at the right time counts, right? You can only score what's given to you, and the fact that he did put those 4 shots on target, hey, more than enough to get that win. What I'm scared about, though, and this is kind of a similar trend, actually, Caleb was not needed that game, Monty. We didn't really see Caleb much at all, meaning the Bulldogs still have more in the tank.
Yeah, and when, you know, Kaka is scoring all 4 goals, we didn't really need to talk about Hunter all too much either. And I said in our previous cast that, you know, it's a sign of a good team when you have 3 players that can step up at individual moments. And, you know, at the same time, you want to have a team that's all sort of playing at a high level all the time. But if you can have Kaka step up in one game and Hunter step up in the next, that is a good sign for this Bulldogs roster. The question mark is, can someone step up if Kaka goes quiet in this one, or can Wildcard find a way back in?
I mean, if we're going for form on the day, that would be Hunter. I think would be the next player up. Hunter looked fantastic in that semifinal, and even though they weren't scoring the goals, a lot of the setup and a lot of the defense kind of shutting down Wildcard was off the back of Hunter in that last game. So I do feel Hunter right now wasn't the flashiest last game, but is still very much involved in, well, might have something here, just doesn't have the read on Thorsos. That's okay. Banana head through the corner. See what Wildcard can bring. It's just a shot on net, but Kaka is back for the save. Follow-up shot. It is through. Torsos with authority.
Yeah, I think the back wall here just stole Kaka's jump for a second. He gets that touch, and then, he just... I don't know exactly how that's happened, but he just slid across the back wall rather than jumping off of it. And Torsos says, I don't mind if I do. And it's 1-0 to Wildcard.
Yeah, an off-balance defender is prime dunking time for Big T. And Wildcard, after giving up 2 early goals in game 1, they're going to feel a lot more comfortable now with this lead in the second game, and probably a bit more willing to be more Wildcardy, you know, sending those attackers forward, controlling that middle of the field. No quarter given to a team like the Bulldogs who struggles on defense. On paper, Wildcard should be a nightmare matchup.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think when you look at it as well, potentially we imagine a shootout kind of series where it's just high-scoring games back to back to back. But at the moment, I mean, to be fair as well, Bulldogs, they defended well against Power in that upper bracket, so they have that going for them. Against some big sides in OCE, they held Power to 4 goals across the 4 games in which the Bulldogs won all 4. So they've got that going for them this open at the very least, although, you know, they can be a open side on defense at times. Kaka, that strike saved by Banana Head. And it just feels like maybe the Bulldogs are stepping up in a couple of areas where, you know, question marks were risen in previous events.
And ahead now, takes the skies, does get around Kaka, but the ball will fall into Hunter's lap, going for the air dribble, bumps Torsos away. Oh, Caleb not there in time, thought they had a shot, instead it's Fever the other way, 2-0 lead.
Yeah, it's an awkward one here from Caleb. It's, again, just turning too far forward too quickly. gets caught out. Was expecting more from Hunter there. And it comes back to bite them. Wildcard, they'll be very happy with this 2-goal lead now. I mean, you said they conceded the 2 very quickly last game, and they didn't really bounce back. It feels as though maybe the Bulldogs have a bit more time to find something. Well, actually, it's completely the opposite as Kaka drops that in. And that is 2 minutes 55. 1 goal difference. It feels as though maybe the Bulldogs could find something again. Fever, not the best of touches, and kind of an own assist there.
More concerned about beating Caleb to the play than necessarily where that ball was going to fall after they made contact with it. Kaka puts it through. Kickoffs, again, proving to be a little bit of a problem for the wildcard side. As this time it did fall in their favor initially, but with everybody playing forward, Kaka has some space to work with. There's the reset shot. It's saved by Banana Head. Has Torsos ready to throw it back. Here comes Fever now. The double touch is there for the taking. Bam, not in. How does Hunter get there in time? Torsos' waterfall caught as well.
Yeah, Banana Head keeps it in the corner. Has a bit of boost to work with. Tries to find a bump. Hunter has to jump past it. Now Torsos. Now 50's up towards Kaka. He'll play it off the back wall. Wants to play the pass off and find the bump as well. He only did really one of those 2 things. Caleb off the sidewall. Infield. Great jump. Kaka was already up for that one, but saved away.
Yeah, the ball is going to kind of get jammed in the middle of the field right now. Kaka takes their time. 100% boost, 100% of the goals. Does he have another one here? Shot down, not in.
Just didn't quite connect there. We were saying yesterday for the Bulldogs against Power, it just felt like Power couldn't predict. If the Bulldogs were going solo, they'd expect them to go for the pass. If they go for the pass, they're expecting the solo. And maybe a similar storyline at the moment. The Bulldogs looking pretty unpredictable on offense. They just haven't been able to capitalize like they did yesterday.
Triple commit. They were going for the triple pinch, it looked like right there, Monty. Doesn't work out, and that's going to leave the backside exposed. Yep. In goes another goal. 5 goals now, I believe, for Kaka.
In this one,
all the Bulldogs. Every Bulldog goal has been Kaka.
Yep, and that's, I believe, Hunter's 3rd assist of those 5 goals. That was
6.
I mean, 6? 6, yes,
goals.
You are right.
Yes.
Yeah, 6.
My math was bad.
Yeah, you. I just believed you for a moment there, and yeah, next time I won't believe you so much. So we'll find out. But I mean, Hunter, that assist as well, it almost, in my mind, counts as a double. He got the pass off, then he got the bump. It opened up the door, and the Bulldogs, when they play physical, I like the look of this side. Caleb might be able to drop that down. Followed up, and a couple of defenders jumped for it. Neither got the touch. Kaka did. He just keeps on scoring.
And cannot miss right now. 7 goals for Kaka in this series already, and we're not even done with the second game. The 2-goal comeback is complete. The Bulldogs have the lead. It could become a 2-game lead if this continues. A minute still to go. Wildcard, you cannot count them out, but this team, they were awake for a minute or so there. They got to find a way to stay consistent. It's something we're talking about in the green room, Monty. It's like, can you stay focused for that long? They haven't had a chance to really rest and recuperate, and I think it's showing on the field.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like they're not playing to that quality. Even in the losses against Power, I think they looked pretty decent at times. Fever will score another one just to keep it equal here, and that's more like it at times during this one. When they've scored their goals, they've looked very good, but it feels like, aside from the moments they put the ball away, the Bulldogs have been dominating for the most part.
Yeah, but the thing is, with that Bulldogs defense, there's always going to be moments to put that ball away. And to Wildcard's credit, they do it again. We have that tie game. This does feel kind of must-win, though, for that team in orange. They really do need to get this victory. They can't afford to fall behind against, again, a white-hot Bulldogs in a grand final. Why does this keep happening, buddy?
I don't know. Well, that's a good demo. Good stretch from Caleb as well. Fever will keep it inbound. And you talk about almost feels must-win here for the wildcard roster. I have to agree. It feels almost like the timeout buff isn't anywhere near as strong as it used to be. We see teams winning against the timeout buff more often than not at the moment. We saw it in the previous as well. Wildcard beating out the power timeout in the semi-finals. So it does feel pretty critical. And next goal might just be a real big turning point in the series.
If Kaka gets it again, man, I don't know. There's our MVP discussion right there settled, because he's been on a tear and has been the player to watch so far in this final. Hunter, though, will lead the charge. Caught by Fever, but misses on the second bit of the boost. Gets demoed as well. Ball up for grabs. Kaka went for it, but lost out on the 50 initially. Wins out on the second attempt. Torsos cuts it off. Caleb gets in the way, and nothing is being given for free in this OT.
Good challenge by Fever. Ends up in the midfield towards Banana Head. Fever was waiting off the back wall. Kaka to the side. Now Torsos keeps it in. Wildcard looking to make something here. More possession on the build-up this time around. It breaks down. Kaka 50. B-Head will close the door down again, and this is, again, just keeping the possession from Wildcard. It's been pretty heavy counter-attacking goals that we've seen from them. This is the first real look at keeping pressure on. Eventually cracks down the other way and, well, banged back down. Wildcard looking pretty decent at the moment. Has been a bit of table tennis sort of action back and forth between the two sides.
Yeah, a little back and forth. That's all well and good, but eventually two teams known for their aggression. Something's going to have to break. A pass backwards to Caleb. It's going to cause the Bulldogs to push forward, but is it all a trap? Counterattack for the win. No, Caleb isn't able to spike that one down. Torsos now has a squeeze for their own double touch, but it goes wide.
Now you want to see Torsos at least get that on target. Just test the defense early into this grand final. Kaka will force down onto Torsos now. Caleb, that's a good bit of positioning off the sidewall, and he lands well again on the back. Now it's Kaka. Past one. Half a tank. Steps by two. Caleb's up, trying to dunk Torsos, but he clears it away.
Monty, as we get deeper into this overtime, important question to ask. Is it worth winning if Kaka isn't the one who scores that goal? Because I think Bulldogs might need somebody else to score right now to break this deadlock tie.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good point, but if a player is in form, that's the one you look for in those moments. B-Head trying to find the bump on Hunter. Couldn't locate it. That's Caleb. That's Kaka. He's gone past it, and maybe it's just falling off a little bit, the form we saw previously from him. But the pressure's still put on here. Wildcard, there's a demo. Might open the door. Kaka, center ball. Torsos lets that play go away. Now Caleb takes over, and Fever clears the line.
Yeah, as the pace in the midfield slows down. Hunter, though, biding their time. One touch off the roof. A reset as well. Top corner, not in. Torsos there at the last possible moment.
Caleb through the corner. Very quickly runs out of boost. Kaka is there in support. Plays across the goal line again. B-Head breaks it up. Now Torsos clears. And it's so difficult at the moment for Wildcard to break through that halfway line, which they've done here. Kaka setting himself up. Tries to find the demo. Ball drops back towards Hunter. It's a dangerous ball in the midfield as that's cleared by Torsos, saved.
Yeah, saved for now, but I mean, as everyone kind of needs to kind of slow it down, get their boost, reset themselves. Up for grabs. Kaka full sends it, but can't get there in time, and now all of a sudden the Bulldogs could be in trouble. Caleb with the catch may have just saved the counterattacking goal. Torso still wants to go forward, but Hunter is there. Caleb underneath. Fever tries to go to the safe corner. Already you can see two Bulldogs, though, waiting for it. They're not giving it for free. How does that go backwards off Kaka? Either way, it's not in the net.
Hunter from the back wall. The Bulldogs love a play like that, and Fever knows it, so he shuts the door down so very quickly. Kaka left that one. Hunter to the back wall. B-Head will be the first to react. Fever through the corner. Has boost to use. As Torsos ahead of him, takes it solo instead. Now relies on a teammate to push on through. It's Torsos, double towards the center. B-Head still amongst it. Caleb gets it away.
Here we go, B-Head. Ball back for the moment. Fever finds Torsos off the roof.
What a play.
Looking for the side of the net, but again, Kaka there for the save. Now on the counterattack, sets up Caleb. It's going to have to pull off, let Caleb work on their own. They get it to the backboard. Two defenders with boost waiting. Fever with possession will bring it back to the middle of the field.
Kaka. That ball probably rolled up higher than he was expecting. Still makes it work. Played off towards Caleb. And double from Banana Head just sends it all the way to Hunter. He wants to find Kaka slightly behind on the pass, but the infield's good. Caleb following up. Hunter at the halfway line. Takes it up high. I think he's just giving away possession there. He does. Torsos to the corner.
As we still stay off that sidewall, Torsos swings and misses. Banana Head underneath, saves it for Fever, who will get demoed anytime. It looks like one of these teams, Monty, has something going in their favor. It's a shutdown so quickly right now. We are going to hit 5 minutes into this OT, and never mind, because that was in.
Yeah, not quite the 5-minute mark, as Fever gets a very favorable bounce off the Little waterfall spot there. And I mean, it's not the prettiest of goals, but Wildcard will not care one bit. They needed that goal. It really feels like if they didn't win that, the extra sort of energy expended as well could have really been a troubling factor later in this series, but we're tied up, and that'll give Wildcard some extra energy.
Yeah, I mean, winning we can call that a 5-minute OT. Come on, 4:58. Give us the 2 seconds, all right? Forgive us on that, but
it's not the worst math you've done tonight. So,
sorry. Did Kaka get 5 goals in a row at one stage? Yes. It just so happened that they got another couple, 6 and then 7. All right. Everything I could have said any number there and been correct.
The amount of... I'm not even going there. I mean, this is... I'm just going to leave that point dead. I'm going to be honest. Kaka did have 3 goals in this game. He had almost 1,000 points. He was 50 points away. Fever, 3 goals of his own in this one. And those are the 2 players I wanted to see step up. We are seeing those moments from both of them. Yeah, Fever's last goal was very favorable, but you've got to be in those moments to score those goals. We sort of said the same about Kaka in the previous game as well. But I'm liking this from both sides. I'm seeing the players that I don't think have quite been at their own level so far this split, finding their form again. And I am feeling very energized off the back of that game, thinking maybe Game 7 is pretty possible right now.
Yeah, it definitely still is up for grabs for sure. And I do agree, Fever popping off in that second game. Kaka still popping off from the first game as well. This is a lot more, I think, what we maybe could have expected a bit more from these teams at the start of the year. But we're still waiting for the other names. Like, where's that big Banana Head moment? Where is that big Caleb moment? Well, off the kickoff, ooh, a bit of a swing and a miss from a few players at the start right there. If Fever been a little bit faster, we'd be looking at a 1-0 game. I don't know. I'm curious to see where this one will fall right now. However, if your heart, though, isn't pumping after a 5-minute overtime, I don't know. Maybe Rocket League isn't the game for you.
Yeah, I mean, if you're watching it, it's definitely got to get the heart pumping. But if you're playing out there, the stress levels might just be through the roof, knowing how important this could be come the end of Open 6. That cleared down into the midfield, but I mean, again, to reiterate, Bulldogs win this. They're tied on points with Power in first. If Wildcard wins this, they go into first outright, and that play just doesn't quite work out. Kaka's shot too simple in the end.
Yeah, but I really liked what Hunter was able to do to get past the 2 defenders right there. Again, Hunter, low-key, silent carry maybe in some of these games. Yeah, Kaka, he's been the exciting one. Doesn't finish the play, however. Defense does get there in time, and credit where it's due right now. The Wildcard defense has shaped up to a lot of these solo air dribble plays. They haven't been caught out as much before. They're really waiting for the last minute to get these touches, but they keep putting it in safe spots in that corner, not allowing the follow-up. I'm liking what I'm seeing from the Orange defense.
And that's just... I mean, it's decent defense at the moment. I'm okay with it, but at times on offense, I feel like they're giving away possession a bit too easy. In this game, at the very least. Fever, well, this time, possession into his hands too easily. He tries to fake low. Played across. Hunter finds the clearance, and now B-Head drops it back towards Torsos. Caleb to the sidewall. Looks to maybe pinch that one down. And again, possession just swapping hands. No one really taking possession too keenly in this game as that one saved away.
Not on this occasion. Here we go, though. Fever gets a Banana Head, but can't. Caleb's going to take it away from the middle of the field. A reset into the corner. Banana Head, still looking, waiting, patient, falls. Here comes the next challenge. 1 out by Torsos, who will go from one corner to the other. Underneath Caleb. First touch looks good. Second touch off the roof. Not over Fever. Ball slowly rolling towards the net. Kaka will catch. Still 2:45 to go. Still a lot of time left in this game for the first goal, but this is feeling very similar to that overtime, Monty. Just neither team being given anything for free. It's always a challenge, always a counterattack. Nothing coming easy for either side.
It feels like a very big change of pace. I mean, we saw 4 goals go in for the Bulldogs in Game 1. We saw 3 goals go in either side in the previous before overtime. But since then, it's been, a goal in the last almost 8 minutes now. And it just feels as though it's really just too difficult to score. These 2 teams respecting each other a lot. They're not sending third all too often. They're waiting and saying, even in that case, Torsos could have gone if he wanted to, but he calls Fever onto it. Might come back to bite them. Kaka scores again.
All right, this is eight is the number. I was counting my fingers and toes to get there. 8 goals for Kaka so far in the series. Again, the sole goal scorer for the Bulldogs.
No one else has scored. You've made the point of, maybe we want someone else to step up, but as long as the Bulldogs win, they won't care if it's just Kaka scoring all these goals, will they? Realistically. So if it keeps going this way.
It's just been an incredible performance, to be honest, from Kaka right now. And I mean, keeping the Bulldogs in this. I think Caleb now has a chance to get one for himself. Nope, denied by Banana Head. 100 seconds left in this one. Hunter still keeping the pressure on. Wildcard have to get out their own backboard. A demo from Fever helps give them space. Banana Head's just going to put a shot on. Diving save from Caleb, and Hunter keeps the ball in play for now.
I'm not overly keen on that double commit. Does work out for the Bulldogs as Kaka finds the ball across quickly. Shot from Caleb, and it just feels like the only time the defense opens up is when Kaka is shooting for the Bulldogs. Otherwise, the defense is rock solid because no one else can break through. Caleb on a few occasions sending bullets towards the back wall and towards the net. It just hasn't quite broken down for him just yet.
Gorsaw swings, fakes it. Fever doesn't get there in time, though. Missed opportunity maybe for Wildcard, who don't have much left here in Game 3. It's Hunter again with the charge. We'll get up in the corner. Kaka's there. Going to play backboard as well. Setting up Caleb. No, Caleb stays back. Maybe the smart call, because here comes Fever. Caleb keeps it midfield for now. Commits to the 50. It's still being challenged, though. Wildcard actually will turn this to a shot. Banana Head 1v1. Kaka wins.
Yeah, I felt like Wildcard could have done more at that moment. Kaka was the last one back. Was able to get up for the save on B-Head there. And now Hunter looking to get that going. A very powerful pinch out of half, but very quickly back into the wildcard territory. Torsos looks to break it down now. Has 60 in the tank. Won't quite reach that one. Caleb will turn onto it, and they're okay with just sending it long here as Fever is awkward. B-Head's awkward again, and Hunter, well, he keeps it alive. Caleb on the follow-up. Surely someone else scores. He does. Caleb. Finally, someone else from the Bulldogs gets on the board.
Yeah, and it's going to be Caleb this time around. Hunter with that touch up there, but you saw the panic before the shots even come through. I mean, Banana Head just diving for a save when a shot wasn't even coming. Bulldogs read that situation well. They played the patient game, got the game-securing goal, and they're going to take the lead again in this series, Monty. The Bulldogs 2 away now from their second regional win this season. 2 away from tying the standings up. The Bulldogs proving right here, right now, they are legitimate contenders here in OCE.
And it's so exciting for them to perform at this stage of an event as well. I mean, I saw, I think I mentioned Kaka posted on socials after their win against Power. It feels good to win a series when it actually matters. And it feels as though they're just continuing in that form. They beat Power yesterday. They're looking to beat out the other best team that we expect to be fighting for Paris. And they're doing it in very good defensive fashion, which is not something we expect from the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs.
No, we don't. And what a time to turn the defense on, right? Like, even in their semifinals, the defense was questionable at best for more than a few moments. So to see it locked down against, I think a debate can be made who is the most threatening attacking roster. But the debate would be between these two teams. So to see, again, the Bulldogs defense holding resolute against their biggest rival when it comes to offensive prowess within this region is phenomenal stuff. Whether or not that can continue through a full 7-game series, we'll see. But I also can't help but feel like the Bulldogs will have more in the tank right now. And yeah, Wildcard, I'm starting to worry they could be in a tough situation. I actually would have been okay with the timeout there, but it is what it is.
Yeah, and I mean, my thoughts going back towards that preview or that open 3 where the Bulldogs did beat Wildcard. It was not the best of performances from Wildcard in terms of holding the nerves together, and I just wonder at what point does it start to creep in for Wildcard. They're thankful that it's them in the grand final, not Power at the very least, because otherwise Wildcard would be very much down and out, it would feel like, but they're still in it because of that win against Power. But right now, though, you're thinking, you know, they win this, they go outright first. And potentially that is playing on the minds as Fever tries to center. It is, again, cleared by Hunter. Defensive wall is set up from Bulldogs, and it doesn't seem to be breaking down all too often.
No, it does not. In fact, They've even moved the wall forward to midfield at times
Yeah.
and just completely controlled the pitch from there as well. That's not used to seeing Wildcard this long on the back foot, Monty. It's unusual. It's unnerving. It's not natural for this team to be held back for so long. Yet, well, the Bulldogs, to their credit, they've been doing it all series long. Here comes Hunter now. Puts his light one towards target. Banana Head on the counter with Fever as a lead blocker. This is usually dangerous. Kaka avoids the bump, has Caleb to bail him out. And the score remains scoreless for now.
Torsos. You see this in the Octane. Just noticed that one. He's made the change and he might score a goal here. He doesn't. How long has it been since we've seen Torsos in an Octane? He made that swap to the Fennec a couple seasons ago. But hello, this is new. CJ mentioned a couple of murmurs that he'd been scrimming in the Octane and it hadn't come out just yet, but in the grand final, he's pulled it out.
I don't know. We'll see. Again, far from me to question, the player's decision, but don't you want to be maybe they're feeling it. Maybe they feel like they got to mix it up. Forget comfort.
Yep.
Let's shake things up a bit. Well, here's your chance. Torsos 50 into the corner. Caleb will let it ride. Torsos puts another one towards net. Hunter starts to push it out. Wildcard obviously all over that. Fever looks for the bump, can't find it. Hunter again with the defensive play, but really we're just sort of poking and prodding, nobody making any decisive moves.
I really cannot get across this Torsos in the Octane.
I
see his POV and it just doesn't look right. You go, who's that player? Is it Yuxi maybe taking Torsos' spot? I don't know. It doesn't feel like Torsos, but hey, if it works out for the Wildcard roster, I'm not going to be complaining.
It's just unusual, right? It feels very... I don't know. You know what? It's a holiday. We do strange and different things on holidays. It's all about mixing it up. Fever towards the net, not getting it in. Torsos keeping it in the corner, still not through. And with 2:08 to go, still no score. I am so surprised how difficult goals have been to come by in this series.
That's not exactly what we'd expect from either of these rosters. Banana Head save there in particular. It's not what we expect from the Bulldogs. We expect goals in a series with them. I think Wildcard are more capable of playing that defensive player style on occasions when it really matters. That clearance towards Kaka. He takes over again, looking for what would be his 9th of the series. Can't be found on that occasion, but it feels almost like an international matchup just to see the 0-0 scoreline, the close scoreline. Sometimes awkward on defense like there, but not capitalized that time.
And these are the moments where I'm actually expecting a player like Banana Head to step up. So often when we've seen Wildcard down in a rough situation, a Banana Head solo play can snap them out of their funk, and all of a sudden they're back to full force. So I'm keeping my eyes on the Banana and away from the octane Torsos abomination that is on our field.
I do enjoy chat asking producer Hazard if we can just not ever have the POV on Torsos. It doesn't look natural whatsoever, but I mean, in a critical moment, it might be the POV we need to look at. Wildcard moving on to the offense here. Fever has a hit towards the net, and Caleb, is he enough to play that away? Torsos 50. Fever missed it. Hunter open door potentially. Banana Head awkward, has to get back to the save, and he's done very well.
That was about as much as you can ask from Banana Head right there. Great job keeping the ball out of the net, and now it's going to be Wildcard perhaps with a chance. 30 seconds to go. Hunter full power nearly towards the net right there. Banana Head without boost could have been a spooky moment. Hunter stays with it, has Kaka on midfield. Instead, opts to let it fall, and well, Kaka was able to get there in time. Ball will make its way to the corner. 18 seconds to go. Still pressure being mounted. Swing and a miss from Fever. They had Banana Head underneath. More of a fake. More time off the clock. 10 seconds left. Last chances in regulation.
That's a good play off. Hunter's up quickly. Banana Head stretches to it. Now it's Caleb. And a bump was almost there. Didn't quite come through. 0-0 overtime looming. Kaka. He goes, nope, let's go there. I'm not even tempting fate to keep it alive. And this again is so important. Wildcard, it feels like a must-win game in the series as Banana Head looks to kick us off. Play off towards Torsos, and he turned away.
Yeah, and that could be the first goal-scoring opportunity now coming the Bulldogs' way. Hunter can't get it around Fever. Neither can Caleb. Fever just doing so much work in that corner, but even then, didn't it look like Wildcard really was able to take advantage of the time? No boost on Torsos, half boost for Banana Head. They're still on that back line with nothing in the tank. This is dangerous right now for the Wildcard defense. They're doing everything they can to keep the Bulldogs off balance, but boost management, you saw, even in the back rotation, all white circles for the team in blue.
I'm loving the unpredictability on these attacks from the Bulldogs. It hasn't quite turned into a goal yet, but sometimes they send it long, sometimes they take a light touch, and it's always something different. You never quite know what to expect as Torsos fires onto the post.
Does he hit that in a Dominus, Monty?
I feel like maybe not. I feel like the Octane may have just been favorable in that moment.
We'll never know. Torsos made his bed, and that bed is a long shot from the backboard. Okay, fair enough. We're going to cross that map up. Here we go. Caleb versus Torsos. Ashley sees Caleb muzzled off the play. Hunter gets there next. Fever bumped off by Hunter. Banana head in the corner. It's going to go from one side to the next. Kaka versus Torsos. Torsos with boost. Ball stays underneath, and really nothing threatening. Again, both sides kind of poking at each other. Wildcard, though, might cook up something here. Shots on, not in.
Saw an almost 5-minute overtime in the previous game. How long will this one last? Kaka looking to break the deadlock. Fever! He stretched and touched it, but he hit it onto the crossbar, and Kaka follows up, and he's got his 9th of the series, and they're 3-1 up in the grand final.
9 goals in, 3 wins for Kaka, 4 games overall. The Bulldogs 1 game away from taking Regional 5, from giving us our dream 6th Regional. And you know what's great too, Monty? If the Bulldogs do win this and we get that 3-way battle with only 1 spot on the line, we can't get faked out like we did in Regional 3,
yes.
right? No matter what, it's going to come down to the finals, surely. We're not going to have... I'm not even going to will the double knockout in the semifinal into existence. That would... However, a timeout is confirmed.
Yep.
So we are seeing it. How great would it be if Take Flight comes back from downtown and just, wins the 6th regional?
It would be cinema in one way, in another probably not so much, but this timeout for Wildcard, we saw in the previous series from them, we saw very early timeouts from themselves and Power, calling it after just 2 losses. They've changed up the strategy a bit now, it's 3-1. They've let it go a little longer. It felt like, maybe it's just the fact that was a 1-0 game, that maybe it was the right call. And off the back of two overtimes as well, maybe it's the extra thought there of, we are right on the verge of getting across the line. We just haven't done it yet. Of course, you're going to call the timeout. If you're Jimmy, you're calling the timeout now. No doubt in my mind.
I just realized something. I think it's done.
He's cursing them. That's what's going on.
I think it's done, Monty.
He's completely ignored all of my thoughts here. He's just gone, I'm putting the shirt on because I don't want to wear the jersey of the team that's currently losing. I feel like, Max Formal, that's kind of
Bulldogs look
almost
too good.
I feel like that's you've gone early there. I feel like
I'm hyped for the Bulldogs. It's all Bulldogs. I don't have a Bulldogs jersey, but it's all hype for the Bulldogs now, all right?
Yeah, well, I feel like that's completely discredited my thoughts. You do that, and I've completely disrailed myself and of what I was talking about in terms of what Wildcard need to do in this timeout. But they need to change something. They need to do something. It's a very close series. It's a very close game in the last 2. They're right on the verge of it, but this is so important to get the team talk right from Jimmer.
How they play it out. Here we go. Must-win situation for a wild card here. Off the timeout buff. Can they keep the hope alive? I'm too impressed with how the Bulldogs have been playing on defense.
Yeah.
It's just been phenomenal stuff, and this kickoff looks pretty good for wild card. There it is.
I was going to say, the one thing that Wildcard could do to just change this up is have a little bit more physicality about it. Get in amongst it, get those bumps, push him out of the way, because when, the Bulldogs are setting up a wall, you've got to break it down somehow. And I think the production's gone slightly early on that one. Wildcard have not won the game with their first goal, I need to clarify.
I don't know, man. Production has the script. Maybe they're on to something. Maybe I was too quick to put the jersey away. We'll see. Still a lot of time left in this one, though. You are right, Kaka. To the backward, double touch, no! Torsos there, follow-up shot. It's not on target. Third shot, it's also saved. Wildcard's defense holds.
It felt like 2 of those shots had to be goals for the Bulldogs, but it doesn't happen there. Haven't been scoring as free-flowing as they did in the first couple of games in recent history, but still, they're the team with by far the most goals in this series so far. Banana Head looking to tip that back towards Wildcard in the balance. Drops that one towards Torsos. Well, he's not swapped back. He's still in that Octane preset. And Caleb, well, he's missed that one. Might be the comp from Kaka. And I wouldn't be shocked. It feels like at the moment the Bulldogs are playing with so much confidence. I think they probably would be okay with going, yeah, I trust my teammate. He's called it. I'll leave it there. As Kaka drops it down. Open net back the other way.
Okay.
Oh, no. And it's followed up. Torsos, that is his first in an Octane in I don't even know how many years in RLCS.
Yeah, that's what a Torsos Octane goal looks like. Was pretty open. He did have to race down there, though. Had to be quick. Had to get the full boost. Until we see like the big sort of mechy double touchy play, I'm not going to be sold on it, Monty. I'm sorry. I'm still not a believer in it yet. Hunter gets the Bulldogs on the board.
And I think that's finally everyone from the Bulldogs. They finally scored a goal. It's only game 5. And finally, someone else has scored. It was Caleb in game 3. And now Hunter gets his first in the series in game 5. So, finally, I mean, for Wildcard, that's potentially scary signs if all of the Bulldogs have finally opened their accounts. But for Wildcard, they've looked better in this one. They've got a couple of goals to their name now. It's not as solid on defense from the Bulldogs. And they're looking to make work of that. Caleb, low boost, out towards Hunter, side wall. In turn, he turns towards the ground and looks for a play off the back wall himself, trying to turn the physicality on in their favor. Didn't quite find anyone.
Just kind of had a quick look at chat right now. You would assume like Torsos was driving a Scarab or something with how much resistance there is to this Octane. Look, maybe let him cook. I don't know. We'll see. I'm just saying the jury's still out. All right. I'm trepid, but jury's still out. We'll see. Oh, Kaka. That's a little awkward. Fever. Oh, fakes the touch. Tries to get the delicate touch over Caleb, and then ball winds up going the other way. Torsos puts another one up, and is that just in? No, because Kaka has the save.
Well, there was a lot of conversation going around about Zen winning a regional, being back in the Octane. So maybe Torsos has taken some inspiration from that. I don't know. But I don't know if he ever won a regional in an Octane. I feel like, it probably wasn't the case. I feel like as long as I can remember, he's always been in the Dominus. I don't know if it very well could be his first Octane goal in the RLCS. I've got no idea. It feels like it very well could be.
He used it a bit a couple years ago, every now and then. So it's not like the newest of new things, but he could at least put the sunglasses on it, right?
Yeah, true. I feel like that's
top or Octane. That's the weird thing.
Yeah, we expect more from Torsos in those categories. We want the sunglasses. It's what we expect. It's what really the world needs from Torsos. What Fever needs is to pick up that boost. He didn't. And it's a backwall play instead because he goes for the assist. Torsos, he's got another.
All right, now I believe in the Octane. This is what I was talking about. The vertical, not so much, but a stripe like this, bang! Right past Kaka, center of the net. That's why he picked it up. And now with the 2-goal cushion, Wildcard is back, Monty.
It very much feels like the case. I can almost hear you taking off the shirt again. The Wildcard jersey back out in full display after this performance, although that's a great bump, and Hunter, well, just keeps it close. 2-3, not a comfortable scoreline. Plenty of time still to play on Park to parry.
Yeah, Hunter, again, another strike right there. Well on target. Still plenty of time left in this one. Finally starting to see other members of the Bulldogs again be a bit more activated. It's not just a Caleb show. Ooh, the double fake. That's always fun. Haven't seen one of those in a hot minute. Here we go. Banana head. Gonna take that one towards the goal. Hunter does enough to make the save despite the bump pressure. Follow-up touch as well. Very high. Not very threatening. Play resumes.
Yeah, you want to see that shot down from Fever. It was a nice play from Torsos to get ahead and look for that bump again. It's what I really feel they need to introduce into this match, and it's helped them out. Score a couple in this one, I think. Caleb to the side wall. Nothing to work with. Just drops on down, trying to force a 50 that could have been favourable. Fever was alert to the danger and now finds their clearance all the way back downfield. Caleb won't get the boost, so Hunter goes, yep, okay, that's fine. I'll take over. Sidewall play from him. Plays at centre again. B-head will take it out to the right-hand side. Good 50. Kaka towards his own corner, and Caleb will control it again. 50 seconds remaining. The Bulldogs looking to spring something back the other way. Caleb towards the centre. Torsos cuts it off.
It's going to be Fever. Middle of the field. Oh my gosh, it looks open. That's because it is. Banana Head secures this game.
And it almost feels like the 4 goals that we've seen from Wildcard have just been too easy. It feels like Bulldogs have fallen back into that habit of sending too many players forward. And I think that is credit to the physicality from Wildcard. That's, in my mind, that's what they would have spoken about in that timeout. We need to get those bumps when they're sort of feeling more disjointed. The physicalness is dangerous against this Bulldog side, and when they don't feel comfortable, that's when the mistakes creep in. That feels like it's been the case for the 4 goals that Wildcard have got on this occasion. The question is, can the Bulldogs respond? And at the moment, I mean, there's no way they call a timeout, right? I mean, they've only called a timeout when they've been winning in a series. So I don't think they'll call one here. I mean, technically they are winning the series still.
Yeah.
But off the back of a win.
They are 1-1 in calling timeouts with a regional game after a win.
Yeah.
All right? That is stats that you cannot argue with. But thing is, they didn't win this one, so I don't think they called the timeout. So, yeah.
But we did still see this Bulldog side call a timeout previously on Parc de Paris, and you know that was when they had 3 wins to their name as well. So you know it's not out of the blue here, but you know I think we're. Do I mention what's being said in chat, Max? What do you think?
Let it ride. Let it ride.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's for our eyes only, I suppose.
That is how it goes. You know what? It is an interesting conundrum, though, right now, because I feel maybe Wildcard has been let back in this game at this stage after that last one. The Bulldogs, obviously, it was a timeout buff, which Wildcard notorious for taking advantage of, and there's still 2 more opportunities for the Bulldogs to put this one away.
Yeah.
I just feel that was the first dominant game we saw, I feel, from the Wildcard side, and they're back. They're hungry, and if any team can kind of just rip 3 games off in a row and really shut their opponents out of it, it is Wildcard.
Yeah, you say that, and I felt like that was certainly the case in Open 3 as well. I remember saying to Yummy, you know, there was a chance in that semi, if any team's going to overturn reverse sweep in a moment like that, it was going to be Wildcard. And they just haven't proven that point enough this season. Yeah, they probably could, but I'm just not confident in the fact that they could do it. That game looked a lot better from them, and if they can continue in the same sort of capacity that we saw previously, where they get those bumps, the demos, and they stay unpredictable, I think the plays were more unpredictable from Wildcard in that game, then there's a chance. But there's a lot of time here for the Bulldogs to go, hang on, we know what they've changed. We can just make our own adjustments.
We'll see. I mean, obviously, it's all going to kind of step out now. This has not been does this count as a timeout?
Well, I mean, in a way, it could be. I think
it is.
You know, it's probably. I would say it could be almost beneficial in a way to Wildcard. I mean,
I think it's beneficial
for.
I mean, you know what? I blame Guru. Let's go. Game number 6. Another opportunity for the Bulldogs to win this one out. As Caleb tried to find Kaka, unable to connect. Here we go. 5 minutes. Another opportunity for the Bulldogs to become, you know, a 2-time regional champ.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something that I feel like after Open 4 we felt was possible. It felt as though we'd gone from 3 back to a 2-team region. But the Bulldogs showing that we cannot discredit them at any point now. And I feel like we won't make the mistake again in Open 6 after this. Realistically, there's no chance we write them off early like we seemingly did in this Open. But Wildcard, they found
Who would write
an
Wildcard
answer.
off early? Not I. Always a believer.
Yeah. I didn't notice. Did you have the Wildcard jersey back on there? Or
I never took it off.
All right. Kaka looks to play the shot. Banana Head will get the save to the corner. And I mean, at the moment, yes, it's only a minute played, but it feels like maybe it's another one of those, I was going to say 0-0 games. No, the bump comes through, and I said the Wildcard turned the physicality on in the previous. It looks like the Bulldogs have done that in return.
Yeah, I mean, it was just Hunter, though, realistically taking advantage of that chaos, able to drive that one in a little bit faster than the defense. And while the first half of the series was all Kaka, it should be worth noting Hunter has become more alive. They've been the goal scorer. The past 3 goals for the Bulldogs has come off of Hunter, so good signs for them, especially with that lead. Now it's going to be a pass across to Hunter. Oh, no boost for the second touch. Saves it for Caleb instead. It's going to be stopped by Banana Head. Still waiting for Caleb to pop off in this match.
For Wildcard, I was going to say, I think the next goal has to be from them on the goal line tonight. I feel like a 2-0 lead would be so difficult to overturn when the Bulldogs have been playing so defensively sound. Wildcard, they cannot afford to concede the next. Fever takes that under his control, ends up coughing it up towards Hunter. Now Torsos just bangs it into the opposite corner. Kaka will be there to respond. Wants to take it over the top of Banana Head. Now the defensive line pushes up from Wildcard, and Caleb looking to break free. Has boost to work with towards Kaka. Cuts in field, gets demoed, and well, that denies the chance.
That's the chance this time around, but there still could be more opportunities with the ball at the backboard in a dangerous spot. Who gets there first? Well, someone swung and missed. It wasn't Fever, though. They played it patient. Torsos still in that back corner looking to steal the boost, but the ball goes the other way. Banana Head misses the challenge, and had the Bulldogs been fast, this could have been a 2-goal lead. Now Hunter, backboard, keeps it in the corner. Fever's challenge goes nowhere. Banana Head's challenge goes high, but then they get bumped off the play as well. The Bulldogs, the defense is just keeping the ball in a safe spot until they find the chance to flip the map.
And it feels like that sort of bumps and demo bullying kind of strategy has almost died down from Wildcard. I think they need to find that again. If they can find an answer at the moment. Hunter was eyeing up another goal there. Breaks the other way. Banana Head drops it down too close to the defense. Fever was hoping it'd be closer to him. Kaka couldn't get past Torsos. He'll play it out towards Banana Head. Instead, it drops in the midfield, and Caleb takes over. Now through the corner. Wants to center that one. Gets a decent touch. It's Torsos on the back wall. And he's run very quickly out of boost, but finds a couple of resets. And Banana Head keeps the pressure on for Wildcard. Bump not quite leading to anything as Caleb goes the other way.
Here we go, Caleb, a chance to make this a 2-goal game. Defense gets back there at that last moment. 100 seconds or thereabouts remaining. Wildcard needing that goal. Again, the Bulldogs, though, they're needing the win to keep their chances not only alive, but thriving. Monty, I'm starting to see it. The three-way battle in Regional 6. We're just over a minute to go.
The demo.
Torsos with the demo. Here's the shot. Banana Head says not just yet.
Yeah, that play from Torsos is absolutely huge. He gets the ball forward, he goes for the demo, and Hunter had to jump early, just trying to reach out for the save. Banana Head on the follow-up, but that play is all Torsos. We're tied up.
1-1, 1:23 to go. Kickoff. Sees the ball going off towards the backboard. Hunter is there. Banana Head keeps it dribbled. Here comes Caleb now over the top. Minute 13 to go, and with how hard goals have been to come by, you'd think the next goal probably wins this game. Regulation or OT. Pressure will come from Wildcard first. It's to the backboard. Banana Head watches it sail over their head. However, Hunter doesn't get the dunk on Fever, who kept it low, but Caleb still gets the nice touch.
No!
Backwards! Monty, it can't end like this.
And
It can't end like this.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. There's still time for Wildcard. I can't believe I've screamed no for a second time. Two opens in a row. But that is just so unfortunate. And I mean, the Bulldogs, they do not concede many goals. They haven't conceded many goals this open. Wildcard, they need to find something. They need to find an extra gear they haven't unlocked so far in this event. And they might even go another one down. Fever in front of his net. Awkward. Caleb. Shot over the top. Kaka followed up, and he's been scoring bucket loads of goals in this event. He's got another.
Kaka, you beauty, you have done it on the biggest stage in OCE again. That goal, you have to imagine, has put this one away. The three-way battle. Start booking your appearances now in the Twitch chat. Fortunately, tickets are free because we are going to have 3 teams fighting for a trip to Paris. 30 seconds ago, Torsos still fighting. Hold on, Wildcard still wants it, but the defense holds strong.
Yeah, the defense has been so good from the Bulldogs. They found an answer to the questions that everyone else has been asking of them. There's been these rough moments. They've been struggling. They've always looked good on offense, but the defense has been the problem. Missed by Fever, and that will just about do it. Bulldogs, the second team in OCE to win 2 regionals this season.
Oh my goodness, and then with the no goal as well. One more for the road. Why not on 0 seconds? It doesn't account for much, but that is the final play in Regional 5. The Bulldogs, they've done it twice. They are tied for first place, and Monty, you can argue possibly the favorites to go to Paris now.
I should have predicted them before because they've been in form all this event and they genuinely look so undefeatable. They've taken out the two big dogs alongside them at the top of OCE right now, and hey, if they can continue this form into Open 6, they very well could be the team booking a flight to Paris, but I just cannot get over the defense from the Bulldogs. It's been the question mark. It's been the main concern. All split in in the first split. All concerns in Open 4. In Open 5, it's a brick wall on defense.
Yeah, crazy way to turn it around. And I mean, I think CJ would agree with me on this one, Monty. You can never predict the Bulldogs to win again. Never
guys.
again.
Guys, I mean, Yummy Cheeseman mentioned the semi-final being an absolute dogfight. Little did we know that the big dogs, the real dogs, the Bulldogs were waiting in the grand final, and it didn't matter who they were coming up against. I think they were getting the job done. Open 6 will be absolute cinema now. This wasn't the result the Wildcard wanted, but I think it's the result that the rest of OCE wanted, because my goodness, is it close at the top.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that is the result that we had been speaking about so often, right? In that entire series, it was mentioned a couple of times. Power, you know, they're on the limit at the moment. They were in first. They could have remained in that first position, but it would have been potentially tied, like we see now. They could have dropped into second, which for them they wouldn't have liked if Wildcard had won this one. They don't get across the line. Bulldogs make this last event so incredibly interesting.
I still think, though, if you're looking at this from Wildcard's perspective, it doesn't change too much, because even if they win that, they still are in a position where it's like, we probably need to win that last regional to stay ahead of Power. It was always going to come down to Regional 6 for Wildcard. All what has happened, though, is they've allowed the Bulldogs into the conversation, to lead the conversation as well. So instead of a two-team dogfight, we get the triple header, and that is just... we're getting a banger final, especially when Take Flight goes through and makes their way to the finals and just ruins everything for everyone.
Well, before we look ahead and look at the points, we do need to take a look at the bracket and see how on earth we got here. Here is the hybrid bracket for OCE Open 5. You can see the Bulldogs 4-2 in the grand final. They took down Power 4-0 in the first matchup, you can see on the top left-hand side of the screen. And all the way to the grand final, they then take out their second biggest rival, Wildcard, 4-2. I mean, I think you mentioned it, Formal. They might just be the favourites for Paris going into Open 6. Monty, this is crazy. As a Doggies fan, as the number one ticket holder, what are you thinking?
I'm genuinely just so proud of the defense from the Bulldogs, even if I wasn't supporting the Bulldogs, and I'm not. I'm unbiased, all right? But in the sense of the Bulldogs, they have had some questionable moments. I've mentioned it so often where they get too aggressive. They play too many players up the field. We saw that maybe a couple of times across that entire series. And in most of the matches, they held their defensive structure so well. They never sent more than they needed to. It always looked as though they had it under control. And that's the biggest question mark I had about them. If they've sorted that problem out, I mean, Paris, it looks possible.
Can I just quell a rumor right here? Monty is not why the Bulldogs won, okay? It was
could
Kaka.
be, though. There's no evidence to suggest he's not at the same time, Formal, so I'm going to leave it at that. I want to take a look at the points, though. I'm going to let it go. I think he could be. Because look how close it is, Formal. Talk us through it. We've got the Bulldogs now and Power equal first with Wildcard 2 points behind. It basically means whoever wins Open 6 will be at Paris and maybe Worlds as well.
Well, I mean, that's just it, especially if it goes Power's way. They're going the distance for sure. But yeah, when there is a 6-point difference between first and second place, and you look at those top 3 seeded teams and you realize they only beat each other, they don't fall to anyone else, the expectation is going to stand. These 3 teams, they're going to be the ones vying for that spot in a winner-take-all situation. And what makes things interesting, too, I don't know if this is alphabetical or the seeding, but that number 1 seeded team, they kind of get the easier bracket. They get the straight for the finals. For that second and third place team, well, they're going to have to battle in the semifinal, and we saw how dangerous that could be for a team like Power. I don't know. It could go so many different ways.
Thinking back as well towards that open 3 when Shogun said that there was a 3-team region. I feel like at that moment, it felt like, yeah, maybe it could be, but could the Bulldogs do it again? And in open 4, the answer felt like probably not. They bounce back, they do exactly what they needed to here. And I mean, looking at that, that is the definition of a 3-team region. 26, 26, 24. You cannot get much tighter than that.
Yeah, I need to confirm this is in alphabetical order. It will depend on Bruno. Remember, we've got the Swiss stage on next Sunday as well, Formal. So it's not just going to be a regional seed. It will be down to Bruno to see where the groups kind of, find their way through Open 6 as we head to the playoffs there in a couple of weeks' time, which is going to be absolutely exciting. And give me a 1 in chat while we're still talking if you guys are going to be there. Let's pull up the contenders as well to just see who else might be in the running. I mean, we spoke about the chaos of MENA. Falcons not quite, well, they're out of the running now. They've had 2 top 4 finishes in MENA, but just focusing on OCE. Obviously, NA as well later on today if you guys want to watch that, if you guys are just waking up in Europe or maybe waking up real early in North America. But OCE, as you said, we've got Power trying to get to Paris. They were our Boston representatives. The Bulldogs are in the box seat now just on form alone, Monty. And Wildcard, if you would have said after 5 events this season that Wildcard have won 1 of them, I would have called you absolutely insane, or like one team, I don't know, they've fallen apart, they've made a roster change, or maybe one team's won 4, but not 2 other teams winning more events than them.
And in particular, if you said Wildcard were in 4 grand finals at this point, that they would have only won 1, no one would have believed you.
And then go one step further, knowing that only one team is going to the major. If you're going to say, yeah, Wildcard has only won 1 event, but they're still like in just as much contention as all the other teams. Like, it has been such a volatile top of the region so far in OCE. It's really making every event must watch, especially this last one. I can't iterate this enough, man. I think this 6th regional, it's going to be something special.
It's the showdown of all showdowns. I feel like we've been building. We've had OCE Rock for 10 years now, Monty, and I feel like there's something in the air in this Open 6. We might need to cook up a little hype trailer for this final event as well. I think we should make it just a celebration of OCE Rocket League. I'm going to be there. Tell me you guys will be there as well, Monty. Tell me you'll be rocking up. You'll probably have a doggy scarf on it, actually. You might just dress as a bulldog. That's how biased you are.
Look, I might have to cop a jersey. I don't know. We'll see. Max pulled out the wildcard jersey, so it feels like only fitting for someone else to pull up a jersey from some of the other teams. But I feel like a festival of OCE sounds very interesting, and I don't think I'd miss it.
What did you say before, CJ? Like, what was it? Ones in the chat?
Yeah, spam the ones.
We're hitting spamming them ones. Spamming them ones.
Any other final thoughts, Formal? Give me some final thoughts. What a crazy Open 5 we just had.
I mean, it doesn't get much more dramatic than this situation right now with how unpredictable it's been. Great goals, greater own goals, and just heighten the drama for that last regional. It's going to be a blast, and I'm looking forward to seeing everyone in Twitch chat popping off there, even if your takes are wrong.
Wow. Marty, you got anything for me apart from biased Bulldogs chat still?
I'm honestly still horrified at the way that you two just abuse our Twitch chat and YouTube chat as well, for that matter. I don't like it. I feel like we need more respect for the chat, and I think we're probably going to have a serious chat about potential reprimands in the background before Open 6.
Any more reprimands and people in chat are going to get real confused, but we're going to leave it there because in 2 weeks' time, OCE community and all others around the globe are invited to the greatest weekend in RLCS history. OCE has 2 points separating 3 teams for 1 spot in Paris. The Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs pick up their 2nd Open win of the season. Can they make it 3? Can they join me in Paris? Maybe Monty in Paris. Formal wants to get there as well. We'll book Yummy a ticket. We'll get everyone a ticket if you tune in. Can they do it, or will it be Wildcard? Could it be Power? Could we get a crazy? I don't know. Could Nerve win it? Could it be 8? Could it be Matthew? No, Yummy doesn't think so. He's just shaking his head. I can feel it. Anyway, we'll see you in 2 weeks' time. It's going to be unbelievable.
6-7.
Six, 7.